Testing. So let's get started. We have a packed agenda today and appreciate everybody coming back. Really great to see people in person again. It's been a long 2.5 years or however long it's been that we've been remote, so delightful to see so many people here. A number of excellent presentations yesterday and a really powerful community forum. So looking forward to another interesting and provocative set of conversations today. So a couple reminders. One, that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded, mainly for the people up front, but questions will be recorded. It's also being posted and shared in both English and Spanish. Many thanks to our interpreters, Carlos and Luis, for providing simultaneous interpretation over the Zoom throughout the course of all day yesterday, and we'll be doing so again today. So a reminder on that front for all our speakers to make it easier for the interpreters, please speak directly into the microphones. It's hard for them to hear, so people in the room can often hear fine, but if you're not speaking directly into the microphone, it's harder for the interpreters to hear and provide that service. The other good news is that these meetings are being recorded and will be posted online in the next week or so, along with both English and Spanish interpretation, so people can go back to them. The various presentations will also be posted. Upstairs, there's a room providing the live stream in Spanish for those who would prefer that. I'll try my Spanish now. Arriba hay un otro cuarto donde se puede escuchar en español. Si prefiere está ahí arriba. So we had a number of really excellent presentations about research yesterday. Today, the shift is more into policy and practice, so it could be will be a number of other excellent presentations. Again, a reminder to everybody to wear their masks. You see Riverside is still encouraging people, aside from people speaking, to wear their masks at all times. Many thanks also. We have a couple remote locations to help expand the spread of information down in Imperial Valley College. There's a room being provided for simultaneous interpretation for this webinar in English and in Spanish, as well as at the Coachella Library, City of Coachella Library. So many thanks to those institutions for providing those opportunities. Encouraging people to check out the vendor room, which is also where the coffee is. And as Kurt mentioned yesterday, there will be secret beers if you look hard enough in the vendor room. One additional point, we had a little bit of a buffer yesterday in terms of time. We've squeezed in yet another panel today, so there's 5 full panels plus a keynote. So we're gonna be pretty tight on time. There'll be moderators or timekeepers down in the right corner holding up signs, and eventually the hook comes out from behind me. So I encourage our presenters to remain on time and respect everyone else's time. There's flowing through here, you'll see a number of sponsors who made this conference possible and made this conference possible to be free for everybody. So many, many thanks to our sponsors, particularly to the Bureau of Reclamation and the Salton Sea Action Committee for providing conference level support. And thanks also to Alianza yesterday for organizing the community forum and a great reception at the Salton Sea on Tuesday. Hope some of us were able to make it down there. And at the end of the day today or in the next day or so, we'll be emailing surveys to everybody who registered or provided their email address, both to people here in person and to those who registered for the Zoom. So very much encouraging people to fill out those surveys so we can figure out if and when there's another Salton Sea Summit, what worked well on this time, what could be improved for future summits. So please take a moment to fill out those surveys. And I'd like to end by thanking the many volunteers who've made this possible, as well as the great support from the UC Riverside staff. Many logistics to handle on this, the challenge of doing a conference both in person and virtually, along with videos and other things, has presented a number of challenges which they've managed to overcome. So many thanks to them as well. So now it's my great privilege to introduce our initial speaker to provide some welcoming remarks. Thomas Tortez is the Tribal Council Chairman at the Torres-Martinez Desert Cahuilla Indians and a director on the Salton Sea Authority. The Torres-Martinez tribe has 24,000 acres in the reservation. Half of that still remains under the Salton Sea. So Chairman Tortez, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. Miawin is how we say greetings. Miawin omomemum is how we say greetings to everyone and to everyone. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for inviting me here to this summit. I've been to a few of them here in a couple of years. I represent the Torres-Martinez tribe, Desert Cahuilla. We are one of 9 reservations that are in the Riverside and Imperial counties. Several hundred years ago, we numbered more than 50,000 strong in our one Cahuilla nation. And as you all know, the government, taking over, conquered and divided us into 9 different reservations, Torres-Martinez being one of them. And we so happen to be in the area of the Imperial County and Riverside County. Again, like I said, we were 200 years ago, several thousand strong. And in 1850, when the government committed their war crimes and disseminated 3/4 of our tribe with the smallpox blankets, and where our numbers dwindled down to less than 4,000. But we survived, and we not only survived, but thrived in the area, Coachella Valley. So we are here today. I'm here today to represent my people and talk about the Salton Sea and how it affects the tribe, and that parallels how it affects the community. We, as a tribe, know that this is an ever-going event. The Salton Sea is an event of water that always comes every few hundred to 500 years for thousands and thousands of years. And we document that, and we know that. We sing about that in our stories and our history. We teach our children as we've been taught for generations and generations. It's a natural occurring event, as I said, but more than 120 years ago, it wasn't supposed to happen yet. But because as the Colorado River meanders and builds up silt, it fills up this area, and then it takes 300 to 500 years to subside. But when that happens, in our stories, we know that water is life, and the water came when it flooded and brought with it the fresh water and fish. And as the water subsided, the fish were still there, and we followed that life, and we still trapped the fish, and we still lived, and the villages went down. So when the Salton Sea was formed in 1905 by the breach of the canal, as we all know, there were villages down there. There was a small town, a railroad. So, we were forced to move. And the government then gave us more land in the desert. They were free to give desert land. They figured nobody's going to want it. Nobody's going to want to live there. Then the sea finally stopped after 2 years, 1907. Well, then the government gave the Torres-Martinez tribe 9,000 acres that was under the sea. So I still have uncles and relatives and everything that has land that is under the sea. Like I said, we owned 11,000 acres under the sea. And my uncles are saying, what am I going to do with this land? It's under the sea. The government gave it to me, in the 1950s, and there's still nothing that can be done with it. So what the sea and the federal government, and the federal government side is saying that they don't have the responsibility. I'm going to refer to an article that was written by several media reporters, but one of the reporters in general, Elizabeth Varn, wrote on 2020. 2020, I went and made a testimony to Congress, as I have several times myself representing my people. I've been dozens of times to the state capitol in California giving testimony about the Salton Sea and the catastrophe that has happened and the environmental injustice. And I've been to Congress 2 times, and this last time in 2020, it was documented, and it became politicized, and it became a Republican versus Democrat thing, and that adds to the barriers that we have, that we're trying to overcome for the Salton Sea and getting this resolution, but as Native Americans, I think you all know that we look at it as not Republican or Democrat, because you have the 2 wings, but the Native Americans always see the 2 wings as the same bird that has always ostracized us. So that's how we see it. The tribe, when we advocate for the sea, we're not divided like that. We're with the community and saying this is a catastrophe that affects everyone. There's no racial boundaries, there's no county boundaries, there's no city boundaries. And then we parallel that to the past, as our ancestors know the land, there was no boundaries, and we saw it as a one with the environment. And that's how we as a tribe need to advocate and educate the community and the legislature that we are one. We are all one as a community. We are one with the environment, because that's how we used to live. And being one, I think we can address this. In 2020, like I said, our congressman went to Congress and with the Secretary Wade Crowfoot, with IID, with the powers that be, to advocate for the Salton Sea. And one of the congressmen there, Tom McClintock, said, should we let the sea dry up? Why not let it dry up? Because you're trying to hold water where water does not want to be. And he alluded to the fact that, yes, it's flooded before and it's dried up. And that's true. It has come and it has gone naturally. But this time, nature had nothing to do with it. When it flooded this last time, we as a people knew, and as the community knows, and celebrities know, we enjoyed the Salton Sea. We were able to fish and swim and ride their boats and everything, just like the Kuya tribe has done for thousands of years. But within, the lack of water being, infiltrated into the sea, the lack of water, less and less water, it became more of a Dead Sea. And then with the farm runoff and the chemicals that are in there, and then the rivers that come in from Mexico also adding to it, all of these factors were no longer natural and changed the paradigm of the sea now. So again, when this went to Congress, the one congressman that I mentioned, in his words, said that this was not caused by nature, and this is true. This is a man-made engineering accident that sent water from Colorado River to a dry lake bed for 18 months before it was stopped. Ever since then, the environmental mistake has been perpetuated using surplus Colorado River. As a surplus, it was claimed for other purposes. Water flow from the Salton Sea has decreased, and an accidental lake continues to obey nature's preference that it dry up. So now what do? We should let it dry up. The state of California seems committed to continue to pour millions of dollars and billions of gallons of fresh water into the Salton Sink. It seems to me there are two ways to address the issue. One is to continue to spend enormous sums of money to maintain the salt lake where nature doesn't want one. And that money is better spent on watershed and forest management and water development. Now, this type of attitude, comes from, of course, someone who doesn't live in the area. And it also breeds the division that our country faces today. And again, I want to advocate that we all fight this as one, just like we have been for the past 200 years. With the politicians, I go up and advocate, and when they hit these barriers and it gets politicized, I know it's not politicized where we are, because we live in this community like we have for hundreds of years. We live with the dust that gets in the air. We live with the smell that gets into the air, and the fallout reaches all the way to Los Angeles. And then, we hear complaints about what is that and what can be done about it. So again, as a tribal leader, when we vote on things, we're not divided when we vote on subjects. We are divided when we're, divisive with one family, deciding about an issue against another family. And those are small things, but when we're talking about gathering together and fighting in common against an environmental justice like the Salton Sea. And like I said, I've been to the federal government. I know the state. I've been there and advocated, and I appreciate our assemblymen that have gone forward and championed and gotten funding to help for the Salton Sea, but it's never going to be enough until we get the federal government to admit that they own at least, almost half of the land under the sea. So for the federal government to say that they are not responsible is truly misinformation. In fact, and I appreciate this hearing was a long time coming. The last hearing that the Congress had was in 1997, and nothing happened then. So when nothing happened in 1997, I think education is key as far as teaching everyone about the Salton Sea. After 1997, the hearing, nothing happened. In 1999, the Torres-Martinez tribe, we took it upon ourselves to sue the United States government for the actions and inactions that happened in the sea. And we tried to take that to court, but they settled, like they do with a lot of other things. They settled out of court, and IAD was part of that settlement, Coachella Valley Water District, all responsible for the inaction in the sea. But now we know, since the last 20 years, IID has stepped up to the plate and has been a champion in advocating for the sea. CVWD has also stepped up to the plate and been a champion. The federal government is the only one that has lagged behind and not did their part to help with the sea. So I'm going to continue to advocate for the sea and continue to say that this is not a Republican or Democrat issue. This is a community and a social injustice and an environmental injustice to the community that's happening now. And I'm not sure what it's going to take. It's going to take another lawsuit that, like we did in 2000, against the federal government to see, what needs to be done. And I know there are several ideas and several theories, and I appreciate this summit that's been going on for the past few years now. And I appreciate the fact that they've taken the community views and the community interaction, and along that, the tribe. I'm glad that, the tribe is now part of the interaction, and we have meaningful consultation, because in the beginning, the last 15 years, they've had, several hearings and several consultations, and we fought for what I just said, meaningful consultation. And in my eyes, and as a tribe, we see this as meaningful consultation. That means people get up and they have a voice. They have documented memorization of what they say. And I appreciate, I hear the community, saying things in the last couple of days and the last summits. And I've taken that to heart. The community stands up, and we appreciate. A lot of people are compassionate because it's their livelihoods that are at stake. But I appreciate the fact that now the community is being heard. I believe that their voices are being put in the testimony and documented every time we have these summits. And that's important, because there's nothing more important than reaching out to those people that should be heard. And to reiterate what Ms. Silvia Paz said at the last summit was, there are a lot of people that still cannot be reached because a lot of people do not have the internet or the access. So it takes community involvement, and I know they have a West Shores summit within the next couple of weeks. I know Desert Shores have been having summits, and that's what it takes. We need to get out to the community like that and get the voices heard, get that documented, get what they have to say, and in a meaningful way, give them time to say what they have to say. The last few years that I've been involved in legislature, lots of times I've gone to Congress and I get 5 to 7 minutes, and sometimes it's 3 minutes. You've got to say what you got to say, and that, in my eyes, is not meaningful consultation. You should be able to say what you need to say, no matter how long it takes, and that is meaningful consultation. That is how you get the word of the people out to the legislatures to get the true meaning of what's happening in our environment today. So I want to thank everyone today, all the keynote speakers, the projects that are going on, and thank UCR, or UC San Bernardino, for putting this together and inviting me here today and giving the tribe, once again, a meaningful voice to represent not only the tribe, but the community, because we stand for the community as a whole, because we, again, like I say, we are one. We believe the community is one. We believe we live as we always have, without borders, without fences, and without political division. So thank you all for having me today.
So thank you, Chairman Tortez, for your many, many years of leadership and speaking truth to Congress and a variety of different governments. We're going to move on to our first panel here, the Lithium and Energy panel. I'm going to introduce Dr. Raju from UC Riverside. Dr. Raju is a research faculty and associate director of operations at the Center for Environmental Research and Technology at UC Riverside. He also leads the Sustainable Fuels Initiative at CE CERT. He has a PhD in chemical engineering from UC Riverside. So what we're going to do is have the moderator introduce the panel, and the panelists are going to stay down on their seats because we've had previous presentations where everybody's craning their neck, so and then the panelists will come up and then come up at the end for questions and answers. And Kajik, I think, is going to load us up. Thanks.
Good morning. Thanks to everyone who made it for the first panel of the day. And thanks to UCR School of Public Policy and the Pacific Institute for organizing this summit. I'll just try to put this panel in perspective or provide some context before I invite the first speaker. Listening to Chairman Tortez, I was thinking about the remarkable human and geological history of the Salton Sea region. And we may be kicking off another chapter of this history with potential lithium recovery from the geothermal brines. And that's what our panel is going to be about. And why lithium and why now? I think the answer is primarily driven by climate change. So to address climate change, one of the critical strategies, or probably the most critical strategy, is to electrify and to transition away from fossil fuels in as many sectors as possible, especially transportation. And as of now, our electrification strategy is primarily reliant on lithium-ion battery chemistry. So the demand for lithium and the price of lithium both have been going up and are expected to continue to go up. And we may have a significant amount of lithium resource available in the Salton Sea region that can be recovered potentially without having environmental impacts or other challenges. However, there are also a lot of unknowns. There are the questions of what will be the impact, if any. There's also the potential possibility that lithium recovery can help the community economically, and also what will it look like in the long term. In today's panel, we have 4 speakers. Each will provide a different perspective on lithium recovery. One from academia, one from industry, one from the community, and one representing the state government. So we should have a pretty good summary of what it can potentially look like. With that, I'm going to invite our first speaker, Mike McKibben. Mike is Professor Emeritus at UC Riverside. He was the chair of the Department of Earth and Planetary Sciences from 2019 to 2021, and Divisional Dean of Student Academic Affairs with the College of Natural and Agricultural Sciences from 2009 to 2018. But more importantly, Mike is also part of active research projects on lithium recovery, including a DOE-sponsored project to quantify exactly how much lithium there is. And he's also a semifinalist in the American-made Geothermal Lithium Extraction Prize. That Mike?
You want to wear the lapel? Can you hear me all right? All right, good. So I've heard a lot of questions about lithium and concerns about lithium, and so my colleague Pat Dobson at Lawrence Berkeley Lab and I thought we would give you an academic perspective on a lot of the issues having to do with the occurrence of lithium and its recovery beneath the Salton Sea. So most of you know the history of lakes in the Imperial Valley. So most of the sediment that we stand on that fills the valley was eroded out of the Grand Canyon and brought down into the Rift Valley by the Colorado River. And about 4 million years ago, the delta of the Colorado River had grown to the point where it reached the other side of the rift and cut off the northern part of the rift from the Gulf of California. So since about 4 million years ago, water that has flowed into the northern part of the Salton Sea rift has no place to go. It can't escape. And as a consequence, there have been literally thousands of ancient Salton Seas that are collectively called ancient Lake Kehia that have filled the northern part of the Imperial Valley. And you can see an outline for one of the high stands of Lake Kehia. And you can see that lake was about 3 or 4 times the area of the current Salton Sea. So in a sense, this lake has never been stable. It's always either forming or drying up. And that's been history for a long time. So what happens is every time the Colorado River flows into the northern part of the valley, it redissolves all the salt that was left behind by evaporation of the prior lake and pumps that salt into the ground. And so this has been called a brine pump phenomenon. And they were actually mining before the 1905 event, salt beds out in the middle of the valley, and it was called the Salton Sink. That's occurred literally thousands of times throughout geologic history. You can see the high stand of one of the ancient Lake Kehias along the Santa Rosa Mountains of the Imperial Valley. You can also find much older evidence of evaporation, infilling and evaporation of lakes. If you go along the San Andreas Fault and look at the Pleistocene sediments that have been uplifted along the fault, and you can find alternating layers of gypsum and mudstone, gypsum and mudstone. In fact, this geologic section, there's a geologic hammer there for scale. It's about 20% evaporite or gypsum. And when you drill into the center of the geothermal field, so this is a core that was pulled from almost 8,000 feet. In the center of the geothermal field, you find yet again more evidence in Pleistocene sediments of these former evaporated remnants of an ancient Lake Kehia. So this used to be gypsum when it was at room temperature. It's gotten heated up and is now converted into the mineral anhydrite. But that's again evidence of this repeated formation and evaporation of ancient equivalents of the Salton Sea for at least 4 million years. So a lot of salt being pumped into the ground for millions of years. So a lot of that salt has accumulated deep in the basin of the northern trough as a relatively cold salt-saturated brine. And it was Robert Rex who first mapped out this deep basinal salty brine in the Imperial Valley. And it underlies an area that's far larger than the Salton Sea geothermal field. And what's happening is this deep brine usually is down at about 5 kilometers, 5,000 meters. But in places where there's been intrusion of magma, igneous activity, that igneous heat has heated up this deep hypersaline brine, as we call it, and it becomes buoyant, its density drops, and it rises. And so that brings this brine up near the surface, as shallow as a half a kilometer beneath the surface of the valley, and forms what we call a brine diapure, this sort of bulbous body of brine that's internally convecting because of the heat that's being injected. And so basically the geothermal companies are dipping their straws, if you will, their wells, into the top of this brine diapure to produce geothermal energy. So this is a perfect recipe to make hot brine react with rock and put most of the periodic table in that brine. So you have these sediments that fill the valley. They're full of sediments, rhyolites, and evaporites. You inject magnetic heat. You have seismicity to fracture those rocks, and they react with this deep buried brine I talked about, and that creates a metamorphic rock and a metamorphic fluid that goes along with that rock. And this metamorphic fluid is now not just a simple sodium chloride brine, it's now a complex sodium, calcium, potassium chloride brine, and it's loaded with metals like lithium, manganese, and zinc. So this is a core from the reservoir, and this used to be a sedimentary rock. In fact, you can still see some of the sedimentary bedding that's in it, but it's now bright green, and it's been converted into a solid metamorphic rock with very little porosity. What holds the brine are these fractures. And so the brine sits in this fractured metamorphic rock, and that's the reservoir for the geothermal brines in the geothermal system. And you can see actually copper and iron minerals have been precipitated in that open fracture. So you end up with these pretty spectacular brines. And there's two places you can find them in the Imperial Valley, and the most well-known is the Salton Sea, which Salton Sea brines in the reservoir have over 200 ppm of lithium, over 500 ppm of zinc, and almost 2,000 ppm of manganese, all of which are considered critical minerals by the United States. But there's also another place, the South Brawley Field, that has not been explored very much, and that has even more lithium, 252 ppm, and even more zinc in it. And both of those fields, the South Brawley Field and the Salton Sea Field, are there, those brines are there because of igneous heat that's been injected into the base of the sediments and created these metamorphic brines. All right, so there are these spectacularly lithium-rich brines. Why are they important? Well, Arun already alluded to the demand for lithium in terms of greening up our transportation grid and our electrical grid. The price of lithium has gone up over 400% just in the last year. It's important that we understand how we get lithium, because we consume a lot of lithium in this country. So we're responsible for the environmental consequences of that. First of all, you have to understand how to talk about lithium. And there's three ways to talk about lithium. One is just as a metal, and that's how the USGS and other federal agencies typically compile data on lithium, is in terms of lithium metal. But battery manufacturers actually want lithium hydroxide monohydrate. That's what they make the cathodes from. And then most mines in the world ship lithium as lithium carbonate. And these all have different molecular weights, and so you have to convert back and forth between them to talk about lithium. And a lot of times, companies and people are sloppy about which of these units of lithium they're actually talking about. So I've given you the conversion factors here. 1 ton of lithium metals is equal to a little over 5 tons of lithium carbonate equivalent, and a little over 6 tons of lithium hydroxide monohydrate. So you have to keep that in the back of your head and always ask, when people are talking about lithium production or consumption, what units are they using to describe the lithium? Because there's been a lot of confusion about that. So here's the USGS data on global production of lithium, and this is in terms of metric tons of lithium metal, not lithium carbonate. And you can see that the largest producers of lithium in the world are Australia, Chile, China, and Argentina. That's where the lithium we use now comes from. And it's a very complicated supply chain. So the lithium starts in South America, or it starts in Australia. That lithium ore then gets shipped to China to be refined. It then gets shipped to other Asian countries like Japan and South Vietnam, Japan and Vietnam and South Korea to make cathodes, and then those cathodes get shipped to US automakers to make electrical cells for electrical vehicles. In addition, you need other things like cobalt and nickel, which come from other countries as well. So we have this very complicated and vulnerable supply chain involving lithium and lithium batteries for our country. And just think, for example, what if China attacks Taiwan and we all of a sudden have to embargo China like we're embargoing Russia? What's that going to do to the lithium market? It's going to create havoc. So it's not advantageous to have a complicated supply chain that's easily disrupted. And it's a threat to our economy in terms of greening our transportation and electrical grids and reducing our consumption of fossil fuels. On top of that, producing lithium in these other countries is thrashing their environment. So this is the Atacama Desert in Chile, and you have these very large dry lakes called salars. And to give you scale for this, this is about the size of Yosemite National Park. Okay? Here's 50 kilometers for scale. This is part of the lithium triangle because it's between three countries, Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia, and Atacama is right there. And you see all these aqua rectangles. Those are lithium evaporation ponds that you can see from space. That's how big they are. So here's what they look like more up close. So here's the Atacama Desert in Chile, and here's a similar salar in Argentina. Each of these ponds is the size of a football or bigger. In fact, you notice in this one there's ponds here, and then there's another set of ponds off in the distance. The water in these ponds is about 10 feet deep. And what they do is they pump out the shallow brine that's just beneath the surface of these dry lakes. And they let it sit in those ponds for a year or two and let the sun do the work of evaporating them until their lithium concentration gets high enough that they can precipitate out the lithium. That causes problems, so it dries up the shallow groundwater and kills the native trees. And it's also ruining the lagoons that are in these salars that birds like flamingos use for breeding and foraging. So creating these massive eyesores with pretty serious environmental problems. That's the one way we mine lithium in South America. The other way we mine lithium is hard rock mining, and this is done mainly in Australia. And so you have to mine granitic rock that's rich in lithium minerals, and the most common mineral is called spodumene. It's a lithium mineral. And so you have to blast and create these huge open pits. You can see buildings for scale here. Here's a town in Western Australia, and you can see two open pits right next to that town. These are all the tailing piles from that open pit mine, and this is the sulfuric acid effluent waste pit for that mine. So you have to take this granitic mineral, spodumene, heat it up, soak it in sulfuric acid to produce the lithium. So all of these problems, blasting, crushing, dust, sulfuric acid, tailing piles and ponds, are associated with hard rock mining of lithium. So we've got either an evaporation pond problem in South America or a hard rock open pit problem in Australia. We do not want to mine lithium in our country in that manner. In comparison, if we can put filter systems for lithium extraction on already existing geothermal power plants, we avoid those problems. We'll have a smaller footprint. There will be a closed loop process. I'll explain that in a minute. There's no huge evaporation ponds, no blasting, no pits full of acid. All we need to do is take advantage of what's already being done to produce geothermal power. So if you don't know how a geothermal power plant works, the brine comes up out of the ground. As it reaches their surface, the pressure drop makes it start to boil. And so it separates into steam and liquid. You take the steam and put that into a turbine and generate electricity. And then you cool that steam back into water, liquid water, and you combine it with the spent brine that had been boiled and re-inject that back into the reservoir. So it's a closed loop process. It doesn't dump fluid out on the surface like they're doing in Chile. And all you need to do is add a lithium filtration circuit that will pull the lithium out of that spent brine before you re-inject it back into the reservoir. So the footprint you create for geothermal lithium extraction is negligible compared to the footprint of those other two types of lithium mining processes I showed you. So this large footprint is for a salar in Chile. This is acres per ton of lithium carbonate equivalent mined. This medium-sized footprint would be for a hard rock mine in Australia. And this tiny little footprint here is the footprint of a geothermal operation. If you want to look at absolute acres involved, a typical Chilean salar brine involves over 3,000 acres, a typical Australian hard rock mine, almost 500 acres, and a geothermal lithium process like this, 50 acres. So it's always good to think about these things in context of how we mine lithium around the world and the damage we do when we do that. All right. So we've started a project that's going to last 15 months. It's a joint project between Lawrence Berkeley Lab, UCR, and Geologica. And Pat Dobson and I designed this project. We have funding from the Department of Energy's Geothermal Technology Office. And we want to answer some fundamental questions. How much lithium is in the Salton Sea geothermal reservoir? How much lithium can be recovered? How effective can that recovery be? Where's the lithium coming from? And how sustainable is that production? And probably most important to this audience is what are the environmental consequences of that, if any? So we can estimate how much lithium is there. You just need to know the concentration of concentration of lithium in the brine, the porosity of the reservoir, and how big the reservoir is. And you can have a conservative estimate and an optimistic estimate. So the conservative estimate is there's 1 million metric tons of lithium metal dissolved in that reservoir. The optimistic calculation is there's 6 million metric tons of lithium metal dissolved in that reservoir. And that's comparable to what's in the Salar de Atacama in Chile, 6 million metric tons. So this is truly a world-class lithium deposit sitting in this geothermal reservoir. How much can be recovered? Well, we know how much brine is produced every year. You can find this online. It's public knowledge. So this is production brine out of the Salton Sea geothermal field for each year. And so you just take for the current field that production rate of the brine, the concentration of lithium in that brine. And so we're already producing 24,000 tons of lithium metal per year out of that geothermal field. It's just being re-injected back into the reservoir. We're not taking it out. That's equivalent to about 128,000 tons of lithium carbonate equivalent per year. They're going to have to expand the geothermal field at the Salton Sea because we need more baseload, reliable 24/7 electricity, and geothermal can provide that. Wind and solar cannot. And so there are plans to expand the geothermal field at the Salton Sea, probably by a factor of 3 or 4 over the next decade. And we can add up how much the 3 companies that operate down there can probably produce in terms of lithium once they get scaled up to full-scale production and once they've expanded the number of power plants. And then we're talking about 428,000 tons of lithium carbonate equivalent per year. That's equal to world lithium production. So all of a sudden we become the dominant global lithium producer. Where's the lithium coming from? We don't know. That's what we want to find out. Some likely candidates are the gypsum I mentioned earlier from evaporation, the mudstones. We actually know that the manganese and the zinc and the copper are coming out of the mudstones, but also there's a lot of rhyolite, which is a silicic volcanic rock in the geothermal field. You've probably all seen these volcanic domes at the surface that are near where the power plants are. These are very young volcanic domes. They're considered active volcanoes by the USGS because they all erupted within the last 10,000 years. They range from 1,000 to 10,000 years old. But there's also much older buried rhyolites in the geothermal field. So these are deep buried rhyolites that are 400,000 years old. There's been a lot of rhyolite produced in this valley for that long. And some of the lithium may be coming out of those rhyolites. So we're going to try and fingerprint the source of the lithium by looking at the lithium content in isotopes of lithium, which can serve to fingerprint the source of the lithium. All right, so what are the environmental consequences? Well, one to think about is emissions. So geothermal power plants do emit gases, but they pale in comparison to coal-fired power plants. So here's CO2 emissions, grams per kilowatt hour from a coal-fired power plant is up in the range of 800 to 1,000. A geothermal plant emits close to 100, so far less than a coal or a gas-fired power plant for electricity. The H2O, which is the dominant component of the steam emissions that are released in CO2, are vented into the atmosphere. The hydrogen sulfide is actually scrubbed and converted to harmless sulfate and re-injected back into the reservoir. We already know the CO2 emissions from the geothermal power plants. This is actually published online. You can look these numbers up at CARB. And so that's known for these different regions of the field for both Cal Energy and the energy source minerals. And we know the composition of the emissions. It's dominantly carbon dioxide, more than 95%, with a little bit of hydrogen sulfide and ammonia. Those are the main components. So we know these gases are emitted, but they pale in comparison to other ways we make electricity with coal and natural gas. What about lithium? Is that going to produce any emissions? Probably not more that's already being produced. In fact, some lithium processes will actually consume CO2, and you might even get a carbon credit for extracting lithium. So Pell et al. Compared CO2 emissions from different kinds of lithium mining operations. The worst CO2 emitters are the hard rock mines in Australia. So this is tons of carbon dioxide per ton of lithium hydroxide monohydrate. Next highest are the Argentinian salar evaporation ponds and the Chilean evaporation ponds. Geothermal brine sources of lithium are the lowest, and the ones in Germany, which are offsetting electricity that you would normally burn coal to generate, actually are generating a carbon credit because you're using the geothermal electricity instead of using coal or natural gas to pull the lithium out. Here's an example of a lithium recovery process for the Salton Sea geothermal brines. This is actually the process my team has proposed that Arun alluded to for the DOE's geothermal lithium extraction prize. So we're going to use an engineered lithium-ion sieve to pull the lithium out. We'll find the right button here. That's going to create a lithium chloride solution that we send into what's called electrodialysis, where you apply an electrical current that produces lithium hydroxide that's battery grade. The only product it produces as a byproduct along with the lithium hydroxide is hydrogen gas, which you can use for hydrogen fuel cells. It recycles the acid back into the sieve, so you don't release any acid. It all gets recycled, and the water gets recycled, and the sieve materials, which are nanoparticle materials, can be recycled dozens of times. Water usage is a concern to people. I want to put it in context, though. This is the distribution of water in IID's region by acre feet per year. And you can see that 96% of it goes to agriculture. So if we're going to conserve and save water, we should certainly focus on this piece of the pie rather than these narrow slivers that are municipal and industrial use of water. This piece of the pie, 4%, is about evenly split between geothermal and municipal. But the big 800-pound gorilla, of course, is agricultural usage. So here's the split between geothermal and municipal. An average of acre feet per year used for each town in the Imperial Valley versus each geothermal plant is shown here. The totals are about equal and match these 48% and 52% numbers I gave there. But again, remember, this is 4% of that bigger pie that includes agriculture. How about lithium extraction? Is that going to increase water usage? It probably will a little bit, but again, it's a very small piece of the pie. So you can go online at Imperial County and download Energy Source Minerals Environmental Impact Statement that is over 1,000 pages long, but you can find a lot of information in there. Their proposal was to use over 3,000 acre-foot per year of IID canal water for their operations. That's comparable to a current power plant average, okay? And then BHER and CTR EIRs have yet to be developed and released, but just last week, Controlled Thermal Resources released their notice of preparation for an EIR. So you can all look for their EIR to come out fairly soon, and that will be full of information. But BHER has stated in public that they think it'll take about 50,000 gallons of water to make 1 ton of lithium. But put this in the context of what water usage agriculture is consuming. What are other sources of water that could be used besides IID canal water? Well, there's brackish water, groundwater, very shallow. It's too salty to drink, it's too salty to let animals drink, and it's too salty to grow crops. So right now it's not being used for anything, and that could be used. And then remember, these power plants all create condensed steam, and that's fresh water that they could use for lithium extraction. And I know I had a lot of slides, and Mike's telling me I'm out of time. So here's the last slide. So geothermal lithium extraction is the least destructive of all lithium production methods and can help secure a stable supply chain for a growing US lithium market. The Salton Sea geothermal reservoir may contain up to 32 million metric tons of lithium carbonate equivalent, which is world-class. Right now, it could produce that amount of lithium per year. That could be multiplied by a factor of 3 or 4 as the field is expanded over the next decade. And we are just starting a project that's going to refine these estimates and make a more detailed assessment of environmental impacts over the next 15 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for that technical context and also for reminding us that all of this is happening because there's a volcano near the surface. Not too far, but not too close, but at the right distance. Our next speaker is Jonathan Weisgall. Jonathan is the Vice President of Legal and Regulatory Affairs at Berkshire Hathaway Renewable Energy. Berkshire, of course, is one of the 3 companies that are in the process of demonstrating lithium recovery from the geothermal brines. Jonathan is also an adjunct professor at Georgetown University Law Center.
That'll be fine. I'll speak from, sure, if you don't mind. Yeah. Thanks very much, Arun. We'll get started here. And luckily, Mike, you've covered a lot of the things I want to talk about, which is good. I appreciate it. And let me get this moving. And I already need some tech help. Come back, come back. Come back, come back. I want to advance a slide. Tech, tech, tech. Come back, come back. Where did you go? I can't help. I'm trying to advance a slide. Nope, not going. Okay, what do we have to do? Great, so I'll use these. Okay, real quick. Berkshire Hathaway Energy. Really what's important here, we're a large energy company. We started over 40 years ago as Cal Energy. That's what many people know. So we started as a geothermal company. We've grown. We were acquired by Berkshire Hathaway in 2000. Our DNA is geothermal. Our DNA is Cal Energy. We've been running those geothermal power plants Mike talked about for 40 years or more. We've got 10 power plants with 345 megawatts that we produce Mike, you alluded to the fact that we will be more than doubling that output, and that's separate from lithium. That's the result of a California Public Utility Commission ruling last year, essentially mandating that California load-serving entities, the investor-owned utilities, the community choice aggregators, procure 1,000 megawatts of what basically is geothermal power. The need for more baseload power, power that runs 24/7. So we will be expanding that 345 megawatts. We've got 29 production wells and 30 injection wells, so that this is what makes geothermal renewable. It's kind of like a pot on a low boil. We'll take, and Mike, you described in great detail how the process works. We bring up that geothermal brine. We actually have been processing 50,000 gallons a minute of geothermal brine for upwards of 40 years and putting it right back down whole. The goal now will be to take that lithium out. Here's a view of one of our facilities, the Elmore facility. We've got a laboratory on site to ensure we're always monitoring the brine. We want to be in regulatory compliance as well. That brine is very corrosive. That's one reason why geothermal power historically has just been much more expensive than wind and solar. It's tremendously corrosive. You can see, and Mike alluded to the various other elements that are contained in that brine. This is a lot of corrosion. As a result, we need corrosion resistant alloy, more carbon steel protection for our wells. We line them in titanium. So it's a very, very expensive electricity resource. Ballpark figures, wind and solar have been, prices have been coming down dramatically in the area of like 3 to 5 cents a kilowatt hour. Geothermal is more than double that, largely because of the need to deal with the corrosion and also because of the workforce. You've seen that already from Mike. You can see the different geothermal fields. This is generally called, this kind of kidney-shaped blue outline is a general area of what's called the Salton Sea known geothermal resource, KGRA. What's important to point out here is the lands that we either own or mostly lease, we don't own that much land outright, in that yellow, do not encroach on the Salton Sea, and this is an important point to make. We do not draw geothermal resource or brine or lithium from the Salton Sea, which has a maximum depth. As Tina Shields said, yeah, I thought it was about 40 feet, apparently it's about 50 feet. Our wells go down 1.5 miles, and our production wells, I mean, anywhere from half a mile to close to 2 miles. So we do not encroach on the sea. I want to talk about where we're going on lithium. This is we call our LRD, Lithium Recovery Demonstration Building. This looks like a big warehouse. What's inside is this. This is our first project. This is the result of a California Energy Commission competitive grant that we won about well over a year ago, $6 million grant that we have matched with our own corporate funds to show that we can recover lithium in an environmentally responsible and commercially viable way. So what you'll see today, and those of you who went down on the tour the other day see this building, which is not all that impressive. We are going to commission from the outside, but the inside has the tanks and the valves and the process engineering that will be required to recover that lithium. We're going to be commissioning that building in the next couple of weeks. So I'm going to stay on that while I really want to go through a couple of points, but I really don't want to repeat what we heard from Mike. I am reminded I want to talk about what the future holds for lithium, and you heard from Alan Butler and Peter Nelson yesterday, sort of borrowing from Yogi Berra's line about, it's tough making predictions, especially about the future, and it's going to be hard for me to talk. I mean, lithium, we're in the second inning of a baseball game. I would have to say a little bit off target. I am reminded of Vladimir Putin talking about how Lenin made a huge mistake of giving Ukraine all kinds of autonomy and self-rule back in 1921, and what a mistake that was. It reminds me of how one of the problems of being a Russian communist is very difficult to predict the past, but that takes us off topic. So what is lithium production doing? You've heard from Arun, you've heard from Mike. I see 5 big benefits. Number one, a domestic source of lithium. a support, for that supply chain, made in USA lithium. Secondly, that ties into national security, protection against, 100% reliance on imported lithium. The US, there's one small plant in Nevada. Otherwise, we import virtually all of our lithium. And again, I think that's one lesson we're seeing from Ukraine of Europe's dependence on Russia's natural gas and coal, the need for energy independence. Indeed, President Biden invoked the Defense Production Act just March 31st to increase production of critical minerals, and there have been executive orders both under the Biden administration and under the Trump administration as well on critical minerals. Third, tremendous potential for jobs and economic development for Imperial County and for Imperial Valley, and I'll come back to that shortly. Third, and Mike showed this very graphically, a tremendous advantage on the environment, ESG issues, environment and social and corporate governance issues. I think that lithium from the Imperial Valley area can not only compete cost-wise against lithium around the world, but this is the world's most environmentally responsible form of lithium. I think we can be very competitive there. And lastly, there is bipartisan support for lithium development. There is not a congressman or senator I can think of who would oppose a reliable, strong domestic source of critical minerals like lithium. So what do we have to do here? We've got to do some de-risking. We've got to de-risk the technology. What you see here, this is a 1/10 commercial scale project. We're going to commission it. We're going to then build another plant to convert that lithium into the battery grade lithium carbonate needed for batteries. We're going to run that for a while before we start construction. We're a conservative company. I've said this before, we are crawling before we're walking. We're going to walk before we run. We've just got to do this. We've got to be deliberate about this. As exciting as lithium is, it has never been produced on a commercial scale before. It's been done in the laboratory, but scaling up to demonstration takes work, and then scaling from demonstration to commercial just takes a lot of work. It's not alchemy. The lithium is there, but we've got to do this the right way. So we've got to de-risk that technology. I don't think I need to go through the technology very much, other than just to add one point to what Mike said. I mean, the brine by volume is 75% water. It's 25% these dissolved minerals that you see, the calcium, the potassium, the iron, the zinc, the manganese. The point here, the challenge, is to get the lithium out without getting out those other metals. You don't want those other impurities. So you can't lower the temperature too much, or you're going to precipitate gigantic amounts of impurities that you don't want. Mike is correct that manganese and zinc are important for battery production, and those are some of the metals, but that's a different issue. You've got to make a business case for all. Right now, we're focusing on lithium. So the goal there is really, it's a pre-treatment process of, if you would, kind of just process engineering, just to make sure that through this ion exchange technology and the like, that you don't precipitate out what you don't want. And then you've got to convert that into that feedstock material, the second demonstration project that we've already let a contract for and will be building again at 1/10 commercial scale. And then you've got to go through a purification, a crystallization process to turn that liquid into powder form. Next de-risking problem, again, Mike, you covered it very well, just decreasing that water usage. We think that we can get 90% below what's used in South America, from that 500,000 gallons per ton down to below 50,000. Workforce development, absolutely critical. Quick show of hands, how many of you are students here at UC Riverside? Okay, not a huge number enough. Go visit the vendor workroom. We will be hiring. When we go commercial, we've got a workforce now of our geothermal plants of about 200. We're going to hire 200 more folks. We're hiring 9 people just to run this demonstration plant. We are hiring from high schools. We're hiring from community colleges like Imperial Valley College, and also hiring at the 4-year college level. You know, we need electricians, we need engineers, we need chemists, instrumentation and controls, maintenance technicians, environmental specialists, safety specialists, and then folks who do, you know, administrative work, procurement, storeroom, and the like. So please do visit that vendor room. My colleague, Bert Short, actually works on human resources and on hiring, so take a look. It's the growth area and the job potential for Imperial Valley area will be huge when we do go fully commercial. And then on top of that, as I mentioned earlier, this doubling of our geothermal facilities will mean a doubling of that as well. So that 200 workers now plus 200 for lithium, if we double the geothermal, and of course we'll engineer that for lithium, could take that 400 and add 400. So the job potential is huge. We've got to de-risk. We have to work with communities. We've got to do outreach with tribes, with community-based organizations, with environmental justice groups. Mariela, I really want you to cover that. I can't stress enough, though, it's a two-way street. We have to get our message across. We have to listen to community concerns. This is new. We do think the technology is benign. It's basically, as Mike described, it's a bolt-on technology to what we're already doing with that lithium, that 50,000 gallons a minute we process. We're taking out 250 parts per million of that brine that is lithium. Benign, but there's a need to educate and also to explain this is not like South America, this is not like Australia, and this is not taking brine from the Salton Sea. And that involves a lot of education. This workforce development, this needs to be a race to the top, you know, not a race to the bottom. On permitting, I think that's been covered. There are the costs. I'll finish up real quick. I want to be really quick here. We've obviously, there are other issues to look at. I guess my last word, I just want to just a brief mention. I'm sure most people here know there is a Lithium Valley Commission, 14 members. We've been meeting monthly. We are going to get recommendations to the legislature by October of this year on what is needed to make all of this work. Again, I think one of the dangers as we talk about lithium development down in Imperial Valley is there can't be too much hype. And I can't stress that enough. We're going about this in a deliberate manner. We have every reason to think this will be successful. We have every reason to think we know that there's more lithium in the Imperial Valley than virtually any other place in the world. We think we'll be successful. But again, we're at the beginning stages with these demonstration plants. We hope to go commercial. If we're successful, we'll start construction by 2024, and we should be in commercial operations, we hope, by 2026. Let me cut that there, because we're already running late, but look forward to questions if we have time. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Mariela Loera. She's with the Leadership Council. She has a bachelor's and a master's in public policy from UCR, and at the Leadership Council, she works with communities to advocate for equity in public health and justice.
Thank you. So as he said, my name is Mariela Loera. I'm a policy advocate for Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. For those of you who are not familiar with our organization, we're a nonprofit, community-based organization. We do social and environmental justice issues, work in collaboration with community in the San Joaquin Valley and Eastern Coachella Valley. So just a little bit of background about what we have been doing in regards to lithium. In the beginning of the pandemic, we started hosting monthly Salton Sea community meetings. And as lithium, as you have seen, for example, in just the conversations that we had yesterday, as lithium has gained momentum and attention in all spaces, that also transferred to these monthly community meetings. not just from us introducing it to the community, but community themselves, just bringing it up in every space. Kind of like you saw yesterday if you were present in the community panel last night. So in these meetings, we use the space not only for us to bring information to the community, tell them, for example, what we just heard about, update them about spaces that they can be involved in, but also a space for community to come to us. And that's where we learn from community what their concerns are, what their questions are. And like I said, like a little bit ago, that lithium was just very natural and it came and became part of that space. Okay. So before I start, I want to pose this question that I want you all to consider, not just for my presentation, but for the rest of this conversation and any other space that you're in where lithium comes up. And that is, how will we ensure that the solution to the climate crisis does not create more harm, especially to communities already disproportionately affected? So as you have been hearing, and not just now, but in other spaces, lithium is seen as a solution to the climate crisis. However, when we talk about it as a solution, we also need to understand the communities where we're bringing that development to. We need to understand the history of that community. We need to understand the lived experience of that community. When we talk to community, we need to understand where they're coming from, why they have the concerns that they have, why they have the questions that they have, why is it so difficult to gain their trust, and how are you going to gain that trust? How are you going to work with community in collaboration? So therefore, community engagement will help address communities' concerns, build trust, ensure that future developments benefit local communities and fits their needs and demands. And as you all know, just because you're here, I'm sure, California is seen as a pioneer in terms of policy, and climate policy. So Lithium Valley is also an opportunity for California, now that it is seen as a pioneer in climate policy, to also be a pioneer in environmental justice, and a pioneer in how, if we are going to do Lithium Valley, and if we are going to extract lithium, how are we going to do it in a just way? And this is a perfect opportunity for California as a state to do this and set a precedent for future development. And so therefore, it is important to invest time and resources to have meaningful community engagement, keep residents informed, and also learn from local communities. And do this so that we have collaborative decision-making processes that therefore meet, again, community needs and prevents more harm. So many of us have been following the conversation around Lithium Valley via the media, via the Lithium Valley Commission meetings, via whatever other space that the topic is brought up. But I think I'm safe to assume that the majority of people here are not experts in the topic, but like myself, merely familiar with it, and with time have been learning more. So I want you all to take a step back and think about when you first learned about Lithium Valley and when you first heard about the proposed lithium extraction. Think about what were your initial thoughts, what were your initial questions and your initial concerns. And then also just think about how those have changed through time. As you are more exposed to the conversation, as you hear about it in the media, how have those changed? How have your questions changed? How have they been or have not been addressed? Where and by whom? So just like, for example, for me, I'm going to again assume that I'm not the only one, right? But when I first heard about the proposed lithium extraction, my initial thoughts, just from my previous knowledge of extraction, it was like Dr. McKibben showed, it was mining, it was something like fracking, that's what I imagined, right? So being someone who was familiar with the community, it was a big red flag and I had a lot of questions and concerns. But as I became more involved in the conversation and learned a little bit more about the direct lithium extraction technology that was being proposed, my questions, ironically, did not really go away. And instead, because it was such a new technology and I was not familiar with it, I had more questions. And I noticed the same thing with community. And as I talked to new community members who are not engaged from the beginning or whatever, I noticed the same trend where their questions just become more and more and more. And for example, in those community meetings that I mentioned earlier, back in October, community put together a community comment letter for the Lithium Valley Commission, and then that comment letter, they suggested, they gave suggestions in terms of how to do community outreach and community engagement, but they also posed about 35 questions for the Lithium Valley Commission. And I know that the California Energy Commission is working on answering those, but only a couple of them have been answered. So now imagine if you were a community member, if you were part of the local community, how would you feel if you had all of these questions? Imagine the frustration of not being engaged. Imagine the frustration of not having answers to these questions. And when making these questions, I just want to mention that the common answers we get are either of these two. One, people immediately compare the type of extraction that is being proposed to other extractions in the world, which is great because we know that it's less intrusive, but we still have those questions. What is it, right? Like, it's great that it's less intrusive, but what exactly are you going to do in my community? And the second response that we get is that it's a closed circle extraction. But there's no real explanation as to what this really means, especially to community and in a way that it's accessible to community. Just another thing that I want to mention too is to differentiate what's happening in community conversations and what's happening in the Lithium Valley Commission space. Berkeley Lab, and I'm sorry I don't know your last names, all of your last names, Meg Slattery, Mike, and Alyssa put together, are working on a research where they have been going to our community meetings, but also attending the Lithium Valley Commission and comparing the conversations. And from these, in the community meetings, 3 of the main topics that are brought up are water, specifically in terms of water sourcing and the amount of water that is being used. Public health is a really big concern for community, especially when it comes to bringing up the existing health crisis that the communities are already experiencing. And the third one is employment, in terms of the safety and accessibility to employment. And in the Lithium Valley Commission, there's also interest in terms of water and employment are also 2 of the big ones. So there's that similarity, but there's also conversations around infrastructure. So I'm gonna give a brief summary. Last month, when we had our monthly community meeting, we talked about community engagement in Lithium Valley. So I'm gonna start by telling you some of the things that community are concerned about, but then I'm gonna end by telling you some of their suggestions. So there are solutions to this from community. Okay. So I'll just read a couple of these and I'll give you a general idea. So the first one, and all of these are anonymous. Let us know when there will be meetings about lithium. Sometimes they have community meetings where they inform people about the decisions made and only inform people about these decisions instead of including people in the decision-making process. So there's an interest to be part of the decision-making process directly. Second one, lack of information about lithium leads to people not being engaged. It is important to put out information on lithium, what it is, and how it affects us to get people interested and engaged. So there's a need to get people informed so that they can be better engaged. And last one, if there are community representatives on the commission, they need to do a better job at doing this and informing residents that they're representing community. We want to know how they are engaging community and what is their position. So some of their suggestions in terms of how to better engage them. They gave suggestions in terms of engagement, but also in terms of outreach. So in engagement, they would like to see something like a monthly newsletter. They did mention that if there is more information to be shared, then this can be more often, but they would like something at least at a monthly newsletter format. They would like to have more informal sessions of questions and answers with policymakers, representatives, and industry. I know that there's a Lithium Valley Commission that happens on a monthly basis, but this is not accessible to community, just not in like time, language, and the type of information and how it is shared in that space. So they would also like to see an accessible monthly community meeting. And again, I know there's a docket in the Lithium Valley Commission to share comments and documents there, but again, that's not accessible to community. So they would like to see an accessible forum for them to submit questions, comments, and feedback. And in terms of outreach, some of the advice that they gave is working with local community groups, doing door-to-door outreach, where like Conchita mentioned yesterday in the panel, not only do you leave the flyer, but you talk to people about the flyer. Doing flyer drop-offs at homes and community frequented spaces like parks, markets, and local churches, and using different communication platforms like WhatsApp, Facebook groups, Instagram, and text messages. So I know I'm out of time, but I'll just read this. So I wanted to end with the idea that if we expect lithium to be part of our just transition and our energy future, we must protect and prioritize the health and well-being of local communities for which meaningful and accessible community engagement is key. And again, just reminding folks that some of the key concerns for community, again, are water, employment, land use, the localized supply chain, and all of these things that they just want to understand and have a better understanding of where their community is going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariela. I think it's critical to make sure that the community is not just informed, but they are able to provide the input and are engaged in the conversation. So those were some great suggestions to make sure that the community has the means to do so. Our last speaker is Deana Carrillo. She's the Deputy Director of the California Energy Commission's Renewable Energy Division, where she's leading the implementation of renewable portfolio standards and other programs. So she's very much in the thick of the state's drive to transition away from fossil fuels and towards renewable energy.
Great.
So if you're going to be sticking to that's fine. I'll keep it right.
All right, great, thanks. Good morning. My name is Deana Carrillo, and as it was just mentioned, I'm the Deputy Director of the Renewable Energy Division at the Energy Commission. In full disclosure, I'm brand new, started 4 weeks ago. So I might not have all the answers to your questions, but this is a really exciting moment. I'm happy to be here to learn from everyone, and I'm happy to follow up afterwards if I don't have the answer to your questions. I think it's week 4, so not totally brand new. So I just wanted to start, for those who might not be aware of the California Energy Commission, of who we are. The California Energy Commission is the state's energy policy and planning agency, playing a key role in implementing and crafting the policies and programs to create our low carbon economy. We're overseen by 5 governor-appointed commissioners, including our current chair, Commissioner Hochschild. And the CEC is responsible for state energy policy, establishing energy efficiency building code, investing in energy efficiency and innovation, developing our renewable energy, transforming transportation. Activities range from siting of large power plants like the geothermal renewable energy plants down in this area, as well as developing building code, incentives for building decarbonization, renewables, electrical vehicle charging. It's a pretty exciting place to be right now. We also have a public advisor's office for those in the community who want to get more involved. Sometimes the process of dockets and other elements are not friendly, and so that avenue is also available to individuals in the community. We have a precursor of some very educated people, so you've heard some of this. Lithium will become an increasing critical resource as we move toward our clean energy goals. It's a crucial component of batteries needed to power our vehicles, enable 100% clean electric grid, and move our homes and industries away from fossil fuels, which create a lot of these health issues. Lithium is considered by the US government to be one of 35 critical minerals vital to the nation's security and economic prosperity. Global lithium demand is expected to grow substantially in the next decade, driven largely by increasing demand for lithium-ion batteries for our vehicles and energy storage projects for our electricity sector. These technologies are also key to the state's clean energy and transportation goals. California surpassed 1 million electric vehicles sold in 2021, and it's on the path to phasing out the sales of gasoline-powered vehicles by 2035. The global electric vehicle market growth is projected to rise from 1.7 million vehicles in 2020 to 26 million in 2030 and 54 million by 2040. In addition, state agencies project the need for roughly 50 gigawatts of new energy storage to have stability in our electricity grid. We've seen this slide. This method is commonly referred to direct lithium extraction from the closed-loop renewable geothermal power plants. Currently, 3 developers are planning or developing projects in the region, which I believe we'll be talking about a little bit more today. The Energy Commission's role through our various funding programs, we've funded numerous grant projects for both geothermal resources and mineral recovery for both including projects in this area. My understanding is that the Energy Commission has funded 5 projects totaling about $16 million supporting lithium recovery in the region and testing the technologies. In addition, to explore the opportunities and challenges here, we've heard a little bit about the Lithium Valley Commission. Assembly Bill 1657 was signed by Governor Gavin Newsom in 2020, authored by Assemblymember Garcia, creating the Blue Ribbon Commission on Lithium Extraction. The Lithium Valley Commission's charged with investigating and analyzing a range of related issues in collaboration with other government agencies and members of the community and public. It was mentioned that the commission will be submitting a report of findings and recommendations to the legislature in October of this year. The Energy Commission is staffing that, the Lithium Valley Commission, and so that is our role in that effort. And more recently, the governor's budget has proposed significant economic incentives for the clean energy sector. This includes a pretty robust infrastructure, not only incentives for clean energy, but also shared community benefits, developing labor standards that deliver community benefits, economic development, and labor opportunities, and really providing a model in the clean energy sector of how to engage at the local level. So that is my broad strokes of the Energy Commission's role right now and some of our broader policy goals. I want to thank you for your time. It has been a pleasure. And if you have any questions or would like to follow up, I'll be here all day, and here's my email address.
Thank you, Deana. I think we do have time for a few questions. I'm assuming there are questions. I want to invite the panelists up to the dais. Any questions from the audience? Okay, there's one right there. There's someone with a microphone.
Hi, thank you all so much for the great presentations. I had 2 questions. One was that we heard a lot about really exciting community engaged research projects yesterday in terms of monitoring dust and the lived experience here. And I was wondering if there could be a potential to have more community engaged research monitoring the impacts or just validating the sustainability of lithium extraction here. Both just to have a trusted source of information and also to support more education about how the process works. And then I was also wondering for Deana, I think it's really great the way that the CEC is funding so much research for lithium recovery and also for other important energy technology in California. And I was wondering if you're considering allocating more resources to community engagement, so that initiatives like the Lithium Valley Commission could follow up more on some of the outreach methods that Mariela described. Thank you.
There we go. 2 points I want to make. Number one, with this California Energy Commission grant, one requirement of that grant is what's called a knowledge transfer, and that actually is 5% of the dollar value of that grant. And our company, BHE Renewables, we have partnered with Lawrence Berkeley Labs and UC Riverside, actually with Arun and Mike, and also with the Center for Energy Efficiency and Renewable Technologies, CERT, up in Sacramento, to engage in that knowledge transfer. And I believe John White, of the executive director of CERT, is also here today, over here. We're developing that program right now and would love input, but I think the idea is along the lines of what you're suggesting, which is more more presentations, certainly at the academic level, but also at the community level. So would love input from folks on that. The second point I want to make is we held a town hall meeting, a virtual town hall meeting. I want to say it was just about a year ago. No, even more. It was March of last year. We are going to hold another one because we're reaching a milestone here of commissioning this first plant. So we're going to have another town hall meeting. It'll probably be virtual, which will be easier for participation. Stay tuned. We don't have a date yet. We really see the need for community involvement. Mariela put it beautifully, and all I can say is it is a two-way street. We have to impart knowledge and education. We also have to hear concerns. So that would be my two answers. And Deana, you may want to follow up on Energy Commission.
And just, so there was two questions. One was on community outreach and the other was, remind me.
The first one was about community engagement, involving the community also in the data collection process, and then also just on having more funding for community outreach for things like the Lithium Valley Commission.
Yeah. One precursor, I staff the Lithium Valley Commission. I am not the Lithium Valley Commission. And so I just want to be very clear about what my comments represent and what they don't. I can share that regarding the community engagement, I think now that travel is easier, I don't know about you guys, but this is the first gathering I've had in 2 years. That type of local community engagement will be easier. There have been a lot of efforts and meetings and community meetings that have been going on. I think we can always do a better job, just in general, and making sure that folks know about the event. Related to the other event of what type of long-term monitoring, one of the topics discussed at the Lithium Valley Commission is the CEQA analysis and how projects are reviewed in the permitting process. We've had a few speakers come up that have talked about health impact analysis, and perhaps that is an extra effort to do beyond just project impact for long-term monitoring. I think that's definitely a recommendation that the Lithium Valley Commission could make to the legislature to identify a funding source. And that type of community engagement is definitely called out in the governor's budget and in all of our efforts to do outreach to the community. While dockets aren't friendly, that public process, I will say that our notices are there, people can participate, we are translating into Spanish, and as well as into some other languages. I would be happy to take any other recommendations back to see what we can improve.
I'd like to follow up on some of these comments. So now that we're coming out of COVID, a lot of our grad students who are doing research on lithium or problems with the sea drying up and the sea chemistry and the dust chemistry and all that, they're chomping at the bit to get out and do community outreach projects, particularly with middle and high school age groups. So now that COVID's over, I think that those opportunities are here, and now's the time to act on them. And so I went to the reception at the Salton Sea recreation area on Tuesday afternoon and handed out my cards to some of the groups that were there that were organizing like middle school groups to participate in all the issues affecting the Salton Sea. And so I'm hoping now that we're coming out of COVID, those opportunities will materialize more readily.
Just maybe one more question, yes.
I appreciate the reach out to UCR. I mean, hats off to UCR and all those scientists and everything like that. And everybody keeps talking about outreach to the high schools, to the junior high. But has anybody thought of community outreach to the community colleges? I know College of the Desert right now does research. They're involved in a grant with NSF. And every summer we send students out here to do research, and they analyze it at Cal State San Bernardino. So we have students who come out here that are actually doing research on the Salton Sea. Many of them are just, they're not anxious about the lithium thing, but they're curious. They really, really want to know. I mean, these are mines that are just forming, and they're 10.9% of COD's population they're all STEM majors. So I just think maybe you might consider reaching out to the community college instead of, I'm not saying, don't reach out to UCR or some of the others, but
I hear
yeah.
you. 80% of our workforce comes from high schools and Imperial and community colleges, College of the Desert and IVC. We actually made a $25,000 donation of scholarships to Imperial Valley College for students taking STEM courses. We have worked, most of the work I've been doing on workforce development is with Imperial Valley College, developing STEM curriculum and with their working with their chemistry department. So you're absolutely right. And don't get me wrong, we need the four-year college students as well. But overall, our workforce is, I mean, it's diverse, but most of, a good 70% of our workforce is either high school or community college graduates. So we see that actually as the main source. So we're trying to do it all.
Maybe, I mean, we host seminars, and it would be great if somebody just come to COD and offer a seminar, if anybody's up for it.
We are. All right. Thanks, everyone. We do have a number of questions on the chat, but we're running out of time, so I am going to ask those folks to contact the speakers after the session. But thanks, everyone.
So we're also going to capture the questions in the chat, and we will forward those to the speakers, and we'll ask them to follow up with the people that have submitted questions. So as you've seen, we're a little behind schedule. We're asking people to maybe take a 15-minute break. The longer you take the break now, the less time you're going to have for lunch. So go forth, drink coffee, and we will see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Check, check. Check, check, check. Test, test. Mic check, check, check. Mic check. Test 1, 2. Mic check, check. Mic check, check, check. Mic check. Mic check.
All right, so we're going to try to get started here again. If we can get people to take their seats and encourage people that are outside to come back in. I don't think so. So I think what we're going to do is I'm going to introduce Silvia, and then we're going to have the panelists come up to do their presentations. So we found yesterday that craning their necks causes public health problems. So.
So would it be a problem if after their presentation they start taking a seat?
As you like.
Okay, that's what I was.
Okay.
I think it's because while other people are presenting, the light's very bright from the projector. So if it hits their face, they might. Okay. So. Panelists, are you okay with the light in your face?
Okay. He's in kind of a weight jacket. See him here. He's probably out in the hall, and you can tell him to.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, so let's get started. We'll try to make up a little bit of time as we go along. So our next panel, building directly off the last one, is on community and economic development. I have the great pleasure to introduce Silvia Paz, who's the executive director of Alianza. I've known Silvia, I don't know, since she was a young child, 10 years ago or so, and she was working for Assemblymember at the time, Assemblymember Perez. Prior to joining and really building and expanding, building healthy communities, she worked for the California State Legislature, specializing in housing, infrastructure, economic development, renewable energy, and the Salton Sea in the 56th Assembly District. She's a proud alumna of Coachella Valley High and holds a BA in English from the University of San Diego and a master's in public policy from Harvard University's Kennedy School of Government. Silvia, thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for the introduction. A little bit of context on this panel. I think I'm really excited about our panelists today and the conversations that they're going to be having really build up not only on the Lithium Valley conversations that we just heard, but also on the community forum that took place yesterday. And to hold a question as a framing question for the particular focus of our conversation is how do we get the Salton Sea right? And I think those are the nuggets of pieces of information that I think you'll be hearing from each one of our panelists. So without going further, I will first introduce Rebecca Zaragoza. She is with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and she will be talking about community development, economic development, and its impact on community residents. Rebecca?
Thank you, Silvia. Hi, can you all hear me? Awesome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rebecca Zaragoza. I work with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability as a regional policy manager in the Eastern Coachella Valley. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today. I'll be talking specifically about the importance of inclusion, equity, and environmental justice when we talk about economic development. And I know my colleague Mariela, who you heard from earlier, has already touched on a lot of the things that I'll be talking about, but I think one of the main goals for my presentation is to really emphasize that those themes of inclusion and equity in the decisions that we make for communities, especially if they are environmental justice communities. For background, a lot of the work that we do in the Eastern Coachella Valley involves direct community organizing and policy advocacy in the unincorporated communities. That includes Thermal, Oasis, Mecca, and North Shore. And our purpose at Leadership Council is really to ensure equitable access to resources and infrastructure. These are things that will help create a better quality of life for communities. The communities that we work with are communities of color, low-income communities, and as it was mentioned earlier and even yesterday in the community forum, there are a lot of environmental justice and social justice issues that are being felt in the communities and across the Salton Sea region as well. One of the things that I wanted to start out with is how we do our work at Leadership Council and how this really helps us accurately represent the needs and the priorities that community residents have and how we move this work forward. And since we do a lot of organizing and advocacy, we need to make sure that we get it right, as Silvia said earlier. And we do this through a model that we call co-powerment. This really means that we work directly in partnership with community residents. We follow a process in which we're able to learn from each other, grow together. We build our campaigns, our advocacy, and our policy platforms directly from what we hear from community. Mariela mentioned earlier that we have a lot of community meetings, and I'm sure a lot of you here have heard us talk about the importance of outreach and engagement, and making sure we do that in a meaningful and intentional way. And all of that work informs what we do as an organization and how we engage with local government, state governments, commissions. And really the foundation of this model is acknowledging the value in the lived experiences and the expertise and knowledge that residents have. Again, residents that we work with live in the communities and experience them in a very different way than we do as folks who work in organizations or government. And while many of us may come from the communities that we represent, it's a very different experience when you live and you work directly in your communities every single day. And I think that's one of the things that I want to encourage all of us to think about today and in all of the work that we do after today, is to think about how we're making sure that we're providing the space and the respect for communities based on who they are, the experiences that they have, and the knowledge that they bring to the table as well. This also ties in really well with the conversations that we have about economic development. Sometimes when we hear about economic development, it's often, from our perspective, it often feels like it's a selling tactic for projects or proposals that come to communities. We often hear about jobs, about tourism, about other economic benefits like increased tax revenue or increase in property taxes, and how those things are good things, and they are. But a lot of the time when we learn about new projects, whether it's lithium extraction or other developments, it's often unclear what all of these things mean exactly. What does jobs mean? How will this translate into tangible change for the community, whether it's a good change or whether it's a bad change? And I wanted to share a framework that I think will help us think about how to be more inclusive of communities when we talk about economic development. And that includes being really considerate about the social factors that exist in communities and about the environmental factors as well. Like I said earlier, the Salton Sea region is already an environmental justice region, and there are a number of issues that hurt communities, whether it's a lack of adequate infrastructure, poor air quality, low-wage jobs, those kinds of things. And on the social side, I think some of the recommendations that we have to start off our work by demonstrating that we have respect for the local culture, for the local identity of a community, especially if it is a community that experienced so many different socioeconomic issues already. This also includes creating a process that's inclusive and democratic. I think Mariela already talked a lot about this already, but this is really what will help us make sure that what we're doing with our work represents the community's needs and priorities, making sure that that process is democratic. I believe in the earlier panel, folks also talked about making sure that we're really listening to communities, making sure that we're documenting everything that they're saying, and that we're being meaningful about how we consider that input in the decisions that we make as organizations, as elected officials, as industry, and including different opportunities for making sure that residents are able to actively participate throughout all of that. But ultimately, again, one of the main goals that we should all keep in mind is how are we making sure that we protect the health of residents above everything that we do? And that includes when we try to work towards economic development. On the environmental side, I think it's also equally important to have and to approach the work with respect for the environment, making sure that we're using our natural resources in a healthy and ethical way, making sure that we're also protecting the environment as much as we can. And the work that we do, a lot of times we focus mostly on mitigation, meaning that our work is often reactionary to things that we want to see in the community or things that are coming to the community. But one of the main points here is that we should also be thinking about how we prevent and how we allow projects to come in that do no harm to communities, making sure that we're already working in a way that protects the environment and the people first. And so that ties in as well with economic development. I think that we should not be talking about economic development without thinking about all of these other environmental and social factors. But more specifically on the economic piece, I think we have heard a lot already in the lithium spaces about the potential benefits, the potential opportunities that this will bring to people in the community, to the local workforce. But I think if we follow the social recommendations about having an inclusive decision-making process, this will lead to a better strategy and a better plan for implementing our economic development strategy. This will help inform the direct local investments and the benefits that people want to see, making sure that we are actually taking into consideration what people want to see in their communities. We can't just decide on behalf of communities without better understanding what it is that they need. When we talk about community benefits agreements, that's the same thing applies, including jobs. Like I said earlier, we hear a lot about jobs as the main way of getting community buy-in in a lot of these efforts. But are we making sure that the jobs that we're suggesting are going to come, are they healthy jobs? Are they safe jobs? Will they have meaningful benefits? Will they also provide opportunities for
upward mobility. These are kind of the things that we need to also think about when we have conversations about economic development. And when you put them all together and you kind of think about a community and development in a holistic way, this will help us ensure that our development in environmental justice communities especially is sustainable. And so again, I'm mostly reiterating some of the points here, but the biggest thing that I want to make sure that you all take away from today and from the work that we do at Leadership Council is to ensure that there's inclusive decision making. I know accessibility in a community that has a lot of infrastructure deficiencies is something difficult to ensure, but I think creating opportunities for better engagement, making sure that people are able to participate, that they're aware of the issues that we're talking about first and foremost, is how we make sure that development happens in a way that ensures a healthier future for communities. So here are some of the questions that I think we can ask ourselves as we go. Are we putting people first in the decisions that we make and in the developments that come to the community? Do we understand what the local impacts are, both in the short term and in the long term? How are decisions being made? Are they inclusive of residents? Are they actually, a lot of the time what happens is we'll have public forums, there's public comment, and then we never hear about how public comments are being used for the decisions that the decision makers have. That's really the point here as well, is that residents have the right to be part or to even take on the role of decision makers in our society. And so ultimately, transparency and inclusion in the decision-making process is really, really crucial. And I'll end by just reiterating some points again. The goal for sustainable development is to ensure that there's real representation for communities in the decisions that we take. And we do that by respecting the voices of communities and respecting the lived experiences and the expertise that they have, supporting resident priorities, making sure that what residents are telling us are being reflected in the investments that we make, and the types of changes that we make, and in the types of developments that we accept to come into the communities. Ensuring equitable decision-making and inclusive decision-making above everything, as well as, like I said earlier, making sure that we aren't causing any more harm to a region that's already disadvantaged. Thank you.
Thank you. There we go. Thank you, Rebecca. Very key points, and I think the questions that Rebecca has been lifting up, as well as the models that she presented, are very reflective of the sentiment expressed in last night's forum with the community. Some of our community members are feeling either disengaged or not adequately informed, and yet, even as we're having, conversations around the Salton Sea, because we remember the Salton Sea is not only about lithium, there are many issues that have been impacting the Salton Sea for years. Community has felt that way in all of the respects of decisions that have been taken around the Salton Sea. Yet, there are opportunities, right? And if anything, the momentum and the interest, it's uplifting many of the concerns in a way that can help us bridge and think about how we do things differently and the benefits that the community are requesting. So with that, I will introduce Supervisor Ryan Kelley from Imperial County, who will be speaking more on the opportunities and the community benefits that are possible at the Salton Sea.
So I'm happy to be with you. I want to thank Michael Cohen for inviting me back. Last time I was here, I declared an emergency on the Salton Sea, and then COVID happened. And I want to thank Silvia for the introduction. Silvia and I have gotten to know each other from the Lithium Valley Commission, which has been a fruitful endeavor. Before I get into the presentation, I'll share a little joke with you to lighten the mood. So when my daughter came back from Sunday school years ago, she came to me and she said, did God make Grandpa? And I said, yeah. Many years ago, God made Grandpa. And then she asked, well, did God make you? I said, yeah, not as long ago, but he did make me. And then she asked, did God make me? And I said, yes, and that wasn't too long ago. She said, well, I guess God's getting it better. So it's my pleasure to be able to present to you about Imperial County and Salton Sea, and related to the community and economic benefit. So in the picture you see before you, you can see the mud pots. This is on Davis Road, and in the background is Energy Sources Hudson Ranch 1 geothermal plant. And if you're not familiar with Imperial County, we have a wide variety of natural features beyond geothermal. We have the largest recreation area for off-road vehicles, Glamis Sand Dunes and Buttercup Valley. We have the Colorado River. We have the Chocolate Mountains, Superstition Mountains, Agua Caliente, Dos Palmas. There's lots of beautiful things to see and explore in Imperial County. But we're also the place that you get your winter lettuce and all of your salads when you are enjoying that on a December day or on a January evening. And you can see we are a vibrant community. In the top right corner, you can see a community town hall. This is in Nyland, California. This was just last month, about 3 weeks ago. And all three of the lithium development companies, and geothermal companies for that matter, made presentations to the community. Nyland is the most direct community to the known geothermal resource area and the Salton Sea. And so you can see in the audience, we had about 80 people attend, and a lot of information was shared about the process. Conflicting information about open pit mining or solar evaporation was dispelled, but there was a lot of information that we took, that we are going to have continual conversations in the community, in Nyland, in Calipatria, and Westmoreland. You can see on the bottom, just this past weekend, there was a Salton Sea stroll in Bombay Beach, trying to raise some more awareness for the community around the exposed playa that's happening in Bombay, as well as West Shores and in the South Sea. These are some of the images that you most often see when we're referring to Imperial County. Fish die-offs, air pollution, particulate matter. You can see the waterworks or the New River outflow from Mexicali, and maybe some abandoned structures. Imperial County has been an economically depressed area for a long time. And as Rebecca mentioned, that Imperial County has disadvantaged communities. But in respect to the standard of living and the median income and poverty level for the state average, I would challenge you to think that Imperial County is entirely disadvantaged in health equity and access. And so we're trying to address some of those things. And we have some good paths or good plans that we put forward. And that comes back to Lithium Valley. Imperial County put forward a plan in relation to Lithium Valley development. We call it the Lithium Valley Economic Opportunity Investment Plan. We could just call it an investment plan for short, or I think others have called it the LVIP. It calls out for specific things. Some of the things you've already heard and some of the things you will hear in this conference regarding the community benefit and balancing industry's need for a surety on project development and success, and the direct relation to how the community will see an impact and address the quality of life for Imperial County. In regards to the Salton Sea, it's from 2019, a lot of changes have occurred. So in this map, you can see 3 projects. One at the bottom is the species conservation habitat, which has begun construction. This is on the east and west side of the New River Delta. And the Natural Resources Agency has already initiated, Kiewit is out there performing, 4,300 acres of habitat. Very successful. I was talking with Chairman Thomas Tortez in the atrium a few minutes ago. We've got to do much better about informing the public about this project and the significant amount of money that's going into it and the resources that have been brought to bear. But it is significant and a big change from where we were 3 years ago. In the left corner, you'll see desert shores. There's a channel that's been dry from the receding sea. This project was community driven. It was brought forward about 5, maybe 6 years ago. Imperial County endorsed it and tried to champion it. We've had now support from the Bureau of Reclamation and from Natural Resources Agency. And at this moment, a hydrology study is being done. A CEQA document is ready for release. The county will do an RFP for a design build, and a successive bidder will be turned over to the Salton Sea Authority for contracting. This is to put water back into the channels using a well pod and bringing habitat back to that community and creating walking trails and a feature that the community can be happy about. One of the impacts of the QSA that did not get addressed is the abandonment of marinas, docks, and the commercial impacts of this receding Salton Sea. It is a requirement of the QSA, but not paid attention to. And then the larger one on the right of the map is the known geothermal resource area. So the development of geothermal and lithium extraction is independent of the Salton Sea restoration. And I've heard this in the community, and I've heard it on calls, that there isn't a perception that the sea is being dried to create the opportunity for industrial energy development. That is not true. I've been in the Imperial Valley my whole life. I know where the sea was, I know where it is today. The sea started receding before the mitigation waters stopped. And this was not done to create an opportunity for development. But it is happening, and under the amended order, there was supposed to be a backbone infrastructure created for geothermal access as the sea receded. And that's in conjunction with a long-range plan for Salton Sea restoration. So what have we been doing? So I mentioned the Lithium Valley Investment Economic Opportunity Investment Plan. That came from the community. We started community engagement in May of 2021 related to lithium development. We had industry, all three of the developers, in committee meetings with county, city, CBOs, environmental justice, any interested individual that wanted to participate. State agencies, our legislator staff, they were participating as well. It was hybrid because of COVID, either those in person or joining by Zoom. And from those conversations, monthly meetings with tasks that we completed, identifying gaps, community needs, industry needs, we created the Lithium Valley Investment Plan. And so we are being responsive to our communities, and we are being inclusive. We will continue to do that. We are now moving forward with the plan that came from those discussions, where we are asking for delegation of permitting greater than 49.9 megawatts. We're asking for development office support, and we are moving forward with a specific plan and programmatic EIR for the known geothermal resource area, including an infrastructure assessment of all the needs of our roads, our bridges, fiber, sewer, water in the known geothermal resource. So I'm happy to stop there, and I'm eager to entertain your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. I'm trying to be more efficient with time, so I had told Ryan, when you see me get up, you have 2 minutes, and I didn't even have to get up. So our next speaker is Juan Perez, the CEO from Riverside County. And Juan will be speaking about, the nexus of the Salton Sea, community development and economic development, and taking that broader view on really what the Salton Sea means for this region. Juan.
Yeah. It's directional, so if you step away, we won't make you.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Can everybody hear me okay? Great. I've been told I have an outside voice, so I can probably do it even without the microphone. Thank you, first of all, everybody for being here this morning, and I want to thank our panelists and Silvia for putting this important panel together to really address the confluence of the Salton Sea and how that works together and fits with community development, economic development, and so many aspects of what we deal with as a county. I want to just briefly touch on a few things that I think may be of interest to you. So Riverside County is the 4th largest county by landmass in the state of California, also the 4th largest by population. And it has been the fastest growing county for quite a number of decades now. In fact, when you go back and compare the 2010 to the 2020 census, 1 in 10 new residents to the state of California have come to Riverside County. So that's a pretty staggering number to think of, that the county is adding population at the rate of about 30,000 individuals a year. So think of the city of Desert Hot Springs, it's right around 30,000 population. So a new city coming, if you will, on board to Riverside County every single year. So with that growth comes tremendous challenges, to be sure, but also tremendous opportunities and tremendous ability to really focus on how we work together to improve quality of life for our communities. So I get the slide here to advance. Well, let's try this one. There you go, thank you. So I want to touch on the Eastern Coachella Valley, and the Salton Sea certainly in and of itself, we know is a critically important component and project and need and opportunity for the Eastern Coachella Valley. And from a county perspective, it's certainly part and parcel to all of our work going on in the Eastern Coachella Valley. And simultaneously, the different aspects of the work going on in the county in the Eastern Coachella Valley will impact the Salton Sea and have the opportunity to impact it in a very positive way. So I'm going to touch on just a few key components in the interest of time. Certainly we can do deep dives on all these issues, but the issues that we work through as a county is we look at a multifaceted approach. We look at our land use planning efforts, and I'm going to talk about community plans more specifically. Much of the work that we are doing in the Eastern Coachella Valley is focused on housing and what can we do to continue to improve our housing opportunities, our housing affordability, our housing access, our housing quality in the Eastern Coachella Valley. And when you talk about housing, and certainly also when you talk about the Salton Sea and when you talk about community development, a lot of it is really tied to infrastructure. Because infrastructure is such a critical component to growth in any area. It's such a critical component to quality of life, to improving the quality of life of the residents that we have today, and to plan for the future as the area continues to grow. And certainly infrastructure has a lot of different components, water and sewer, roads, transportation, mobility, and these are all things that the county has to consider and take into account. To put it a little bit in context, the Eastern Coachella Valley is nearly 700 square miles. Very vast area. Riverside County is about 7,300 square miles. So you can see there we have many unincorporated communities, certainly some of the larger ones, Oasis, Thermal, Vista Santa Rosa, Mecca, North Shore. So it's a very vast planning area for our county to work on it and to plan. And one of the efforts that we are going to be embarking on is community planning efforts where we can take this very vast area and really focus and work with our community to do local outreach more on an area by area approach, understanding that although there certainly are many common needs throughout the Eastern Coachella Valley, we also have to focus on individual needs, priorities, concerns, opportunities for our communities as well. So this is a very interactive effort that the county has already kicked off, but we're going to continue to work on. And it's important that also all of the county work that we do, none of it is done in a vacuum. It has to be done certainly with a tremendous amount of public participation and engagement. Has to be done with a great deal of partnerships, whether it's dealing with our federal, state, local partners, working with our tribes, working with our nonprofits, working with so many different groups that are interested and involved in this area. So I'm going to touch on a few of the initiatives that we have going on that the county is actively pursuing. One is the Salton Sea Restoration Project, in particular the North Leg Demonstration Project. I know we have a session later this afternoon to focus in on that particular project, so I won't go into it in any great amount of detail, other than to say that through the leadership of Supervisor Perez, the county is proud to have partnered with the state, with our local partners, including Coachella Valley Water District and others, as we continue to look to deliver some improvements on the ground. And the North Leg Demonstration Project is very important to that, and it's an initial investment in the North Shore area to see improvements and activity on the ground through actual construction. So you'll hear more about that later. I won't belabor that point right now. The county has been focusing as well through the leadership of our board in the last couple of years on an unincorporated communities initiative. So what does that mean? So I shared with you kind of the, I think, 4 or 5 major unincorporated communities in the Eastern Coachella Valley. Countywide, we have over 80 unincorporated communities. They each have their issues that are of concern to the residents, issues of priorities, different needs, different opportunities. So we are very much focusing on our unincorporated communities, which constitute a population of about 400,000 or so out of our 2.4 million residents in Riverside County. And our board, for really the first time, has been able to put direct investments into our unincorporated communities initiative through the county budget and an allocation of our general fund, which was unheard of a number of years ago. So we're proud to be now today being able to kick off these initiatives and make these investments. I'm going to touch on community planning, and I'll speak to the Thermal Oasis because that is the first plan that we launched. However, this conversation will also be paralleled as we work with North Shore, as we work with Mecca, as we work with Vista Santa Rosa, as we work with other communities throughout the Eastern Coachella Valley to focus on what are the needs of that community and how can the county work to address those needs. We do have some opportunities, and we're thankful for those opportunities, and those are some increases in investments from our federal partners, which we appreciate, through the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. The county is putting the majority of the funding from the federal funding that we're receiving through ARPA to projects that are either infrastructure-based, because infrastructure is very much at the heart of improving quality of life in a community, as well as housing and dealing with needs for greater housing, partnering with nonprofits. We have a number of different programs that we're using to invest these funds in. And those are partnerships with the federal, state, and local agencies. I do want to give a particular acknowledgement to the Coachella Valley Water District because they have been tremendous partners with the county in delivering infrastructure to the Eastern Coachella Valley and really being successful also in pursuing other federal and state opportunities for that. So as we look ahead and we look at growth in Riverside County, I mentioned where we have been, but where is it leading to? Well, the State Department of Finance estimates that Riverside County, somewhere in the next probably 10 or 15 years or so, will pass up Orange County as the 3rd most populous county in the state of California. And probably another 10 or 15 years after that, we'll pass up San Diego County. So when you think in the long term, you'll have LA County, kind of an entity, almost a state unto itself by size, and then Riverside County right with a seat at the table right next to that, as a place that people want to come to, as a place that people want to call home, as a place for opportunities to come here, raise a family, have a high quality of life, and with a greater degree of affordability than we see in other areas of the state. So recognizing that, we also know that in the longer term for the county, a lot of the growth will happen here in the Eastern Coachella Valley because of the size of the county, because of the different, more built-out nature, if you will, of some of the other more urbanized areas of the county, because of the opportunities that we have here to deliver a high quality of life to existing residents and new residents. One of the things that our board is looking at through Supervisor Perez's leadership is to create an enhanced infrastructure financing district, or an EIFD. We love acronyms in government, and I think I don't have any in my presentation, so I'm pretty proud of that so far. But EIFD is a term that you will be hearing, and you'll be hearing more from the county in the future, because it's a way for the county to look at setting aside a portion of future property tax growth and be able to reinvest that in infrastructure right back here locally for our communities. So more to come on that. There's going to be a lot of discussion. The Salton Sea project itself is going to be a beneficiary of that. We're also looking at that model to help with delivering infrastructure, to help with delivering housing, to help with the larger quality of life issues that we see here in the Eastern Coachella Valley. Just touch on the Thermal Oasis Community Plan, because again, we're dealing with very large areas of planning, and it's very important that we can work at the community level. In January 2020, we were extremely excited to launch our community planning effort in Thermal Oasis. We held a couple of community meetings. We had, I think, over 200 residents that participate over 2 days. A lot of excitement, a lot of conversations about what would you like to see in this area, how should future growth affect you, what are the challenges, concerns, opportunities. And then, of course, in March, COVID came upon us. And certainly we have been all dealing with the focus of that over the last couple of years. And while that has not gone away, and we're still dealing with that in the longer term, we do recognize as a county that there's a need to get back to some of these longer term and even shorter term planning efforts that we had to put on the shelf for a couple of years. So you will be seeing more conversations around that and re-engaging with our community on that as well. So what do we do in our community planning approach? Well, it's really working with our communities to identify values, to identify vision. It's using it to help the board make policy decisions as to how we should guide future growth. It's a path to hear from folks about, hey, what are the issues, what are the needs, what are the projects? We all recognize there's many needs, and there's always limited resources to address those needs. So we have to work on delivering and working with the community on priorities, right? That's going to be an important aspect of that. And how do we work together to create and continue to enhance thriving, sustainable communities, both in the short, mid, and long term? So again, you'll be hearing a lot more about those efforts as well into the future. And I think that pretty much wraps it up. Silvia didn't have to stand up as well, so I think I'm doing good on time, and maybe that'll leave more time for questions later on. And thank you for being here today and your participation, and I look forward to your questions shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. I think I want to put this in the context of where we are. I think in California as a state, we've made a lot of progress, not only in including community engagement, environmental justice principles in some of the policies. And I would say for the past decade, we've been moving in that direction. And now under the leadership of Governor Newsom, we're talking about equity, inclusion, sustainability, and economic growth, right? And the possibility that all of that is possible together, and that we don't have to think about economic development in one space and community development in another space. And that excites me. And at the same time, being on both sides of the community and then on commissions and boards, I see how difficult it can be. So our next speaker, Chris Benner, professor at UC Santa Cruz and the director at the Institute for Social Transformation, was invited to tell us, how does this look like? How does inclusion and equity and economic growth work? And particularly for our desert region, right? Our desert, you've heard from many of us, Imperial County, Eastern Coachella Valley feels the same way. There hasn't been a lot of resource allocation to our regions. Most of the data that exists doesn't reflect us. How do we make it work for regions like ours? So, Chris?
Okay, great.
Can you hear me okay? Yes, great. Thank you, Silvia, for that introduction. And thank you all for being here. I want to thank the organizers. It's a real honor to be here, really. I want to say I am a sixth generation Californian and have spent time in the Salton Sea region recreationally. And I know colleagues who have worked here for many years around some of the environmental justice issues that we've heard about today. But it's really a year ago that Silvia invited me to start working more in depth with Alianza Coachella Valley and in partnership with the Center for Social Innovation at UC Riverside to really sort of bring some of the perspectives of the work that I have done now over 20 years on inclusion and economic growth, and to explore what that might mean for the work here in the Salton Sea. And I want to start that by just reminding us and reflecting a little bit about, as we come out of the pandemic, the things that have been highlighted during this crisis that reflect some of the deep, deep challenges we face as a country. You know, we have 4% of the world's population. We have roughly 20% of the world's cases of COVID and hospitalizations and deaths. And part of that is because of the deep divisions that we have as a society. And one of the things that the pandemic has illustrated, I think, is the importance of our mutuality and connection. I mean, if you reflect a little bit, just the very fact of us not being able to come together in our workplaces led to a 20-25% crash in our employment. All right, just that simple fact of having to be isolated. And of course, it revealed some of the divisions in how we respond to that. And so I think that allows us to reflect a bit on the need, not for just building back better from the pandemic, but it's an opportunity to think more broadly about how can we reimagine and restructure our economy in a way that can meet everyone's needs. And the racial inequality dimensions of that are critically important. This slide shows some of the statistics that Black and American Indian in particular, and also Latino populations, have 2 to 3 times the age-adjusted death rates to pandemic, to COVID, as what non-Hispanic white population. And that's a cumulated set of social and economic circumstances in workplaces and communities and crowded housing and lack of access to healthcare and health insurance. So what we've been doing, and this comes from lots of work with community organizations and policymakers and a longtime colleague of mine at University of Southern California, Manuel Pastor, to think about a new economic framework, which we're calling solidarity economics. And solidarity economics essentially has 2 key elements to it. One is recognizing that mutuality, investment in equity, investment in togetherness, actually has good economic outcomes, and that inclusion generates prosperity. And there is lots of academic evidence to show that. What's here on the screen is a study that we did looking at over 300 regions throughout the US and trying to look at the factors that could explain sustained economic growth and prosperity. One of the greatest threats to that sustained economic growth was income inequality. It's the single largest factor. Those regions that are more unequal are more likely to go into recession, have slower growth overall. But also the levels of racial segregation, the levels of fragmentation within a region between different counties, different city governments. The more fragmented a region is, the worse economic performance it has. And that includes also political sorting. What we see in a lot of metro regions in the country is, a central city that might be more Democratic and a suburbs that's more Republican. And there's no affiliation by political identity in economic performance, but the more divided communities are. But the flip side of all those problems is that those regions that have managed to pull together diverse constituencies to generate knowledge and action around strategic plans and development for the region have done quite well. And I think that is a lesson to take away for the Salton Sea. But the second point about solidarity economics is to recognize that change requires struggle. We have systems in our economy that didn't come about by chance and have developed over decades and centuries, as we heard in some ways from Chairman Tortez's comments earlier this morning. And so to change those is going to require changing who's at the table making decisions. And that requires investing in those community organizations that can help shape that. You know, one of the things we talk about in this country is talk is cheap. And that's part of this American notion that we want to show action and things getting done, not just talking. But the truth is, talk is not cheap. It takes time, it takes investment, it takes listening and learning from those that are different, from our own selves and our own communities. And that's part of what we do, is have to invest in those marginalized communities whose voices haven't been heard if we're going to get beyond the inequality and destruction that has been part of our economic past. So that's the frame. There's a whole book on it if you want to read it, but that's the essential key points. But with that frame, what might we see in a different way? Well, one thing we might see, for instance, is the importance not just of the high-tech economy and new technology developments, but the importance of the caring economy. What that chart shows in the orange line is total employment in the state of California in nursing care, elder care, home health care, as well as childcare services, important industries in the broader Salton Sea region. The blue line is all employment in high-tech industries in the state. Right, so it's an incredibly important industry for us, increasingly so with an aging population and the importance of taking care of elder populations. But part of what we need to see is the importance to challenge, and part of that, this is one of the lowest paid sectors in our economy. And so we need to challenge that notion of what counts as skilled labor. Washing an elderly person with dignity, like that's hard. Encouraging a young child to have a growth mindset and motivation for learning, that's not easy to do, but those jobs are underpaid in our economy. How do we increase that? And we also have to challenge the low public funding for elder care, for child care, for those critical parts of our economy. We might also see the importance of prevention in our health system. This chart here is very common for people in the public health field, and on the right side is where we start talking about treating disease. And that tends to be the focus of a lot of our discussion about the health industry. But in fact, looking at the living circumstances and work circumstances and access to healthy, affordable food is a critical factor in promoting health, not just treating disease. But to get there, we have to challenge the power of the medical establishment in our decision-making process and in our healthcare system, and challenge the lack of investment in community health workers and other forms of public health. And finally, as another example, with a solidarity economics framing, we might think a little bit more about seeing the ways that going green is not just good for the environment, it's good for our economy. Because we can see that climate change and pollution are expensive, right, to treat, and in terms of the human costs of them, and that higher racial disparities in that exposure, this is a really critical point, is in those places in this country where there's a greater disparity in the exposure for people of color to toxics and pollutions compared to non-Hispanic white population, where that disparity is greater, everyone is worse, right? So addressing those racial disparities is critical for reducing pollution overall. But part of that is also the need to see the unfair gain, like who's causing the pollution and what is their financial responsibility. And especially when we think about our environment and the natural resources, what is a fair amount of the revenue generated from that that should be shared with everyone as a collective inheritance from the 4 million years that we heard about today, in which lithium has been developed and generated in this valley, for instance. And that can promote economic development. So part of the work we've been doing is trying to look specifically at opportunities in the Salton Sea and looking at ways of generating and measuring indicators of inclusivity in the region. Because one of the things we found in this work around the country is that having data is an important conversation point, because we can look at and understand what does that data mean. And what this chart shows, for instance, is all the industries in the broader Salton Sea region, so both Imperial County and the eastern Coachella Valley, by the lowest paid industries at the bottom, the highest paid industries at the top. And part of what you see is this economy is deeply rooted in a large portion of low paying jobs. So what do we do about that in accommodation and food services and healthcare and social assistance and retail trade? These are real challenges for economic growth and opportunity in the region. Now you'll see at the very top of there is utilities, energy production. That's a tremendous opportunity to grow high-paying jobs in the region. The moment it's a tiny portion of total employment. So what are the opportunities to add value-added employment in the whole supply chain? So not just extracting lithium from the geothermal resources, but battery production, electric vehicle production. How can we use the leverage of this opportunity in the region to increase the number of jobs in other sectors as well? And part of that is in thinking about what the outcomes might be from these opportunities in the region, part of it's going to be shaped by the background conditions, existing industries, the natural resources in the area. But participation is critical. Who's part of those decisions is what's really going to shape the ultimate outcomes over the next 10, 20, 30 years from that, because that will shape the development strategies and the outcomes that are part of that. And as we think about meaningful participation, it's useful to remember this is a ladder of participation developed many years ago by Professor Arnstein that really, in various different forms, have come out in different ways. But you can think about participation on a scale or spectrum. And at the bottom end, there's just about, you can ignore community interests, of course, but you can start with informing, communicating, educating, but then getting more into consultation. And then ultimately where you want to be is at partnership, where community members in historically marginalized communities actually have meaningful influence in decision-making processes themselves and ultimately control those decision-making processes. But it's important not just to think about sort of that scale of participation, but that second chart on the right, what is the scope of decision-making? Because communities can have real control, perhaps, over one project in their neighborhood and their community. But what about long-range development plans tied to millions and billions of dollars for the region as a whole? Like, that's where scope really matters. And so thinking about not just participation, but what's the scope of that participation? And this is, again, where investing in community organizations, I see you, Sylvia, I have 2 more slides, thank you, is about there are certain spaces where participation is invited and open, Lithium Valley Commission meetings, public forums, formal decision-making processes. But we all know so often decisions get made behind closed doors with informal social networks between those who are influential. And so part of thinking about investing in those community organizations is recognizing their efforts to claim space and claim influence often comes across in the form of protests or demands. Like, that's an important part of this process that we actually have to invest in and recognize and support and not run from or be afraid from. And so just to say, this is an example of the kinds of work that we're doing with Alianza and other community organizations in the region is to try and, through consultation, identify specific indicators that are important to community members and find what are the data sources to look at that and develop a data tracking system that we are in the process of putting in place over time. And you'll see that the socio-ecological health, both community health and ecological health, emerged as a really important priority along with other critical indicators that you might expect around inequality and growth. But also infrastructure, electricity, transportation was critical. We'll be presenting some more of this work tomorrow morning, actually at a community meeting in West Shores in Salton City. And if people are interested in hearing more about it, Barrett from Alianza Coachella Valley is someone you can talk to about more of the details of that. But I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you all and happy to answer questions. My contact information is there and love to be in dialogue with any and all of you.
Well, thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. I will now invite you to come back and take a seat at the table for some Q&A. So are there any questions in the audience?
Question for Supervisor Kelley. Thank you for your active engagement on the Salton Sea for many, many years. And my question for you is, what can the lithium development that's likely to take place in the coming years do to help the Salton Sea and the communities that live next to it?
So just to let everyone know, I know Tom, this was not a plant, so. So Tom, the question about how lithium development could participate in Salton Sea restoration. Our position, and mine personally, as I didn't describe it, but I represent the north end of Imperial County that runs to the Riverside County line to San Diego County line. And all of the Salton Sea within Imperial County is in my district. Lithium development, we have always taken a position that under the water transfer agreement, the state took that responsibility that allowed the water transfer to happen to San Diego and to Coachella Valley. And so we continue to hold that position, but we are not, we are having conversations about how a severance tax that we have proposed would be participating in Salton Sea O&M or a continuing obligation. And that's all I can share at the moment.
Thank you. Other questions? Mike, did you have your hand up?
So I guess a question really for everybody is about the interaction or the coordination you've had with the state's program for the Salton Sea in terms of leveraging state dollars and potential federal dollars to meeting these broader community needs, but to ensure that these programs, the state and federal investments at the Salton Sea are maximizing recreational and community opportunities to have those broader conversations. I'm wondering if you can speak to the extent you've had those conversations and what we might expect going forward.
Thank you. Maybe I'll start and others can add in. So the county has been working very, very closely with the state, and it's through the work of the Salton Sea Authority that brings all of the agencies focused on the Salton Sea together with Riverside and Imperial County. Our funding that we receive for the North Lake Demonstration Project is provided through the state. Secretary Crowfoot personally has been and continues to be extremely engaged and active participant in the Salton Sea. Has been down here many, many times. So really a lot of the progress that we're seeing with the North Lake Demonstration Project that the county is going to be moving forward with the Salton Sea Authority on is a direct investment from the state. Thank you.
To add to that, the distribution of funds for projects at the Salton Sea, we are in those conversations with the state, and Secretary Crowfoot, as Mr. Perez just mentioned, is definitely engaged. The distribution of that money, we saw 20 million go towards New River that has direct impact on the Salton Sea, and also for North Lake. And then we talked about the species conservation habitat from the park bond distribution. Desert Shores did not gather steam until, I guess, in the last 2 years, where we kind of got inching forward recognition and then participation. And I think it is a very valuable project because it can be something that is recreated at every one of the marinas around the Salton Sea. And so there is an agreement in place now between Reclamation, NRA, Salton Sea Authority and Imperial County. And I know that Mr. O'Dowd, we've had those conversations with Mr. Delgado, and so it's much better than it was, Michael, and I think it's something that can be built upon.
I also wanted to add, can you hear me? I also wanted to add a little bit to that. One thing that we have tried to work with community residents on is, in addition to the funding issues, is the identification of projects. I think for a long time, residents felt that the projects identified in the SSMP weren't really reflective of the impacts that a lot of people were feeling, especially on the northern side near the community of North Shore. And so what a lot of folks are starting to talk about now as well is how residents are able to help identify the types of projects, and that now has included a lot of recreational types of projects, ideas for making the projects that are being planned for the Salton Sea to include different types of infrastructure, community amenities, things that can also help build climate resilience in the region as well, in addition to the dust suppression and the habitat conservation that we're already working on.
I will read a question that came in through Zoom, and it's Jenny Ross. Have any assessments been done of the potential impacts on long-term economic development, public health, and environmental justice issues throughout the region of the various proposed Salton Sea long-range plans?
I'll begin again, and certainly the state can address that question more broadly because they are taking the lead through statewide efforts to do that. I can say at the local level, Riverside County level, those environmental assessments, and they have been led by the state, have been done and continue to be done. And we're also going to be engaged in a very interactive effort as we work on the specifics of the North Lake demonstration project to see how we can deliver that in the best way possible to address any community concerns or input.
I know that Natural Resources and Assistant Secretary Delgado has been focused on the NEPA analysis for the Salton Sea Management Program and inclusion for a master document for projects that are currently proposed. In Imperial County, as I mentioned earlier, we're taking these forward steps on the development for Lithium Valley. Those would include the environmental review of the development area, as well as we have other activities for infrastructure and workforce education and health.
Thank you. Are there questions from the audience?
And just a quick question kind of related to that. So yesterday we heard from the Bureau of Reclamation, the Colorado River Board of California, talking about the dire state of the Colorado River catchment for LA, San Diego County. And so just thinking about the growth or anticipated economic growth in Riverside County, do we anticipate that, like the idea of drought and the need for water being an impediment or hindrance? And if so, is there any plans to kind of do something about it in terms of the need for water?
It's very much at the forefront of our consideration as a county, and I think we engage in very regular discussions, certainly with the Coachella Valley Water District, but other water providers throughout the county as well. And each water district has its own areas of specific impacts, which can vary. So we do work closely with our local water districts as the experts on the water supply issue. And the county at the same time has, through our partnerships with our water districts over the years, really worked to lessen the impact of new development through approving and requiring less intensive landscaping, if you will, more drought-resistant landscaping, having less use of turf unless it's in an active area. So the county, from a land use standpoint, does take those steps in conjunction with also our water districts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just say one thing about the water that's important in terms of recognizing the value of getting out of our silos and seeing the connections? Energy is a huge issue related to water as well, because one, if we're importing water from long distance away, is going over hills, there's energy in raising it, but also groundwater. Costs energy to pump water out of the ground. And in California, we really have no meaningful restrictions or regulations on how much groundwater can be extracted. There are efforts to try and put regulations in place through the Groundwater Sustainability Act, but that's where seeing those connections is going to be really important as we plan for and think about that long-term growth.
Just quickly, I know it was addressed to Riverside County, but in Imperial County, two large entities are Imperial County and Imperial Irrigation District. And for the most part, we find differences. But in regards to water, it's kind of like anybody talks about water in Imperial Valley, it's like you broke into my house. So we're very touchy about that.
Okay, and this will be our last question.
Okay, this is for Juan Perez. You mentioned the land, use with the water. Well, how can the Disney Lagoon community in Rancho Mirage and the water slide private community in La Quinta be explained with water use, or what they're doing with the water when we're in a drought?
I appreciate the question, and I think that's a question I can't speak for another agency, and the work that the cities are doing in reviewing those projects wouldn't be appropriate for me to do that. I can tell you, as we look at development in the county, we do work closely with our water providers, and they are required also by law, depending on the size of the development and the usage, to be able to do that long-term forecasting and be able to provide us as the county, as a land use agencies, and I imagine it's the same thing with the cities, for their vision as to the water supply. Is it going to be there? Is it sustainable? Does it work? So we do work closely with our water districts at the county, and I imagine the cities likely do the same as well.
Silvia, can I ask, can we just take one more question? There's a woman of color in the center back there who's had her hand up frequently, and I just want to make sure as we think about, all the voices being heard, I just wanted to make sure you had a chance to ask your question before the last one.
Thank you, Chris, for noting that.
So when we went on a geothermal tour, I asked the man that was representing the real estate for Open Energy if any of the people would be required to wear masks, because we know that there's dust down there. And they're gonna be walking on high levels, low levels, all the time, all day. But they said no. Is there any regulations for the counties for the people that they're gonna outsource this contracted work to? Because they said they didn't even own the plant anymore. They sold it to a different plant that's gonna be mining it for them. So that whoever they're outsourcing to, are they gonna be like requiring anything that's gonna help these people that they're gonna develop health problems,
Right, and I think I know what you're talking about, our high particulate, and in Imperial County, we've got exceedance of the Clean Air Act, but that's mostly in the south of the county and our border with Mexico and Mexicali. We do have wind events, and those are from the open desert and from the exposed playa that bring that particulate into our communities. But in the industry development, whatever the required workplace safety measures are, OSHA, and we do have air monitoring by our Imperial County Air Pollution Control District. We give guidance to all jurisdictions about wind events and the hazards by day. We have a flag system in our schools so that recreation outdoors during a high particulate event where our monitors are showing or expected to be, we advise all the schools to change their recreation habit and do it indoors in gymnasiums or not do it that day. So I've lived and worked in Imperial County my whole life. I don't wear a mask except where the state tells me I have to go see someone in the hospital, or if I have to go into the AMP. And I also work at a hospital. So I've been living with the COVID restrictions for the last 2 years. And I'm very well aware of what has happened. I know that some of the information, I'm sorry, Sylvia, I'm gonna run you over a little bit. Some of the information that was shared by Mr. Bennett is about the health disparity in Imperial County. The COVID restrictions that the state of California put in place, Imperial County saw per capita the largest loss of life related to COVID based on the current numbers in California per capita. Across the river is another county in Arizona. It's called Yuma, and very similar demographics in population mix and farm-centric economy, service industry, high government service. Exact same impact on fatalities in proportion with population, but not the restrictions. So for all the measures, this is just my anecdotal information. You can take it for what it's worth. But a tale of two counties across a river, one with what were the best intention of control measures, the other with a looser hand, same impact. So I'll leave it with that. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you, and thank you for taking the time to answer questions, for being here. We can give our panelists a round of applause and gratitude. And Mike, I'll hand it over to you.
And thanks very much as well to Silvia for moderating that panel. So it's now my great privilege to bring up our keynote speaker. Moisés Moreno-Rivera is the Assistant Secretary for Equity and Environmental Justice from the California Natural Resources Agency. We're very fortunate to have a state representative who's actually a native of this region. He's from the Coachella Valley. He joined the Natural Resources Agency in July of last year. Prior to that role, he was the Assistant Tribal Liaison at the California Water Boards. Moisés holds a Bachelor of Arts in Peace and Conflict Studies from the University of California, Berkeley, and a Master of Arts in Latin American Studies from the University of Florida. So I think he's right behind me. Look at that. The Assistant Secretary, thanks very much.
I'm not known to be brief, so I had to write up my talking points, so apologies up front. Give me a second.
If you move over here, it's not going to pick up this.
Awesome, thank you. Buenos días a todos los presentes y a los que nos escuchan en otras regiones limitando al Salton Sea. Estoy agradecido por la invitación que me han otorgado el día de hoy. Mi nombre es Moisés Moreno-Rivera y tengo el honor de servir al Estado como el Subsecretario de Equidad y de Justicia Ambiental con la Agencia de Recursos Naturales de California. Good morning, everyone. in attendance. Good morning to everyone in attendance and those listening in remote locations neighboring the Salton Sea. I'm thankful for today's invitation. I'm Moisés Moreno-Rivera, and I have the distinct honor to serve the state as the Assistant Secretary for Equity and Environmental Justice at the California Natural Resources Agency. Today, I want to highlight several efforts that our agency has been engaged in the Salton Sea region, from the Salton Sea Management Program to the Lithium Valley Commission, to recent funding allocations in vital community infrastructure, helping advance our Outdoors for All initiative and commitment. Before I do so, however, I want to acknowledge that several members of our agency family are in attendance today, and since yesterday have either presented in a panel or moderated a discussion. If you're a member of our agency, I kindly request that you wave hello. See some folks in the back. Thank you for being here. At the summit, from the folks that waved you, we have representation from the Department of Water Resources, the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Yesterday we had presentations from the Colorado River Board of California. Today we had a presentation from the Energy Commission, and I'm here on behalf of the Office of the Secretary. Our work at the agency is only strengthened via partnerships, meaningful community involvement, and a collective commitment of working to address common goals. Speaking to you today is quite significant to me. I am a son of the East Coachella Valley, raised in Mecca, from immigrant parents who, upon arriving to the United States, found themselves working in the grape and date fields in the Salton Sea region. Since I was a kid, I found myself attending meetings about the sea and its future. I guess some things just don't change. What has changed is the progress made by the Salton Sea Management Program in 2021. The SSMP broke ground on the largest restoration project in Sea's history. They also advanced with partners several other community-oriented restoration projects around the sea. Also started important vegetation management work and exposed lake bed to reduce dust emissions, and secured commitment from state leaders for an additional $220 million in funding. Nearly 6,000 acres of project work are now underway, and approximately 8,000 acres of additional work as part of our next tranche of projects are planned for implementation by 2024. All of this was made possible through partnerships with many other entities and by the growing SSMP team, including several critical new hires, some of which waved at you earlier. As part of our environmental justice commitment, outreach and engagement with local communities was strengthened so that local input can better shape the work of the SSMP. Of course, this is an ongoing process. This included reinvigorating the engagement committee, reestablishing the long-range planning committee, and working to identify community amenities that local residents prioritize, along with work directly to address the shrinking sea. Eyeing towards the future, the SSMP established an independent panel of experts to evaluate the feasibility of a range of proposals for water importation, which will inform the long-range plan for the Salton Sea. This long-range plan will be submitted to the State Water Board by the end of the year. While we've made progress, we have much work ahead. And I am here to share that we cannot do it alone. Meaningful and intentional partnerships are necessary. The information being highlighted by me today can also be found in our annual report. Our annual report that was submitted to the State Water Resources Control Board weeks ago. Some of my colleagues brought print versions of the report, and it is also accessible online in Spanish and English. Additionally, the remaining panels will include presentations from the SSMP team. This includes imports and long-range planning, local projects, and policy. Yesterday, our colleague Tanya Marshall from the Department of Fish and Wildlife presented on ecology at the sea. Shifting now to ongoing conversations on lithium. Earlier today, you heard from a panel that touched on this subject, so my comments will be brief. To build on what my Energy Commission colleague Deana Carrillo mentioned, the Lithium Valley Commissioners have topics they're grappling with, including furthering geothermal development, market opportunities for lithium, benefits of or to geothermal plants, overcoming challenges to lithium extraction, importance of incentives, workforce development, among others, but also including tribal engagement. The Commission holds public meetings on the last Thursday of each month to discuss specific topic areas through guest expert presentations, Q&A periods, question and answer periods, and public comment. CSC Energy Commission staff provide operational support to the Lithium Valley Commission. Their latest community meeting was last month on March 24th. I have seen commission members sign up for this summit, and I know one was here just recently on a panel, but I know that there are some that are here in attendance. If you serve on the Lithium Valley Commission, I kindly just request that you wave for folks so that they know who you are. Thank you. In these past months, the Energy Commission has visited the area on multiple occasions, engaging with community partners and relevant stakeholders to listen to concerns and answer their questions in real time. We want to thank the community partners for hosting our agency and the Energy Commission just 3 weeks ago, and for your continuous engagement with our team. This is extremely welcomed and needed. Now I want to talk about our Outdoors for All initiative, which expands outdoor access to all Californians through focused investments in open space infrastructure, outdoor programming, and improvements to permit applications and other state business practices, with a priority to expanding access in underserved communities. Several of our recent funds have helped advance this initiative, especially in the Salton Sea region. The statewide Park Development and Community Revitalization Program through California State Parks creates new parks and new recreation opportunities in underserved communities in California. This past December, this program allocated over $57 million to 9 different applicants in Imperial County and Riverside County. The Climate Resilience and Community Access Grant Program through the Coachella Valley Mountains Conservancy supports projects that enhance desert resilience to climate change. It promotes equity and access to outdoor recreation through the valley or improve natural resources management on existing conservation lands. This past month, this program allocated over $2 million to 8 different applicants based in underserved communities in the Coachella Valley. In its first ever round of the grant program, I was thankful that we got to connect in person with these grantees with a conversation with our agency secretary, Wade Crowfoot, and the Conservancy's executive director, Jim Karpiak, among other agency representatives and representatives of local elected officials. In 2016, California voters passed Proposition 64, which allocates marijuana tax dollars to youth education, prevention, early intervention, and treatment account to promote youth wellness. Each year, 5% of Prop 64 funds is specified to support the California Natural Resources Agency's Youth Community Access Program. Awards are prioritized for communities disproportionately affected by past federal and state drug policies, as well as other underserved communities. The first ever grantees were announced in February 2022, and the Living Desert received over $200,000 for their project that aims to connect tribal youth to nature via Torres-Martinez Youth Environmental Ambassadors Program. And just 2 days ago, I need to show you, that's right. Just 2 days ago, in partnership with the First Partners Office and the California State Library System and our state parks is providing free vehicle use entry to over 200 participating state park units operated by state parks to library card holders. The California Public Library card holders can check out the State Library Parks Pass via their local public library. If you do not have a library card, visit your local library to get one. The library card and pass are free. So this is what it looks like. And really, thank you. This effort helps advance the Newsom administration's California for Outdoors for All initiative to enable Californians, regardless of zip code or income, to access parks and open spaces. All of this takes engagement and collaborations. Programs that are developed should be shaped by communities And it takes all of us to make a concerted effort to be more intentional. At our agency, we have identified and prioritized several areas in which to advance this meaningful work. I will highlight just a few today. One of those priorities is strengthening partnerships with California Native American tribes. This came with the appointment of the first ever Assistant Secretary for Tribal Affairs, Geneva E.B. Thompson. Tribes have lived and stewarded the Salton Sea area since time immemorial. Tribal expertise, traditional knowledges, and connection to place is essential to understanding the area and how to move forward in a good way to address the needs of the landscape and community. Only through meaningful partnerships with local tribes can we fully understand and address the needs of the area. Early, often, and meaningful government-to-government consultations are as important, as highlighted by Chair Tortez this morning. Identifying opportunities to collaborate and partner on projects that provide mutual benefit, advance tribal priorities, and support the shared goal of addressing the restoration of the sea and the climate crisis. Last month, Torres-Martinez hosted an intergovernmental roundtable where multiple tribal nations, federal and state legislative representatives, and state entities met to discuss how projects in and near the Salton Sea can partner with tribes. This, of course, to limit impacts to cultural resources and provide benefits to tribal communities. Thank you, Torres-Martinez, for hosting this important meeting. Our agency is looking forward to many future opportunities to connect and partner with local tribes. Another priority is improving how we engage with California's historically and currently underserved populations. Working collaboratively with community partners to identify how our projects and funding resonate with respective communities, especially if there are language needs. For a long time, California's investments, including those for vital community infrastructure like parks and the outdoors, were, and in many regards, are still vastly unequal. We are working to change this narrative, and while we do this, communities' voices must be centered. It is important to know who is impacted by the decisions that take place in and around the sea, especially if they are underserved and under-resourced populations. Yesterday, I had the honor of moderating a community forum as part of this summit. Their community members reiterated the need to bring visibility to the vast inequities in the region. And while having state representatives from the region is a great first step towards this, there is so much more we can be doing with their voices front and center. To not speak for them, it helps that I am from the region to state the following. When I visit home, or the Salton Sea region, I am reminded of the culturally rich tribal nations and the vast economic opportunities they bring to the region. I am reminded of the beautiful immigrant populations that live here, from El Salvador, Guatemala, Canada, and of course the vast regions of Mexico. I'm also reminded of the vast history of agriculture in the past century. I sure love my dates. Deglet nor any day. I am also reminded of the delicious food and languages spoken and how the threats of climate change will impact the peoples and cultures that live in the area. In some areas, due to inequitable government policies and lack of meaningful collaborations, the impact will be felt more than others. Throughout history, the Salton Sea region has been a crossroads and a place of environmental change and agriculture fortune, as well as a destination for newcomers. The history we inherit, we cannot change, though we can learn from it and work together to enact change. Incorporating early and often government-to-government consultation is necessary. Identifying how we collaborate with our colleagues to address meeting fatigue that advocates have brought up. Following up with our colleagues with questions we have received from our respective constituents. Working closely with communities to know when and where is best to host a meeting, to meet communities where they are, not where it's feasible for us. Ensuring that language is not a barrier to participation in our public processes, whether it's providing information in plain language or in a language other than English. For those in attendance at the forum, you saw in real time the need to improve in our communication. Finding ways to make our information more accessible is as important, and always working closely with community partners. At our agency, we're aligning our efforts to do this more efficiently. We're working on identifying best practices and finding ways to make them standard practices. Another key priority is improving our hiring, our recruitment, and retention strategies. We do this by revisiting and improving our programs, policies, and procedures. Having a workforce that reflects the California of today enhances our ability to engage with all Californians and will help make our agency and its entities an employer of choice. Seeing California's demographics represented in staff is a first step towards breaking down the cultural barriers that alienate and endanger underserved populations in parks and other natural areas, including the sea. We all have an instrumental role to play in advancing environmental justice as we straighten our work to protect the Salton Sea and our natural resources across the state. Now, as a practitioner of community engagement, I want to share opportunities that our agency team has been working on, where our partnerships and collaborations can expand. Aside from today's panels, if you're interested in learning more about water importation, I encourage you to tune in to the forthcoming meeting hosted by the Independent Review Panel on April 11th. This informational Zoom meeting presents the results of the first review of concepts for water importation that were submitted as part of the state's 2017 Request for Information and the panel's 2021 Request for Information. The screening report identifies which concepts provided sufficient information to be evaluated and involved in importation methods. Professor Haddad will also provide an update and overview of the entire panel process. Spanish interpretation will be available. If you're interested in learning more about the contents of the annual report, for those that haven't seen it, we have it in print version. To prepare for our update to the state water boards, I encourage you to attend the April 12th workshop that our agency is hosting. If you're interested to learn more about Lithium Valley Commission, I encourage you to connect with the members that are here in attendance to stay tuned for their forthcoming meetings. Frank, any idea when this is? Cool, stay tuned. Public sessions are planned later this year to engage communities across California as the Natural Resources Agency crafts a roadmap for our Outdoors for All initiative. We're excited about where we can go together with you. We know we can be doing more, and working collectively in a meaningful way with you will make it more intentional and all the better. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you today.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Do our little two-step. So thanks very much, Mr. Assistant Secretary, for excellent remarks and demonstrating that willingness to engage communities and to listen to community needs and integrate those. So we're a little behind schedule. Why don't we take some lunch and be back here at, let's say, what time are we? Let's say be back here at 12:50. We get you back 50 minutes for lunch. We'll start to inch back onto schedule. See you soon. Thanks.
Check, check. Check, check. Check.
Yeah.
But then this will go out to everybody again.
Yeah, that's the only thing. But we can type, you can do it just to her. Elena. Yes. See if she sees it. Because that goes just to panelists, so she'll probably, hopefully she reads it. I'll just ask her. Elena, can you hear us? You can type. I won't hear you over the Zoom. Can you just chat? We're gonna do a test with you in a few minutes.
Maybe she can speak so we can hear her, see if she can
Okay.
project.
Yeah, you have to unmute yourself, and then we got to do some changes over here.
And you're talking to the commissioner?
Yes, Elena.
Who is the commissioner? Maria?
Yeah. Maria Elena.
Oh, good, okay, we can do that.
So
We're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, because the only thing is, well, she'll.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello, can you guys hear me? I can't hear you guys.
Agam, you're gonna have to unmute us so she can hear us, and then I have to go back and forth like that.
Okay, I'm sorry. So we have to unmute you?
Can you speak again, please?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're very low. Can you check your audio settings on there?
Yeah, I was telling Pete that the camera is a little bit further out, which has the microphone. Can you hear me from this distance right here? What if I call into the phone number? Would she be able to speak through the conference line?
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, you've entered the meeting as a panelist. Attendees can now hear you speak. This meeting is being recorded.
Hi, can you guys hear me? This is Lindsay. I'm Commissioner Hinez's assistant. No problem. So I'm using the conference line, and I'm trying to speak to the conference line, and it says participants can hear you, but I keep speaking to you guys, and I'm not getting any feedback. Okay. That this is probably not going to be fun. So what I'm going to do, Pete, is I'm gonna get my laptop, and I'm just gonna facilitate the whole thing for my laptop for them. Yeah. Okay. So give me just right. So give me about 5 minutes, okay, just to get everything set up. I just need a couple minutes. Okay.
Little arrow going.
So
Yeah, so you're gonna get echo with that.
Yeah.
Close that.
Hi, can you hear me?
You're gonna get feedback on that.
Can you hear us, Maria?
I can hear you, yes.
Yeah, but she's gone. Are you're speaking through the Polycom right on the desk?
It's not the Polycom, it's actually the camera. Hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. You just have to raise the volume. Your volume's a little low coming out. What's your volume level at from your device?
She's downstairs. Becky went to go get her. Okay. Okay.
Like you can check it in your Zoom when you logged into Zoom in the settings. It'd be the audio settings, a little arrow going up.
Yeah, I'm looking. I need to disconnect from this other one that were set up on the PC.
Oh, so that you can log into your laptop?
Yes, so I'm gonna be using the laptop because this other way is not gonna be easy to facilitate.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
That's a little bit better.
Can you say something again?
Can you hear us?
Can you speak again?
No, todavía no hemos comenzado. Estamos. Yes. Sí, ya la tenemos, sí, yo ahorita la voy a bajar.
Can you say something and maybe try and share some slides that you're presenting?
So this is me, right? That's you, yes, that should be me. My mouse isn't working. Okay, there it is. I know. Yes, I know. So, and then my camera's not working. Do you know why the camera's not working? Sí. ¿Dónde? Ah, sí, ahí está. Okay. Pero sí se ven. And I'm sure it looks bigger on their end. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Becky.
Ahí dice que le llames al 818.
Sí, es que estaba tratando. Oh, please call me at 1-8. ¿Mande? 818. Can you let Commissioner know too, Becky, that Commissioner DeSantis is already here? Thank you, 0605.
So thank you again for your patience. We're going to jump back in. And I think I absolutely have to provide a special thank you to Aaron and Kajika and Agam for working out a host of different platform challenges. So round of applause for them. Turns out the Salton Sea is hard, but IT is even harder. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Pete Silva. Pete has a very long bio, which is posted online at saltonseasummit.org. It turns out that Pete has been doing this a long time and has done pretty much everything. He worked at the State Water Board, was chair there when the QSA was going through that. He's worked in regional water quality control boards. He worked for the EPA, he was this administrator, assistant administrator for water for the US EPA. A longtime resident of the border region, and also knows just about everybody. So I like to think that I know Pete, but it turns out just about everybody knows Pete. So without further ado, Pete Silva, thanks.
Thank you, Mike, and appreciate that. And just real quick, I am from Brawley here in the Imperial Valley, so I know the area pretty well. Also been working, as Mike said, for over nearly 50 years on water issues, engineering side. We have a great panel on to talk about imports and long-range planning. As you may know, there's a lot of interest in perhaps importing water to the Salton Sea to try and improve the water quality and also for aesthetic purposes. Some have called it C2C in some areas, and so we're going to talk about that in general. We have a great panel. First, we'll hear from Jim Newcomb, who's Assistant Deputy Director for Department of Water Resources. Then we'll hear from Tom Septon, who's Ecosystem Compass. He's a board member for that organization. I will just give up like a 5-minute talk about the history of large projects on the border and what it takes to build them. And then we have the great honor, we have a little unusual panel today. We have the US IBWC Commissioner, Mariela, and the Mexican IBWC Commissioner, Deana will both join us virtually. So see how that, hopefully that works really well. So without further ado, we will hear from Jim first on the long range planning.
I'll use the mic.
Okay, it's just directional, so just if you, whenever it's pointing, like if you walk too far over here, it won't get.
Okay, I do jump around, so that might be a problem, but I'll do my best.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon all. Regrettably, I do have to inform you all that I'm not from here. I'm from Northern California, but thank you for welcoming me nonetheless. I'm here representing the Salton Sea Management Program, which I'm very proud to be a new member of that team. I work for the Department of Water Resources. My role with the Salton Sea Management Program is to continue to deliver restoration projects with the wonderful team that we have. And then personally, I'm taking the lead for the state in developing the long-range plan, also with an awesome team. And I suppose that's the reason why Michael invited me to speak today, because I know this plan is of a lot of importance to surrounding communities. Michael also asked me to try to keep it interesting, which I think, you know, planning and administration is an interesting thing because that's my role. But he did ask me to talk about some of the physical concepts that we're exploring as part of the long-range plan. And so I'm going to try to connect to my technical side and present some of the concepts that we are currently exploring. And I also want to thank Dr. Brownlee for letting me steal his slides for this presentation. And then finally, I want to thank my friend Steve Howard, who took this picture. He's a regional fisheries biologist, and he let me steal that. So the long-range plan is a pretty broad planning process. This panel obviously includes ideas on water importation. The current focus of the long-range plan is to explore in-basin concepts, but it will also explore, once the independent review panel concludes their work on looking at water importation feasibility, we will pull those elements into our process. Our objectives for the plan are probably not a surprise to many of you. They carry forward several themes from Fish and Game Code and culminate in the State Water Resources Control Board stipulated order. Essentially, what we need to do is deliver large amounts of stable aquatic habitat and resilient aquatic habitat, improve air quality, and improve water quality. But that's not all we have to do. While these are our core objectives, along the way, we also have to incorporate several other important aspects into our planning, some of which we've heard about, things like preservation of tribal heritage, economic opportunities, recreational opportunities, and addressing environmental justice. And so our way of doing that will be to look at our projects from several different perspectives, and I'll go over that in this next slide here. Thank you. So we will have several criteria with which we look at each of the concepts in the long-range plan. We will organize those criteria similar to the way the feds do it for large water and landscape infrastructure project. We've borrowed their categorization across effectiveness, acceptability, completeness, and efficiency. So within each of these categories, there will be several criteria that we score each concept or idea on. And I'll give just one example for each of these terms so that you could start to build the definition that we're using around it. So effectiveness really tries to target our individual objectives. So we talked about habitat, water quality, air quality. Effectiveness, there will be several measures for each one of those objectives to determine how well we're able to achieve those objectives. I'll use an example of air quality. So air quality, one way that we currently look at air quality is by measuring the amount of exposed playa that would remain after the action you take. And so concepts that have the least amount of exposed playa would score the highest for air quality for this effectiveness measure. I'll talk a little bit about some additional air quality measures we'd like to incorporate based on some of the things I've heard at this workshop, at the summit. The next term there is acceptability. When we talked about all those important aspects that we need to incorporate along the way, things like preservation of tribal heritage and economic opportunities, those important factors will be evaluated under our acceptability criterion. And one example I'll use is the economy. So when we think about the economy and what a great economy looks like, we think about long-term, lots of long-term stable jobs. And so each concept will be evaluated for its ability to allow for the creation of jobs. Obviously, lithium comes to mind when we start thinking of prospecting on Salton Sea's future. And so one obvious way to perform an evaluation on this front is to be inclusive of those future opportunities and look at how our projects interact with known geothermal areas. So that will be part of that evaluation. The next area there is completeness. Completeness really is a step to make sure that all of your objectives are being addressed. And so if a concept scores well in the area, addresses air quality and habitat, but doesn't address water quality, then we would look for another opportunity to bring that concept up to the level which makes it complete. So completeness is really just a check to make sure that you're achieving all of the objectives that you set out to. And then the last area there is where a lot of the more complex quantitative metrics come in. That's under efficiency. A more straightforward metric is cost. But in this category, we will also be evaluating things like risk. Risk can mean a lot of different things. It could mean using proven technology versus non-proven technology. It can mean earthquake resilience. It could mean water supply reliability. And so this is the area where we will be addressing all of those different aspects. And then, which you might have presumed so far, concepts that deliver the most benefits for the least amount of cost would be the ones that score the highest in efficiency. Okay, so we have a fairly condensed timeline. We started in earnest towards the end of last year. We're at the point now where we have a draft set of criteria and an initial suite of in-basin concepts. And to date, we've been working with the Long Range Plan Committee, which was reestablished for this process. The Long Range Plan Committee is collaborative across community-based organizations and agency folks. And they've been helping us to build our criteria. and also have been responsive to the call for additional concepts and strategies that we'd like to review under the long-range plan. So we're currently in the process of finalizing those criteria so that we could apply them to our modeling and cost assumptions. And then in September, if all goes according to schedule, we'll get the findings from the independent review panel feasibility study, and we will incorporate those findings on water importation options into our process. And then we will have a quick turnaround to be able to deliver a long-range plan by December of this year, which again is a fairly accelerated timeline. Okay, enough of the process stuff. Jumping into the concepts. So for each concept, we're comparing it against a baseline condition. And although this isn't, you know what, I do want to address one thing. I knew I forgot something on this slide. So this kind of very condensed timeline is to get us to the point where we can deliver what we think are the best restoration approaches and strategies, and also identify next steps that have to happen. So subsequent to the long-range plan, there will be a more formal environmental documentation process that is the more formal alternatives analysis that you all might be used to. I will say that over the last couple days, I've been affirmed on some of the science that's on the cusp of being able to inform decision-making for the future, ultimately the future long-range project. And to date, we've been relying on SALSA 2 model and the exposed playa as metrics for air quality or water inflow. But what we really would like to do for that subsequent phase is to bring in some competing quantification tools and models to be able to reduce some of the uncertainty we have with respect to water supply availability and with respect to where and how projects can limit dust. And so I'm excited to be able to bring some of those new tools and methods into that future subsequent phase. Okay, getting back to this slide. So we are comparing all of the long-range plan concepts against a baseline condition. Because we are a few years out, at least, from getting to the point where we would begin implementing the ultimate long-range plan project, we wanted to have a reasonable, foreseeable condition to compare against. Obviously, there are a number of restoration projects going on in the area. I won't cover those in detail because they've been the focus of other presentations. But essentially, we will include any project where the current environmental documentation is complete, and as well as all of the projects that are in the NEPA document and the 10-year plan as our environmental baseline condition. So our first concept here is awkwardly named the Marine Sea North/South. So sometimes when you're in a small group of people and you're working on naming conventions, it all makes sense until you're standing in front of a large audience. And all of a sudden, I don't like the way that sounds. But I can try to talk you through it and convince you that might be an appropriate nomenclature. I'll spend a little more time on this slide to orient you to the color coding that's used here, so that you can carry that color coding into the future concepts. Essentially, the prominent feature for the Marine Sea North-South concept, and this was a continuation of an idea that had a lot of merit from the 2006 planning study, so some of you might be familiar with this, so the prominent feature is a horseshoe-shaped marine sea that extends from about San Felipe Creek to West Bombay Beach. And that feature would be designed to have an ocean salinity of 30 to 40 parts per thousand. So we would call that the Marine Sea. And for any of these concepts we're looking at, these next four concepts, the light blue is indicative of that level of salinity. So that elevation is held to about -230 by use of a barrier. And you can see that black area that kind of borders the horseshoe shape there would be a pretty extensive levee system that would hold that water back. And then on the inside of that levee, there would be a canal system that would allow for water delivery. And I'll touch on the point of that in just a second. But because that barrier would be holding water back, the recession of the sea would then happen inward. And so you can see the soft yellow there is kind of an exposed playa that would result from this project. All the way to the south, we call that the saline habitat complex. That's in that cyan color. It also kind of borders and continues up north. The point of the saline habitat complex, and these could really be added to any concept, is to create an aquatic habitat area on the order of 20 to 30 parts per thousand to host some of the other native food webs in the area. So the way the system would work is by using the canal system and water delivery network, denoted by item number 4 there, to be able to pump out higher concentrations of salt water and manage the salt content as the newer flow fresh water comes in. And then additionally, that canal system would also be used to deliver water internally, where that soft yellow and gray area is for dust suppression and vegetation enhancement projects. And then the 2 more features that I'll touch on. One is the orange boxes. Those are sediment settling basins, and it basically allows sediment-rich water to be able to settle out, so then it could be delivered to the water canal network. And then finally, the residual north/south seas that we will try to come up with better nomenclature for. Essentially, those that dark blue color is indicative of a salinity that's close to what the Great Salt Lake would have. And so keep that for reference for future slides. And that would also allow for higher flows to be able to get diverted into that area. So the remaining slides, I won't have to spend so much time because you've got the context for the coloring. The divided sea and marine sea south. So essentially there's a similar principle here where we're isolating different water bodies to be able to control salinity for one of them and allow the other to go to a much higher salinity. So in this area, the thing labeled 1 there, that would be the marine sea, large contiguous water in the south. It would be designed so that it would be held to about a foot higher than the water surface area in the north, which would have, again, higher salt concentrations. And the difference here with the infrastructure is that this would be a causeway versus a levee barrier, and that causeway would be permeable. And so it's a more direct way to control the differences in salinity across the shortest reach of the Salton Sea and also the shallowest. So the idea there would be a more cost-effective measure. The trade-off, of course, of using a permeable barrier is you can't control for elevations as well. And so that's why you see this one receding a little more than the previous concept. So this one would recede lower than -230. The idea here for the causeway is also that that would be a publicly open space, and then we could have beaches around each side of the causeway. There would be recreational components for all of these concepts. We haven't really fully fleshed out where those would, and part of that is because we haven't concluded our public input for what we want to see out of recreation. But we do know that there needs to be boat access between these isolated water features, and so this marine sea and the residual sea would have some kind of lock system to be able to get boat traffic through. So this concept is another one you might be familiar with. It's the updated perimeter lake concept. So this, the value in this one really lies in using smaller water bodies through a system of smaller levees, so thereby making it more constructible than this really large infrastructure. And how it works essentially is there would be a series of isolated lakes that were all connected hydrologically, but were controlled through a system of levees. And it could, you can see in the sort of lighter blue area there, that would be ocean salinity level. And the water would basically float from south to north. And one of the values of this concept is that there's an opportunity to phase it over time. So we wanted to have at least one concept where we could look at potentially getting incremental funding and building it out over time, thereby not having to wait for all of the funding to be acquired before you start executing your project. Oh, and then additionally, I wanted to point out that for this concept, there's also going to be passage for boats to be able to get contiguously around the lake. And then remaining inside is under the item 2, there would be the residual C, also capable of taking the higher flows. So the fourth option is the pump out option. We're looking at a couple different strategies here. So a lot of groups have been proposing a pump in type option to fill up the sea. So this one might be a little counterintuitive, but the reason we have higher salinities in the Salton Sea is because there's no outlet. And the idea here really is exchanging the higher saline water in the Salton Sea for the freshwater inflows that it does receive. And we're looking at 2 separate strategies for being able to control that salinity. One is through a system of smaller pumps, whereby the water would be pumped out onto adjacent playa to create kind of a brine crust over highly emissive areas. And then the other is kind of an order of magnitude, maybe 2 orders of magnitude more complicated in terms of exporting higher concentrated salt water to the Gulf of California. So obviously a lot more infrastructure there and a lot more pumping requirements for that option. So that is an abrupt end to my presentation. The same gentleman that took the photo in the beginning took that one as well. I just like the way pupfish look. And I also wanted to thank our core planning team and the Long Range Planning Committee. There's too many names on the Long Range Planning Committee to thank, but I will try to thank our core planning team. It's Bill Brownlee, Sue Joy, Sarah Friedman, Irene, Josh Zipperman, and Yvonne Wilhoff, Miguel, Mario Llanos, who you'll hear from later. And I know I'm forgetting others, but thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Jim. I did forget to mention that we are going to go through all the presentations. At the end, we'll hopefully have time for Q&A. Next is Tom Sefton. As I said, he's going to talk a little bit about, in general, about the projects we were for water importation. Is there a way to turn this on? Right. Yeah, that is working and a little high. See if we are able to do this. Can you hear me okay? Great. A little too much gain, actually. Take it down a couple decibels because we're getting a little feedback. Thank you so much. Yeah, about 2 decibels down should do it. Thank you. Great. So I'm going to talk about what hasn't been talked about yet in this summit, and what has not actually been talked about much in previous summits, but what is currently under review by a UC San Diego review committee, and that's the concept of restoring the Salton Sea by importing water to it. So the reason we have the problem is the water transfers out. We heard a lot about this yesterday in the hydrology session. So back in the mid-90s, IID started transferring water to the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Okay, so that's 105,000 acre feet at the bargain basement price of $100 an acre foot. Then later, several years later, and you heard in some of the hydrology discussion from Tina Shields and others, some of the challenges that happened, and the major political pressure was the QSA. So the small part of the QSA is 103,000 acre feet to the Coachella Valley to help recharge the groundwater aquifer at the also bargain basement price of $100 an acre foot. And then a larger transfers to San Diego County Water Authority of 80,000 acre feet originally paid for by a canal lining project on the All-American, and subsequently the larger transfer that started in 2003 of 200,000 acre feet to San Diego County Water Authority at a realistic price of $641 per acre foot of Colorado River water. So that's the Colorado River water that used to come into IID, used to go on the farms, used to supply the Salton Sea. So that adds up to just under 500,000 acre feet of water no longer coming to Imperial Valley farming, no longer flowing to the Salton Sea. And that's the basis of why we have this more than 9-foot decline in elevation and this recent
rapid rise in salinity. We had a gradual rise in salinity, which would have continued without a way to control it. But now we're having a very rapid rise in salinity and a very rapid decline of the shoreline of the elevation, exposing playa dust. And we heard a lot about that yesterday. So I see three broad categories to Salton Sea restoration. One is the one that I'm going to talk about, whole sea restoration using water import. The second one is what Mr. Newcomb was describing to us just now, is divide the sea into portions where we have a marine salinity and other portions where we have hypersaline areas, and then some portions that are exposed playa. So he presented a few options of that, and then he also presented a very interesting option of this pump out concept, where the sea would shrink some, but you would have you would still have a fairly large and, in the long term, potentially marine sea. And then the third thing is just shrink the sea, mitigate the damage. That's kind of where we are right now, because of the fact that maybe some of these things should have been put in place when the QSA started in 2003, and we're now, 18 years or so later. The 10-year plan is sort of an assumption that the sea is going to shrink and let's mitigate the damage. But the state, thankfully, has taken a look at other options, including number one. So the concept here, whole sea restoration by water import. So we heard a lot yesterday about dust from the playa. How do you monitor that? How do you measure that? We heard a lot about the decline in the elevation of the sea and the receding shoreline. I'd like to ask you, what if? What if we eliminated that problem? What we do know is that for decades, when water covered that playa, there was not a playa dust issue. So what if we made a plan to have enough water to cover that dust again and not have a playa dust problem? What if we made a plan to have enough water coming in to be able to bring the Salton Sea to an elevation where shoreline communities have a shoreline again? What if we had enough water to bring back the wildlife, like this cormorant sitting up here in this tree on the southeast shore? That's a fish-eating bird. There's a few of them left. I still see a few cormorants around, but not many. What if we had a plan to bring back the pelicans? I saw 3 pelicans in the last week. I used to see dozens every day. What if we had a plan to do all that? The challenge is this, the reduction in inflow. This is an estimate of the inflow reductions starting just a year or so ago. This was a projection done in 2018 for the IID of inflow reductions. Fortunately, we're not quite as bad as what you see here, right? We're here in 2022, and we're expecting to have about 850,000 as the mean, and a best case of about 950,000. We've actually got almost 1 million acre feet still coming in. So this projection was thankfully a little pessimistic on where we are. Nonetheless, we do expect to see further declines in elevation. So what's the challenge? The challenge is the outflow. That predominant outflow of the Salton Sea is evaporation. We're living in a desert, the sun is hot, huge amounts of water evaporate off the surface. When the sea was in balance in 2003, before the QSA, we had 1.3 million acre feet evaporating off the top, and we had an equal amount of water flowing in from the farms in the Imperial and Coachella Valley, and tiny little bit of precipitation from rainfall. At 3 inches a year, it ain't much. So that's the challenge. And the part of that challenge, this is an estimate in that 2018 analysis from CH2M Hill of rising temperatures over the years. This is actually about a 150-year temperature pass. And here we are now and future, and we've seen rising temperature, and we expect to continue to see rising temperature. What does that do? That increases the evaporation rate, increases the rate of loss. Okay, so what that means is, okay, here's our 2003 sea. This is also from the study done from IID. And here, without a restoration solution, here's what we would end up with halfway through the QSA in 2047. A whole lot of exposed playa around the outside and a hypersaline sea. And why is that a red color? Because when you get to hypersalinity, what can live in the sea is halophilic bacteria and algae. And if you see salt evaporation ponds, you'll see a lot of them are red. If you see some of the hypersaline ponds in the Desert Shores channels and the Salton City channels right now, you'll see that same red color. Okay, so what do you have to do? You got to bring in enough water to sustain an elevation. Now, it depends what the water source is. If the water source is fresh water, then the problem that you have to worry about with salt accumulation is the 3 to 4 million acre feet per year, 3 to 4 million metric tons per year of salt that are coming in off the farms. And that's actually salt from the entire Colorado River system. So all the farms up the river are draining their salts into the Colorado River. They get down to the Imperial Valley, and some of that gets by canal up to the Coachella Valley, and they've got to drain the fields, and the fields drain into the Salton Sea. If you're bringing in ocean water, you're bringing in a lot more salt. If you bring in 500,000 acre feet of ocean water, you're bringing in just over 20 million tons of salt per year. And if you bring in more water than that, even more salt proportionally. Pacific Ocean, about 35 parts per thousand. Sea of Cortez, about 37,000. So you got to bring in water, but you also got to take in salt. Even if you bring in pure fresh water, you got to take out 3 to 4 million tons of salt every year. If you bring in ocean water, you got to take out 20 million tons per year plus. There are some ways to do that, a few ways to do that. One is called pump in, pump out. You bring a lot of ocean water in, and in the hot sun, it will evaporate and concentrate, and then you bring out a slightly smaller, but still very large stream, and you have a continuous flow. That's been called pump in, pump out. Another way to do it is to take water out and remove the salt from the water and put the fresh water back to the sea or to the habitat projects that need it, and in an emergency, to local water supply. Okay, the main sources for ocean water, Pacific Ocean, Sea of Cortez. The Pacific Ocean is slightly closer, only one problem, 4,000-foot mountain range in between. Sea of Cortez, a little further away, about 120 miles, less elevation in between, much less elevation in between. Here's a study done by Bureau of Reclamation quite a few years ago of pump in, pump out concepts and some of the water connections of where you get the water and where it comes from, where it goes back to. So here they would maybe bring water all the way from here and pump it back out, or they would bring it from Camp Pendleton or San Diego and then have some kind of pump out, or they would bring it from California, Sea of Cortez, or also potentially a flow from the Yuma desalting station. And also there's a place called Palin Dry Lake that has a little water. But the places that have enough water are the Pacific Ocean and the Gulf of California. This is a study done by Tetra Tech several years ago of some water import concepts, and they took a look at this route and that route from as ideas. They took a look at bringing this brine line as an import source. They also looked at Yuma desalting plant. They also looked at Gulf of California alternative. And then this is interesting. This is a current study going on by San Diego County Water Authority. This is not about fixing the sea. This is about taking the water we have in Imperial Valley, that 200,000 acre feet that's going to San Diego. Well, right now it comes out of Lake Havasu, goes through the Colorado River Aqueduct, and then gets by canal down to San Diego. Metropolitan Water District charges them $500 an acre foot to just move that water. So they're looking at this concept. It has not been approved by their board at this point and may never be, but they are looking at this concept of taking that Imperial Valley allocation of 200,000 acre feet and pumping it and moving it through that mountain range. And their concept is here's Imperial Valley. They'll pump it up a little bit, and then they'll dig a tunnel all the way under that 4,000-foot mountain range so they don't have to pump all the way over and out to the San Diego coastline area. This is a $5 billion project for fresh water coming from Imperial Valley out to San Diego. You could do something similar going the other way. You'd have to move a little more water, so it'd be a bigger pipeline. So this is conceivably what you might do. So they're taking water out. You could take Pacific Ocean water, kind of the opposite of that option that San Diego County Water Authority is looking at, and you could pump it back. And there are a couple of, there's the $5 billion, which would be the absolute low end of what that could possibly cost. And actually, I was talking to a gentleman from San Diego County Water Authority the other day that they might actually consider letting that flow in reverse for a couple of years. But in any event, you would move the water, and a couple of other proposers of ocean water import concepts have proposed tunnel concepts. One of them, their high-end estimate was $10 billion, somewhere in that range. It's a lot of money. Thank you. Okay, the other way to bring water in, the other place to bring it from is the Sea of Cortez. So this is a satellite pic, Sea of Cortez. There's the Salton Sea. Here's something called Laguna Salada, which is a currently dry lake bed that did have water in it several decades ago. And there's also a couple of geothermal plants along the route, one here at Cerro Prieto and the one that we've been hearing about with lithium up at the Salton Sea. So to move water through Laguna Salada, a route, and be aware this is a biosphere preserve, so it's very, very environmentally sensitive. But if you can have a reasonable way to bring water in through here, you can either go up the east or the west side of Laguna Salada at roughly seawater elevation. The center of Laguna Salada is a little below sea level. It used to be, before this highway here was built, it used to actually have ocean water in it. But you can see the barnacles on the shore, on the former shoreline. And then you go across the border here. This elevation right here, where you cross the border, that's the high point. It's just almost equal to 300 feet above sea level. And then you go down to right now we're at minus 238 feet. So you have to pump here, come 300 feet and go down another 530 some feet. Oh, and the cost ranges for that. Different people have estimated different things. The lowest is actually slightly under $1 billion, but with other things factored in, close to a $1 billion project. And there's a higher estimate that's both bringing water in and pumping brine out at about a $4 billion estimate. Interestingly, a portion of the infrastructure is already built. There's a canal that moves water from the Rio Hardy into Laguna Salada. It's about 25 to 30% of the route already built by folks in Mexico. And here's another route option coming. This is San Felipe is down here, beautiful little coastside town. There's a salt works a little to the north of it. So you could, and this is kind of the edge of the Biosphere Preserve. So you could go down south of the Biosphere Preserve edge and you could bring water up, and it's just a little bit above sea level, and bring water in the Mexicali Valley. And conceivably, you could take it across the border as ocean water, or you could desalinate it right here at the Cerro Prieto geothermal site, and you could send fresh water across the border and put it into the New and Alamo River as fresh desalinated water, let that flow to the Salton Sea. And that the cost to build the canals to move the water up to Cerro Prieto and the canal, and then to use some existing canals and some new canals and pipeline through and around Mexicali is about 1.3 to 1.7 million. Now, the one thing you have to think about is if you're going to move water through Mexico, what are you doing for Mexico, right? and you talk to Mexican water agencies, CONAGUA and the State Water Commission, they say, we'll talk to you about this. This is interesting. What are you doing for Mexico? Well, Northern Baja and Sonora State both have water shortages. So if you were to bring ocean water in here and desal it, you don't have to all go to the Salton Sea. You can desal enough here to provide Mexicali with additional water supply. Now, Mexicali currently has an outflow. They've got Colorado River supply, not really enough, and they currently have a pumping station that goes all the way from Mexicali over this 4,000-foot mountain range and delivers water to Tijuana here. So if you desaled some water here, you're providing Mexicali and you're providing the Mexican coast. They actually had a proposal for a desal plant here at Rosarito, but it's politically dead right now. And okay, let me wrap it up. So what does this, how do you do this? At a minimum, you have to bring in 500,000 acre feet to offset the loss from the QSA. Top dark blue line is what would have happened with no QSA. What is happening with the QSA. This is restoring elevation. So without the QSA, where we'd be, that red line is where we are with the QSA. And if you bring in ocean water and restore the level, you can bring it up to, say, minus 230 some feet or higher. You can bring it up even more. And that's something that's, and then the other thing is eliminate playa dust. So I'm allowing that it's going to take about 10 years to figure out whether you're going to do something, get the permits, get the international agreements, make it all possible, and do all the very complicated permitting process. But if you get to that point, you can very quickly start reversing the problem that we have with playa dust and get to zero exposed playa, zero dust, and bring the salinity on this green line down to the level where fish survive and thrive, and you bring back the pelicans and the cormorants and all those lovely creatures. So I'm done. Absolutely.
Thank you, Tom. Just very quickly, I left this on because I'm gonna go over very quickly just the history of binational projects. We're gonna have the commissioners come up next, but I'm part of the UCS Santa Cruz study, and I've been tasked to look at the history of large projects. And actually, if you look at from the 1944 Water Treaty on, which is almost 80 years, there's really hasn't been a lot of big projects. You've got the two big dams on the Rio Grande, the Amistad and Falcon, that were built in the 50s and early 60s, and those were about half a billion to a little over $1 billion each in today's dollars. And then in the 70s and 90s, you had a lot of sanitation projects that were built out of demand for improvements. You had the Nogales plant, and then you have the international plant in San Diego to treat Tijuana sewage. And in San Diego, you also have the flood control channel that was built by Mexico and the US. What's interesting there was that, I don't know if some of you know, but the design was changed on the US side because people didn't want to have concrete channels, so they actually changed the design during the design effort to leave it natural flow, which Mexico didn't like, but it was something the US wanted to do. So that gives you an idea of how things can change during that process. I mean, as you can see, just some things that you have to look for when you build a large project like this is obvious. Environmental concerns, both in Mexico and the US. The US and Mexico have their own environmental laws. I think, in California, if you have California funding, then you have to do CEQA, the state process. The costs, obviously, whether the state would do it or federal government or combination or private sector, is obviously going to be critical in this kind of a project. And then technical concerns. I mean, if you look at this kind of a project, really what you have is two projects that meet at the border, because you have differing standards, differing design concepts on both sides. Timeframes, I mean, I've looked at this, and the very early ones, because we didn't have environmental processes back in the 50s and 60s, took around 7 to 8 years from concept to construction. Lately, they've been taking more like 12 to 15 years to construct. If you look at the desal plant in San Diego, that took about 30 years from concept to construction. So again, hearing Jim's presentation on long-term planning, you know, how does this fit into that, you know, into that effort, and how long will it take? Some, to me, the biggest thing, and hopefully the commission will talk about this, is really you need political support from both countries. And Tom mentioned it. I mean, what's in it for Mexico is going to be crucial for this to be implemented. And again, to me, the big difference between the projects that I looked at over the years, the 80 years, is that really, by and large, almost all of them have been contiguous to the border. In other words, they were, if it was a binational project, it was pretty much on the border. These are really far away from the border. It's going to take a lot more planning, a lot more technical design. And also, as an introduction to the commissioners, you know, there's a question of whether the IBWC minute process is going to be required for this. And the commission will talk about this, but that's more of a legal question as to whether that's going to be required. So anyway, without further ado, it's my honor to introduce now the two commissioners from IBWC, and hopefully this will go well. Again, this is a virtual presentation. And as I said, we have the U.S. Commissioner first, Mariela Giner. She just started about, I think, 4 months ago. Maybe she'll mention that. Actually, I have the pleasure of knowing her for a long time. I hired her when I was at the Border Environment Cooperation Commission many years ago. So I've known her for a long time, and I know she's doing a great job. And so again, I don't know how we transition.
I think we have to show our screen. Share our screen.
Yeah.
You have to share it. You have to share it. I don't think it's shared.
See? Okay.
Go share screen.
Oh, no, this one. Aquí.
No,
Stop video and share screen?
Yeah.
Let's see.
You want to continue? This will stop. Yes. Say yes. Okay. I go the big one. Yes. No, el de arriba. No, el de arriba.
Ajá. Sí. Okay, share. Okay, I'm sorry.
Now go to the presentation.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Can you see our presentation? Can you hear us?
Mm-hmm.
Hello? Hello? Can you guys hear us?
Yeah.
No, but they can't see our screen. Bueno, nosotros ya hicimos lo que
Sí,
tenemos que hacer.
son ellos.
Son ellos lo que
Ya.
tienen que hacer.
No,
Sí, porque
sí
mira,
estamos.
ya
Ajá,
estamos.
mira,
Nada más
mira.
es cuestión de que ellos.
Aquí está el micrófono.
Pero porque tienen alguien ahí como de
Sí.
sistemas abriendo.
Ajá. Oh, it says that they can hear us.
Oh, okay, they can't hear us.
We can't hear you.
Okay, but we can't hear
Yeah.
you, just so you know.
Okay. Oh, I think they're,
Did they text you that they can hear you?
it says you're sharing screen.
You're screen sharing. Well, alguien está trabajando allí, así es que como que están
Sí.
tratando de, porque ellos no están viendo la presentación, yo creo que están tratando de darle una oportunidad de presentar.
Mhm. There you guys are.
Oh, there you guys are. Oh, okay.
No, I'm saying I
Okay.
can see you guys up there.
Ajá.
Sí.
Pero lo que no están viendo es la presentación. Porque
Yeah.
Pero nosotros estamos compartiendo, así es que de nuestro lado es más bien del lado de ellos. Porque ves la cosita roja.
¿Dónde?
Look at the chat. Look at the chat.
In the chat.
Yeah.
Please start your presentation.
Okay, can you?
Oh.
What?
So, okay, here, it's
Can
in
you,
your screen.
can you pin your
Yes.
screen?
Okay, no. Let me get out of here. It's because, see, that's what Commissioner Resendez was trying to say, is that we weren't showing the right screen. Okay, yeah. See, let me go. Okay, so I'm gonna stop sharing and then I'm gonna share again. Okay, ahora share my screen, ahora va a ser esta. Ajá. Ok, ahora sí, ahora aquí.
No te quites aquí para poder ver si nos están viendo.
Sí. Esta. Ajá.
There
Okay.
we go.
Okay.
Okay, now you can go back to
Yes.
the first slide. Can somebody wave if they can hear us? Or can they hear us? Can you? Can they hear us? Are they saying anything on the chat?
Well, it just said speak. Yes, they can hear us.
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, thank you for the introduction. For the gentleman who introduced Pete, who said that everybody knows Pete. Yes, everybody knows Pete. Even I know Pete, and Pete was the one that gave me my first break, and it's the reason why I'm here as the IBWC commissioner. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what the IBWC is, and what is it that we do, as well as what is the minute process. And then Commissioner Resendez, her presentation is specific to the region and the process for internal within our organization for projects. So if we can go to the next slide, Lindsay. So for those of you who are unaware, we really do two things as the IBWC, US section and Mexican section. We're responsible for applying boundary and water treaties between the two countries, as well as settling, any differences that arise from their application. Okay, so the first treaty that really formed us when we were called the International Boundary Commission was focused on boundary and setting the boundaries between the two countries and at our ports of entry. So we have 258 monuments along the boundary, and these monuments are about 2 miles apart from line of sight. Our first treaty related to water was the Convention of 1906. And this is here in the Juarez El Paso area. It diverts, we have a diversion structure called American Dam and International Dam, and they divert water from the Rio Grande into Mexico, 60,000 acre feet, as well as water into the United States. And this water is stored in New Mexico at an Elephant Butte. So the 1944 Water Treaty is what created the two sections of the IBWC as it's known today, the International Boundary and Water Commission. Each of the sections have a commissioner, which is required to be an engineer. We have a secretary, 2 principal engineers, 1 for operations and 1 for engineering, and a legal advisor. And what you see here is the US section. But the other thing that the 1944 Water Treaty includes, and this is specific to the Colorado River, the U.S. Can you just click one?
Yeah.
Okay. The U.S. delivers to Mexico 1.5 million acre feet, and this area that I have highlighted here in red is really where our agencies focus on in the northern international boundary near Yuma and the southern international boundary near San Luis Rio Colorado, where water is delivered to both countries, to Mexico, and part of it goes to Mexicali and the other part stays in Sonora. Let's go to the next one. So one of the things that I know we wanted to talk about were minutes. Our treaties were set up as being the basis for decision making, and of course the treaties did not anticipate everything. And there's a really nice, effective treaty, minute that was executed called Minute 319, which is really to address shortages in Lake Mead. And it provided $21 million of investment, and it conserved volumes of Mexican water in Lake Mead to be held for future deliveries. There was also, because of investments that were done in Mexico, they reduced water deliveries by 124,000 acre feet. And as well as if water was set aside for environmental purposes that created 1,100 acres of enhanced riparian down in the Sonora region. It is estimated that about 2 feet of level, the Lake Mead was risen because of the storage of water from Mexico, which has been really critical to water supply in the region. And this is just where the maps of where the map of where the projects in Mexico were done, and they were mostly canal lining, reconstruction, encasement, some laser leveling, telemetry, and well projects. And as you can see, they're throughout Mexicali and Sonora. So the 1944 Water Treaty also addresses some of the larger infrastructure that we have along the Rio Grande. As you can see in this map, the portion that delivers water to the El Paso Juarez region was under the Convention of 1906. And then from Fort Quitman down all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico, we've got the Rio Grande, and we have several diversion and international dams. You can see on this map, we have our 2 major dams, Amistad Dam and Falcon Dam. Let's go to the next one. And under the treaty, 1/3 of the waters that come from Mexico are of U.S. ownership. In other words, Mexico supplies 70% of the water in the river, and about half of that water, or 1/3 of that water, belongs to the U.S. They're required to deliver 1.75 million acre feet over a 5-year period. And the treaty also authorized the construction of 3 dams, but we only built 2. These are the 2 dams that we have. And like Pete mentioned, these were built in the 50s and 60s. One is the Amistad Dam, which is the 11th largest dam in the nation. Its conservation capacity is 3 million acre feet. It's 6.5 port of entry as well. And Falcon Dam is ranked 19th in the country. It has a conservation capacity of 2.6 million acre feet and about 5 miles long. We also operate 5 diversion structures along the river that are important for flood control as well as for water supply. Flood control is really important to our mission. We have about 700 miles of levees that we maintained in Tijuana, Upper Rio Grande, Riverside, in the Lower Valley. These are some of our diversion structures. We have 5 diversion structures that are used, again, for either flood protection or delivering of water. And then finally, the treaty also authorizes for us to work on sanitation. We have participated in 3 international plants, Nogales and South Bay, which are located in the United States, and Nuevo Laredo, which is in Mexico. So what we do as an organization is that the treaty provides our general guidance as to the agreements between the 2 countries, but the minute process was used as a tool to make decisions of the commissions and are recorded in the form of minutes. Now, all of the infrastructure that was built has minutes associated with it. Commissioner Resendez and I signed our first minute. It is our last minute. We've signed 327 minutes in total of the history of the IBWC. Once minutes are signed, they are binding agreements between the 2 countries. So they are an important tool in ensuring that both countries adhere to the treaty. And they cover a variety of things: operations, emergency water deliveries, cost sharing, construction. And once they take effect once the U.S. Department of State and Mexico's Foreign Affairs Ministry approves them. So sometimes as part of the minute process, you may have heard the term joint report of the principal engineers. These are technical documents which are adopted through the minutes. So the minutes are not so long. These joint reports go in much greater detail, especially if you're talking about project-related type of minutes where there's a lot of information and details that go into making decisions. And a most recent example is we have to do some serious repairs to our Amistad Dam. And so, of course, going through an alternative analysis and selecting an alternative that includes costs and how we will be sharing is in this joint report. Minutes are signed by the commissioners and witnessed by the secretaries. And here we've got our two secretaries, Sally Spinner and Jesus Luevano. So we are headquartered in El Paso, and we do have about 12 offices across the US and Mexico. 12 offices along the border, and both sides have, our sister office on the other side. So we work a lot on many issues related to challenges of water and boundary on the border. And so we're here to obviously work with entities that are interested in using this as a tool to advance projects. Commissioner Resendez will now talk about specific to the region and the process of working with our two sections.
Stop sharing now. Okay.
No, todavía no.
Okay.
Salte de ahí. Espera.
Monday.
Right there, share screen.
Oh, okay. No, eso no quiero.
Yeah, and then right there.
Share. Your shared screen. Okay, aquí.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to this summit.
No. No sé si.
Pero ¿cómo avanza? No,
Ya se la pueden ver.
pero no está avanzando. Ahora pusiste.
Sí.
First, I would like to comment that there is no formal proposal to the Commission for a Salton Sea restoration project. We have heard about some Salton Sea restoration projects that include importation of water from Mexico, particularly from the Sea of Cortez. So I'm going to talk about what will be the actions to be taken for such a project, because a project like this will extend over territory in both countries. It will have a binational component. This is only an hypothetical project, but some of the general aspects of the project are, it will be a US project, it will have some impacts in Mexico, and it will be an opportunity to identify benefits for both countries. The area of influence of the project is an environmental sensitive zone because the Sea of Cortez has been designated as a federal biosphere reserve, a Ramsar site, and a Vaquita Marina refuge area, meaning that there are some obstacles to the implementation of the project. Therefore, an extensive study should be carried out for a proper placement of a project of this nature. If the project were located in other zones, such the south of the sensitive area, it will be easier to implement. In addition, we think that it will be necessary to socialize the project in order to have the approval of this society. This is a very important point of view, since the implementation of the project will largely depend on this. One of the questions could be if whether a project such as this will require a SILA minute. For the Mexican section point of view, The answer is yes. Considering that any service line crossing the border requires a SILA approval, additionally, the project will include the component of Mexican water, which must be accounted for, and as well as warranting the maintenance of the infrastructure. However, this is something that will have to be jointly agreed with the US section within the Commission. The legal aspects also needs to be resolved, and there is no precedent of any project of this type, so it will be the first one of this nature. The government entities involved will be in the environmental aspect, the Semarnat and CONAM. In technical aspect will be CONAGUA and SILA. Finally, the legal issues will need to be attended by SRE, Semarnat, CONAGUA, and SILA. As I mentioned it before, being a binational project, there will be benefits to both countries, such as water reuse through desalination of agricultural drainage or reuse of effluents from sewage treatment plants, as well as conservation projects, lining of canals, and among other projects. The next steps will be to submit the project to the Commission, including its components like components of process impacts, mitigation measures, benefit for both countries, implementation approach, etc. Since technical, environmental, and legal aspects will have to be analyzed, one or more binational work groups on this issue could be established. Finally, I would like to comment on a project that has been explored in Mexico and that will impact to the Salton Sea, which is the desalination of the new river. Mexico conducted a study that proposes several scenarios and identified volumes, technologies, potential uses, sites for disposal of the headwater, and sources of investment. The execution of this project will require the implementation of detailed studies of the subject and, of course, the necessary domestic and international negotiation will be carried out. Thank you very much.
No, that's not answer. No, she already presented. Yeah, she did. Yeah. Thank you, commissioners. Very comprehensive, and we do have a few questions. We'll see if some are for you. Okay, we have one for DWR. Is DWR considering the Sea of Cortez alternative for bringing water to the Salton Sea through a canal system? If not, why not?
So the short answer is not at this time, and that is, I was alerted by a colleague that I didn't really address this point during my presentation, but there was really broad interest in having any water importation concepts be handled independent of the state, and so the state is allowing that process to occur. And I briefly touched on this in the presentation, but it was pointed out by a colleague that I didn't clarify exactly the way the process would work. So while we're focusing on our in-basin concepts, there is the UC Santa Cruz team, which Tom referred to, conducting their feasibility analysis. They will conclude all of that work in September. And so any concept that's been submitted to them that includes a water importation concept will be evaluated. Their findings will come to us in September, and we will incorporate that into our evaluation as part of the long-range plan. So kind of a broad response there, but at this point, we haven't, we've just been allowing for the panel to conduct the work they need to conduct.
Okay, thank you. And then there's another question, it's almost philosophical. It says, what is wrong with a high salinity surface like Mono Lake at the Salton Sea? And I can respond a little bit, but I'll let the panel talk about it too. But I think it's a respect to trying to keep the area open more for recreational purposes, I think, and also to try to have more habitat area. I mean, that's my general sense of it, but maybe some of the panelists can.
Yeah, that is one purpose, would be recreational benefits. The other major purpose is environmental, to be able to sustain a fish and bird ecosystem in a large body of water, which we cannot do with the limited supplies that we have after the water transfers, because if you're going to have a large area of lake to sustain something like the thousands of pelicans we used to have, you need large areas of habitat. And then recreationally, as you said, what we've lost is recreational opportunities at the communities that are along the shoreline. You have 4 communities on the West Shore, you have North Shore, you have Bombay Beach, all of which were designed to be beach communities, shoreline communities, and people bought into those communities without expectation, and they used to be highly successful in that way. And now the shoreline is thousands of feet out in some cases from where it used to be, and fast receding further. And they are not the communities they used to be, and none of the boat ramps that used to enable people to access the sea are functional, even for research purposes. There are ways that duck hunters are getting into the sea with natural beaches, but there are no functional man-made boat ramps anywhere close to the water anymore. The water has moved away. And then another factor that should be considered that people aren't, and you should look at a report by Jenny Ross on the carbon emissions impacts of high salinity water bodies versus low salinity water bodies. The Salton Sea has been a net carbon sink for the last 100 years. Back in the early 1900s and 1800s, nobody really thought much about climate change. It was actually getting a start back in the Industrial Revolution, but nobody thought about it. But a hypersaline body of water emits carbon, and a exposed playa also emits carbon, because for the last really thousands of years, and definitely in the last hundreds of years, the Salton Sea has been receiving huge amounts of biological material because of the fertilizer runoff. It's incredibly productive aquatic ecosystem, and that means that creatures grow, they absorb carbon, they die, they drop to the bottom, and you've got huge amounts of carbon sequestered on the bottom of the Salton Sea. Now the Salton Sea has been and still is a net carbon sink. It's pulling carbon from the overall world carbon system. But as you dry it down, one, some of the carbon in the exposed playa comes back into the atmosphere as methane and CO2. And 2, if those hypersaline water bodies in the middle, because of the type of biology they have with very limited halophilic bacteria and algae, they are not only no longer a net carbon sink, they actually are a net carbon emitter. So that's another reason not to have a hypersaline Salton Sea.
Okay, just the last question. This might be for Jim. It says, has anyone considered using shade balls to reduce lake evaporation in, looks like some of the areas? That seems like a very technical.
It's an interesting idea. I know that it's done in other areas. It's something we can consider in the long-range plan. And then I'll just make one last plug for those of you that are interested in submitting ideas like that to please visit the CNRA website, download the concept template form, and submit your ideas back to us. The sooner we get them, the better.
Yeah, those paintball, those balls, floating balls, would work, but you'd have to cover more than half of the area of the Salton Sea with those. And so the cost would be very substantial. I have heard the suggestion and looked into the price of them. It's potentially doable, but it's up there in cost with these other things that you've seen.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Can we all thank the panelists and especially the commissioners from virtually, and it was really tough, but we got it done. Thank you.
So we're, in the continuing spirit of keeping Kajika very frazzled, we're having another last minute switch. But I'm going to bring up Mario. So Mario Llanos is the Natural Resources Salton Sea Management Program Deputy Assistant Secretary. He was just appointed last September, helping build capacity for the team. He's originally from Imperial County, so we have yet another native. And if I'm not mistaken, Mario is also from Brawley. Now, I know there's a lot of cities down in Imperial County, but it seems like everybody I've met comes from Brawley. So we'll hear about that. Mario most recently was the district manager for the Department of Parks and Recreation at the City of San Diego. He has a BS in Environmental Horticultural Science from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Kajika's going to nod to me when she's... Okay, excellent. All right, so without further ado, here's Mario Llanos. Thank you, Mario.
Thank you. Would you like the lapel or
Just right, it's fine, yeah. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everybody. Pleasure to be here today, moderating this panel to discuss some of the great projects going on around the sea. And today we have three presentations to talk about some of these projects from not only Salton Sea Management Program, but IID, who's doing a lot of great work, and some other entities, and Audubon as well. And so just really quick, Mario Llanos, I've been with the agency for 5 months now. And I went from managing Balboa Park to Salton Sea. And when I left the Imperial County, there was really not much going on. And it's just such an honor to come back and join the team and be here at a time when there's a renaissance going on with the Salton Sea and so much going on. So it's really great to be here again to talk about these projects. And without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and bring up Vivian Mezanoff from Department of Water Resources. Vivian is a Salton Sea Program Manager at DWR, where he oversees the implementation of 30,000 acres of habitat and dust suppression projects as part of the Salton Sea Management Program. And he works in partnership with our agency at California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and supports our California Natural Resources Agency in an effort to protect the fish and wildlife at the Salton Sea. So without further ado, Vivian.
Is there a light in this? I'm sorry? Oh, yeah, sure. That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. But I just want to let you know, I'm not a great public speaker, so after 2 years of not practicing, we'll see where we go. But so fair warning. So that said, again, my name is Vivian Maisonneuve. I'm from the Department of Water Resources. I'm a unit section manager for the program. And my job basically is to make sure that we plan, permit, and implement projects on behalf of the state under the SSMP program. Just as a start, we'd like to mention, of course, the people we work with. So we have the Department of Fish and Wildlife and working under Natural Resources Agency. All right. So what am I going to talk to you about today? So first, the SMP 10-year plan. What's in the plan? What we're supposed to do, and when is it due? I'm going to talk about the work completed, what we've done so far, under this plan. The ongoing projects, meaning what we have that's actually happening right now as we're talking, and of course our future projects, hopefully, and how we can get there. All right, so the 10-year plan, what is it exactly? So in a few words, the 10-year plan is the implementation of or construction of 30,000 acres of dust suppression projects and habitat projects. So at least 15,000 acres of habitat projects and 15,000 acres of dust suppression projects. So for those of you maybe not familiar with it, when we talk about habitat projects, we talk about habitat for piscivorous bird, fish-eating birds. We're also talking about shorebird habitat, but basically open water habitat, wetlands, that type of habitat. When it comes to dust suppression projects, it's just preventing the exposed lake bed from being emissive. So that's kind of what those terms define here. I would like, of course, James mentioned the long-range plan that's due under, of course, the 10-year plan by the end of this year, December 31st to 2022. I would urge everyone for more details to review the annual report. So you have a few hard copies, I think, available, but also on the website. All right, completed projects. So what have we done? So in a nutshell, we've completed a very small kind of pilot project, I would call it. That was the first project to just make sure that we established a checklist, that we have everything covered, our permits, the timing, the contractors, everything. That was around 112 acres on the site of our species conservation habitat. So this is the whole site that highlighted in purple here. And within this site, before we start the construction of the actual species conservation habitat, we did some smaller projects. So Bouchard Road was 112 acres. We've also completed New River East project that was 341, and New River West that was 302 projects. Those are basically 755 in total, but they were intermediary projects just to stabilize the playa temporarily. And of course, during 2021, once we've started the SCH, our contractor, Keynote, stabilized additionally 500 acres just for the construction. During also the year 2021, we've completed the interception ditch, two of them actually, that connects the drains, the IID drains, to create connectivity for pupfish. We've done that on the west side of the New River, the New River is right here, and also on the east side of the New River. That represents around 22 acres of very valuable habitat that will be monitored in the future. All right, so what are our ongoing projects? So very quickly, want to let you know that we have, let me make sure I covered everything. So SCH project, the species conservation habitat, how did it start? So we have a footprint, and we were lucky to have a really good contractor that submitted their proposal, and we selected Keynote. We executed the contract back in September 2020. Construction began shortly after in January 2021. And of course, construction is ongoing and visible, and I'll show you a few pictures that we took recently on the site. And I will also point out to some features on the next slide. So in here, this is the causeway that we built. This is current, it's in the wet, and this is the shoreline right here of the Salton Sea at the south end. So it's located right around here. And this is Poe Road, for those who know kind of where we are, and this is again the New River. All right, so just want to point out to you a few features of the SCH project, or Species Conservation Habitat Project. So we have here, again, our causeway with a pumping plant. We also have a channel that would be bringing salt water into through a conveyance system into those basins here. Water will be diverted from the New River, so that's the water infrastructure here that would divert. Silt will be removed through a sedimentation basin and distributed through the different ponds located east and west of the New River. I'd like to also mention that we will have islands that you can see here. And what else would I want to show? I want to show you the vista point here. So off Poe Road, there will be a vista point for people to come and look at a small pupfish refuge that we will have here. We will look at also one of the major islands that we will be building over here. And just to let you know, this habitat will be up to 10 feet in depth. So that would allow for fish to find refuge against predation or also variation in temperature that's expected within the pond. And on the right over here, that's the construction of the saline intake at the end of our causeway here. So that's right here. It's about a mile off the shoreline. And this here is a construction of the water infrastructure off the New River. Another picture here is showing the construction of an island. So that's what it takes. And we also have here the construction of a berm. And so lots of dirt to be moved around and having the right consistency and compacting it right. And did a great job with Kiewit, but I also like to thank MWH for their work and helping us. MWH is our construction manager and working really well with DWR and Fish and Wildlife to make this happen. Extremely challenging work, but it's working so far. All right, next, I'd like to talk about looks like I'm missing a slide here, that's okay. So vegetation enhancement project on USBR land. So we talked about the SCH as habitat. Now I'm going to talk about more project suppression type of projects. So in a nutshell, we have 1,700 acres of ongoing projects. We're working currently on the clubhouse project of 400 acres. We also have the West Bombay that we still a bit in the planning phase that will start very soon. It's 90 acres. And then we have the Tule Wash projects, about 1,200 acres located over here. And Clubhouse is right over here. I will show you some picture of Clubhouse and what we're intending to do on those different sites. But basically, the purpose, of course, is to restore the exposed laybed sites by establishing native plants. So we're looking at what's existing currently upland, and we're trying to recreate it as the sea is receding. That's really all it is. So how do we do that? So Clubhouse, many challenges, very fine soil, and a very high wind events that occur in this area. So also very emissive soil, therefore. So what we need to do is, if we want to create, this is what's existing. So you see, this is native vegetation. It's already there, but it's upland. You can see some of it over here. And what we're trying to do is make that vegetation progress quickly towards the sea so it can either catch whatever rainfall it can get, or catch also the groundwater that's existing currently. The principle is simple. We put some hay bales that eventually would decompose, but in the meantime, we'll also protect seedlings and young plants that we'll be planting in those sites. Clubhouse is a variation of seeds and young plants that we'll be planting. We're also protecting on the edge the existing plants, and that's against the wind. And the hope is, currently, we're actually controlling the estimation on that site. Long term, the plants will be doing it. So what looks like this right now, hopefully in the future, once everything is established in probably 4 to 5 years, will look like that. So it doesn't look like much right now, pretty ugly, but not a lot of ways to do it. We could also put fences, but against just plastics on playa or other means, we felt like bales was a more natural way to do it. And of course, right now we've installed some irrigation system, which I could show you some pictures, but I mean, we do have some, but We will hopefully share that with you on our website. And I think, have I covered this? Told you I was not so good at this, but all right, I think I'm good. Next, all right, future projects. All right, there's a lot of them I need to back up. Excellent. So let's start with the North Lake demonstration project. So you've heard about it, located in this area. The state provided $19.25 million to the Salton Sea Authority for the construction of a small demonstration project, about 150 acres. So we're working with the Salton Sea Authority and the county for implementation of this project. We also, Supervisor Kelley also talked about desert shore channel restoration projects. That's right over here. And we're also working with Audubon on a restoration project for wetland restoration projects around Bombay Beach, located over here. So again, we're trying to collaborate with the locals. And if you ask me what's the biggest challenge, then I'll tell you that it's really the acquisition of the local knowledge to better understand how everything functions and how we can implement better projects that would be more sustainable and of course last longest. Okay, all right. So in the future, what else do we want to do? So we have right now and I just want to remind you that as far as the current projects that we're looking at, in total it's about 1,700 acres that we're planning on doing in the upcoming year. Now, for future projects, we have currently happening the SCH in purple here. And what we'd like to do is expand the SCH over here. Of course, many issues related to the expansion. We're going to talk water, we're going to have to talk real estate. This portion here is managed by Cal Energy. They're still called that. And so we'll have to talk with them on access and how can we share this area. And also south of the SCH itself, trying to develop these vegetation projects because we do have some water. We also have a refuge in that area. We also have duck clubs that are interested in developing more projects. So we would like to, we're in talk with them, with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and those duck clubs to see what would work best. Again, there will be some talk about water and access. All right, another one slated for future. We haven't yet determined a schedule, a cost, but what we're going to try to do is, with the money we currently have available, is implement a North Lake. So the idea would first to have a conveyance system that would allow for the full development of a North Lake project, and probably a smaller lake that could be expanded in the future as more money becomes available. So that's basically the idea here, but more to come on this very shortly. All right. So I think that's it. I will encourage you again to take a look on our annual report that's online and all the hard copy that's available here. And thank you very much for listening to me. And I can respond to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vivian, for giving us that wonderful update. And if you, there's some annual reports outside. Let me get. And accomplishments over 2021.
So I'll go ahead and bring up our next speaker is Jessica Humes from Imperial Irrigation District. Jessica Humes is a Senior Environmental Program Manager, Project Manager for IID in the Imperial Valley. Jessica has worked with the district for almost 11 years within the environmental mitigation section. Jessica?
Can everyone hear me? That worked? Okay. Hi, I'm Jessica Humes. It's been a while for me as well to do presentations, so bear with me. I'll try my best. I have been with the Imperial Irrigation District actually 14 years now, so I forgot to update my profile. But I did start at IID straight out of college. I'm originally from the Imperial Valley, not Brawley. I'm from Imperial, but I do live in Brawley today, so I guess that counts. And so I've been working on this project for quite a bit of time now, and I'm just going to go over some of the projects we're implementing, not only at the Salton Sea, but as part of the quantification settlement agreement. So as part of the quantification settlement agreement, the water transfer, and then IID's ongoing operation and maintenance activities in the water department, we have a series of environmental mitigation measures that were established back in 2003 that we are now implementing. So my team, which is currently at 7 people, is working to implement these mitigation measures. Most of them come out of the QSA EIR EIS. We have a draft habitat conservation plan. We have an in-valley biological opinion through U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and an in-valley CISA permit and incidental take permit through California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So some of our mitigation measures are super easy and a lot of fun, and then a lot of them are really challenging. But one of our favorite programs is our burrowing owl conservation program. This estimates, population estimates that we've conducted. And am I going in and out? Yeah, about that. And then also in 2011 and 2012, we also do pre-construction surveys. So anytime IID is going out to do any operation and maintenance, any construction on our canals or drains, we're out there surveying for burrowing owls. And then just a regular operation and maintenance. We go out, we mark all of the potential burrows. Here's a couple of pictures of some of our burrows, our burrowing owls. But our main goal is to make sure that our daily operations do not impact burrowing owls. We train all of our operators, we train all of our water department staff, what a burrowing owl is, where they might find burrowing owls, how to protect them. And then we've also implemented the last couple of years a program in the local elementary schools, specifically targeted to 3rd grade because it does meet with their core standards. But outreach where we go into the classrooms, we teach them about burrowing owls, conservation, and then we have them design ads for us that go into a local newspaper or a local magazine. And we pick winners and they have a ton of fun. We give them art supplies, they love it. But we really like to get in the classroom and teach them about burrowing owls and conservation, trying to spark that interest in science at a young age. One of our other big mitigation measures is related to desert pupfish. So as part of our mitigation, we were required to construct a pupfish refugium that was completed in 2010. And then it was stocked. We have numerous pupfish in there right now. We also do pupfish monitoring in all of IID's direct-to-sea drains. So each year we go out April, June, August, are in the drains looking for pupfish. And we have been working with CDFW and the state on the Species Conservation Habitat Project to get an idea of where pupfish are located, how to conserve them, how to address impacts that may come about when we're doing construction or maintenance, and just trying to keep those guys alive as best as possible. In the top right corner, you can see a picture. This is from the USGS ponds that used to be near the Alamo River. This was the Great Pup Rescue, I want to say 2009, 2010. Collecting pupfish back then and relocating them. Another one of our big projects that a lot of times gets roped into the Salton Sea, but it is actually just for our drain mitigation, is the creation of our managed marsh complex. So it has been completed in 3 phases. It's over 950 acres of emergent riparian shrub scrub bosque habitat, located between Calipat and Nyland. It is off Highway 111, but it is for our annual operation and maintenance. It is marsh habitat. We see a lot of shorebirds in the open, along the shoreline. We see some wading birds. We see pelicans occasionally in there, in the deeper areas, but it was constructed in 3 phases. The first phase was in 2009, second phase in 2014, and then our most recent phase in 2021. Throughout the year, we do annual bird counts, selenium monitoring, invertebrate monitoring, sediment and soil water quality, just to make sure we're maintaining the health of the marsh itself and making sure that we get a healthy population. We do have 2 target species. Those include the California black rail and the Yuma Ridgeway rail. We've never seen a California black rail, but we have seen the Yuma Ridgeway rail. And if you follow on eBird or any of the birding sites, we do get occasional rare species there. So these are just a couple of photos of some of our marsh birds. And then the biggest program that we have is our Salton Sea Air Quality Mitigation Program. So like Tina and Brian mentioned yesterday, we do have a program that was developed in 2016. Brian touched on our emissions estimate, our first pillar. I'm going to talk a little bit about our second and third, which is to plan and design and then implement and monitor projects out at the Salton Sea. So annual emissions monitoring is, we have a 6-station air quality monitoring network around the Salton Sea. We do pie swirl samples. We have Formation Environmental here. Most of their staff does that. We've done soil coring. We have mobile met stations. We have round shot cameras. I'll have the link to our air quality webpage at the end. So if you want to go and check out what conditions are currently looking like at the Salton Sea. We also have one at the SCH site. You can see ongoing construction there as well. So we take all of this emissions monitoring that we do, and we, well, our consultants put it all into models, and they determine where we need to put projects on the ground to control dust in a proactive measure. And then we go out and we implement projects. Here's a couple of those cameras. The 2 big projects that we've done to date include surface roughening. So that's just a tractor being, that's pulling a bull plow or a switch plow. And then we also do, vegetation enhancement. So in areas that surface roughening is not necessarily suitable, we try to get out, get vegetation established. And I will talk about that a little bit more. So right now, our big project areas are around the Alamo River. We did do some surface roughening with the state in the New River area. We also have some plans to do additional surface roughening in what we're calling the Poe Road and San Felipe Wash areas. And then some of the other projects that we're currently doing include groundwater wells to hopefully get vegetation established in areas where drains or river water is not available for vegetation establishment. So right now we're up in the clubhouse area in Salton City. We just drilled a well there. We're hoping to do our water quality and pump tests over the next month. And then we will be establishing vegetation out on the playa using that groundwater well. We'll also be developing 6 additional groundwater wells 3 in the clubhouse area, 3 in Bombay Beach this year, and then we plan to have an additional 3 in the San Felipe Wash project area. We'll be doing additional surface roughening in Bombay Beach, and we do have some surface roughening up in the Coachella Valley. And then these are just a couple of links to our websites. One thing I forgot to mention is we are funded by the QSA Joint Powers Authority, so that is IID, San Diego, Coachella Valley Water District, and CDFW is their chair on our JPA. All of the funding for these mitigation measures goes through them. It goes for review and approval. But these mitigation measures are just really coming out of the water transfer there so we can get our daily operation maintenance activities done. And I'll answer any questions when we get to the panel. Thank you very much.
Sorry. So next we're going to hear from Frank Ruiz.
Frank currently serves as the commissioner for Lithium Valley Commission, and is a former member of the Community Forum of the International Boundary and Water Commission for the Colorado River. Frank's here to talk about Bombay Beach Wetlands Project, Restoration Project. Frank?
Hi, everyone. I recognize that it's kind of late and everyone is tired and maybe ready to go home. Kudos to the organizers, but more kudos to you guys, that have endured 2 hours of long sessions. Thank you very much. My name is Frank Ruiz, and I'm a former shrink, and I'm a former pastor. But don't worry about it. I'm not here to analyze anyone or make an altar call. Okay. So let's just engage about water and why water is ultimately the bottom line of all this crisis that we're dealing. But I would love to see perhaps do we have students here in the room? Good. One, another one. Okay. I need 3 volunteers. I had to make a disclaimer, being a clergy for so long, sometimes, I had the tendency of passing the offering plate. But this time I'm not. So I got something, trying to conserve water. I want you guys, to come and get something. I usually give it to people that come to the Salton Sea with me. Come on. Students. Caroline, here. Don't think that I'm this generous all the time. I just don't want to carry all this stuff, back home. Do you have a student? You're a student, yeah. Can you bring it once occurred? I hope, nobody gets upset. I don't want no one to jump on the stage. Oh, did I say that? I'm sorry. The Salton Sea Bombay Beach Wetland Restoration Project. This is a project that Audubon has invested heavily, time, effort. We're a nonprofit. We don't have all the money of the world, but we have an objective, and that is to make a difference for birds and for people, right? So this is one of the reasons why we're taking an approach, understanding that we don't have all the money in the world. We're trying to be very creative. We're trying to be very effective. We know that the water crisis is just going to intensify as time goes by. So we want to demonstrate that what are the most effective way to use every drop of water. And that is always a challenge. Let me tell you why. Because when you have multiple objectives, You have to compromise a lot. You have to be very creative. But I think you know that is the MO, that is the modus operandi that we're developing, so that we can make sure that with a very little water we can create a lot of multiple benefits. This is an image of the Bombay Beach wetlands. It's basically at the confluence of the Ken Wash, Pacific Wash, that collects water from the fisheries, the hot springs resorts, and bring it down. It collects water from storm water as well, and at the end, it creates the wetlands, that we're trying to enhance. A few years back, Audubon was able to identify over 6,000 acres of emerging vegetation. And as you may know, the water is no longer reaching the sea anymore. All the drains are just, staying short of the sea. The water percolates to the ground, creating these beautiful wetlands. So we were looking around, trying to find one that can help us to demonstrate perhaps, a model that can be implemented elsewhere in the future. Oh, thank you. This is helpful. What you see right here, perhaps is no longer a reality right now. Why? Because the habitat is changing by the minute. And this is one of the reasons why we jumped in, because unless we do not intervene and provide the conditions to make sure that the habitats remain viable for the birds, for the endangered species such as the rail, the pupfish, and waterfowl and whatnot, the wetlands will be eroded. They will be covered by invasive species. So what probably you see right here, I remember, scouting the place with my intern, who is no longer, Camila is right there. And tamarinds, that's not even 5 years ago. Tamarinds were about, a foot or two. Now, if you go back, they're probably like 10, 15 feet tall. So this is how rapidly the conditions are changing. So this is an opportunity, right? An opportunity to enhance the wetlands, to protect the wetlands. And for one, in California, we lost over 97% of the wetlands. So places like this remain the alone standing jewels along the Pacific Flyway. So it is even more imperative to make sure, that we do something to protect it. These emerging wetlands are changing, and they will continue changing. These habitats are vulnerable to erosion by invasion of non-native tamarisks. The groundwater level declines, perhaps. So this is what we plan to do, okay? In a nutshell, this is what we plan to do. One, we want to make sure, that we stabilize the existing the existing habitats. Making sure, they are there for years to come so the birds can continue, especially as the sea continues to lose its habitat. This can be potentially one of the, with the other restoration projects, a really place for birds to continue existing. Second, we want to enhance it. Okay? We don't want to take an overly engineered approach. For one, for some of us that work on the ground, we know that the Salton Sea is very dynamic. The Salton Sea is one of the most challenging problems that we ever dealt, here regionally, and perhaps, even outside the region as well. So literally, I don't care how expert you are, the Salton Sea brings you down to your knees, literally. Okay? Because once you go there, you realize that, oh wow, it is so complex. It's changing, it's so dynamic. So we want to take an approach that is very minimum when it comes to engineering. It's more adaptive management, and we want to make sure, that it controls the dust. We want to make sure that it provides community benefits. Community access and community benefits is becoming front and center for our objectives. Why? Because as you may know, some of the projects, that are being under construction right now may not provide community access. So this is why. Why? Because it is the right thing to do, right? Second, it is the community that is paying with their taxes. They are paying for the restoration projects that we're bringing to the ground. So this is why we're trying to be multi-benefit in our approach, but it's not always easy. So this is the plan. This is the roadmap. The first year, we were developing the conceptual design, which is almost done, right? And thanks to Reclamation, we got a grant for $1 million. And with the work, with ID and the state and many other agencies, we were able to put a really gifted minds trying to understand how to best approach and design a concept that is, one, sensitive to the environment, second, is affordable. We don't want to overly engineer. We don't have all the money. And so we're almost done. So the next phase will be the permitting. And thanks to the state, the state decided to adopt this project and lead on the environmental analysis, CEQA and NEPA. And year 3 will be breaking ground, right? Bring the shovels to the ground. Because ultimately, that's where the rubber meets the road. We want to see the shovels on the ground. And so that is, hoping, that's what we hope, for year 3. This is, the watershed that we're dealing with. We know we have a really good idea how much water we have. Some of you may ask, oh, how much water is the water sustainable? Well, we went at least 10, 20 years ago, and we know that consistently we get, with perennial and ephemeral water, we get about 50 to 100 acre feet of water. There are many things that we should consider, right? One of them is, of course, the wetland disruption by periodic flood events. This is our approach, okay? To make story short, we want to approach it from a low impact enhancement and augmentation. The first phase, that we have in mind is basically just trying to capture the water in the least invasive way and allow the cascade effect to percolate through the ground and cover as much playa, maintaining the existing habitat and covering more playa where it is possible, okay? One, it is the most sensitive way to approach it because it is very sensitive to the environment. We're not gonna disrupt the existing habitat as much, okay? Second, we wanna understand, okay, how this implementation can work. And it will allow us to focus on the second phase, perhaps, that is more engineered. Now it's more water retention. Now it's more constructed, more engineered. And this is, what we have in mind, okay? Building roads from Island Marina down to Bombay, and the other one from east of Bombay. Okay? It's about 1.5 miles from Bombay, connecting, those two. For two reasons. One, it will allow maintenance to be done. Second, it will allow community members to have access. And this is one of the reasons why I told you, community access for us is front and center. And we want to make sure that we do everything to provide the experience. People need to know. In addition to that, we want to make sure that there are research and education opportunities for the young folks. In addition to that, we want to make sure, that we check all the boxes for the right reasons. It is not easy, okay? This is, probably this illustration really captures the complexity of the issue. This is, our approach, okay? We understand avian biology. Audubon knows a thing or two about birds, okay? We want to understand the surface and groundwater hydrology. We want to understand the aquatic and terrestrial. We want to understand engineering, what is the least expensive and what is the most effective, the planning and permitting. And so this is our approach, okay? And so we put together a great team to give us, different angles. And we're taking the plan back to the board again and again, trying to adjust, find out what are the best ways. And finally, we were able to complete the design and hopefully we will break ground the following year, okay? So this is, what we have accomplished. We organize community meetings. We work with communities, understanding what is it that they want, what is it that they need, and we want them to be part of the planning from the beginning. Second, we create a scoping meeting. We develop a website. If you are interested in visiting our website, you can have more information. This is just kind of like high-level information. Right now, we're jumping to the permitting stage, which is, CEQA and NEPA that the state is going to help us leading. 30% of the sign, and hopefully next year we will be able to break ground. Okay? And when I said the Salton Sea brings you down to your knees, that I'm talking about a little down to your knees. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Great presentation. So it looks like we made it some time, so that's pretty good. Let's take some questions. We'll open it up to the floor and to folks online, and we'll go ahead and ask some questions to the panel members if you want to come up. So we'll start online here. First question is, over what period of time do you anticipate the hay bales will decompose?
We're assuming that sometime between 3 to 5 years, probably, we'll think it's done decompose. It could be a little faster. Tell the truth, we're not sure. We're hoping really that initially it would serve two purposes: protecting the young plant from getting abrased by the sand, and secondly, provide some nutrients as that plant is growing. So it will just fill that function, and eventually we're thinking it's going to decompose. But tell you exactly how long it will take, we're not quite sure yet. I don't know if anybody here have any idea.
Thank you for that, Vivian. Next question, it looks like it might be directed to Jessica. Please repeat the location of the pupfish refugium. Audio cut out. Is it open to the public for school field trips, etc.?
So our pupfish refugium is located at our IID grass carp fish farm. It is in a gated area, but we can schedule tours. I think my contact information is online. If not, you can find it. We'd be happy to schedule that.
Thank you, Jessica. Next question. Looks like this is to Vivian. Is Kiewit and their subcontractors held in their contracts to hire a percentage of their workforce locally? If not, would the agency consider adding it to future contracts? Does the long-term plan include all the positions needed for conservation, lithium extraction, restoration, construction, etc., and then planning for offering training for those positions locally? Sorry, there's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Thank you. So I would say one of our challenges is to hire locally. We've actually flown several positions in Imperial, located in Imperial, engineering positions, supervising engineers, senior engineers, and unfortunately, we're not able to hire people. On top of that, the people that we actually interviewed were mostly from the Sacramento region. Now, to go back to Kiewit, what we hold them to is they have to advertise locally and make sure that they do great efforts to make sure that they first hire locally if they can. And of course, it's to their advantage if they can do that. But the requirement to have a workforce specifically from the region, we do not have that currently, but they do have the obligation to advertise locally. It's for us, it would be ideal to have one place to advertise our positions. And for twofold. First, it would be really interesting to have the local knowledge and to have it on the team in a place of managerial position. And second, the connection to the community, of course, is really important, dear to us. So we will have more position coming up soon, and we're really hoping to hire some locals in the area.
I hear we need more people for Brawley.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good. Do we have any questions in the audience over here?
Yeah, I'm also a person from Brawley. Question for Frank Ruiz. The Bombay Beach wetland, it is an existing wetland with a nice population of birds out there and all kinds of animals. How much do you think you'll be able, as you get into your phase 2 and complete your phase 2, to what degree do you think you'll be able to enhance and add the amount of habitat available from what's available now?
Right now, the existing wetlands is over 200 acres. Once completed, we're thinking it can be anything between 500 and 600 acres.
Have you assessed if the hay bales you want to put out there will attract insects after they get wet that would be undesirable to the community that like hurt?
Well, that's something that we'll be monitoring. And we've also looked at what's happening at Owens Lake. And I'm not sure, I mean, again, it's not something that it's known to us that it emits a very undesirable smell. I can imagine that anything that's decomposing will smell bad, but probably not to the level of having a manure or any sorts of organic material close by with extensive amount of sulfuric acid, evaporating from the area. So for that, we'll definitely monitor it and see if it smells. And if it smells, then it's really becoming an issue. We'll definitely address it. Again, that's also part of the importance of being engaged with the community and understanding really that we need to have a dialogue with the surrounding area of our projects.
So this kind of follows up from previous question, but it is great to hear that a lot of these local projects are underway and will continue to expand as funds become available. And I'm sure the goals for these projects are for like long-term, sustainable community engagement and creating these conservation habitats. But I'm just curious, like with that said, if there are any like interface, if you guys are interfacing with like the long-range plans, because especially if we're trying to divide up the sea, a lot of the infrastructure that's going to happen, say like dredging or building a causeway or desalinating by pumping water in and out, like that will kind of make the shorelines into salt crust, like a lot of those and so it would, if we are spending money and like time on all these projects, and if those plans are coming underway, 10 years, like what are their interface, like talks like that?
I'll start, and maybe you guys can finish. So we trying to make sure that those projects will be complementary. And what we're trying to also say in a long-range planning effort is you have a baseline that you have to consider. Now, when we're looking at the SCH expansion, so you mentioned the dredging, those are just engineering challenges, nothing that we can overcome. We're already thinking about ways to alleviate those issues and making sure that a dredge channel will not be an impact to our future expansions. When also we're talking North Lake or North Lake demonstration projects, we want to make sure that those projects can be an addition or an enhancement to future projects and not something that would prevent us from building the other projects. When you think about the actual North Lake project, we want to focus first on the water convenience and then have a small habitat pond so that this can be expanded. So in our planning effort, we are trying to think about those issues. We are trying to think about making sure that we do not exclude or preclude future projects from coming in. And again, if it does happen, I think usually it's just engineering challenges that we need to work with and design around.
Yeah, I think I can just add to that IID is a large landowner. So we're working really closely with the state, and as we go through easements or land use agreements, we're really trying to work with the state to determine what the long-range plan is for any particular parcel. That way we know what the operation and maintenance challenges may be, and then what future projects may come online as well.
I'm curious if anyone's investigated biological soil crusts. I know in Arizona and in Utah and Montana, there's efforts to look at trying to cultivate the natural biological soil crusts and applying them to try to keep down dust. I wonder if that has been investigated around here and if it's even feasible.
You know, that would have been a great question for Brian Schmidt yesterday. I can find out. I'm not sure.
I know that one of those challenges with those crusts is they can be broken down with saltation of sand or any activities. So that means you have to exclude any land use on those lands once you have that salt crust established. We do try to have some pilot projects, see how things work, but we are a little bit skittish on things that we're not sure how it's going to work, especially if it includes preventing people from accessing the site. And that's, for us, it's a little bit of a it's hard to agree to that, you know, so that's why we haven't pushed that further yet.
That's related to that topic. That's one of the issues that we are seeing. People driving their off-road vehicles into the playa, disrupting habitat, breaking the crust. And I think, you know, that is not just particular one area. I think, you know, that's, you know, pretty much all around the Salton Sea. And I think it has to be addressed, you know, in a more comprehensive manner.
Who owns, operates, and maintains the 22 acres of pupfish conductivity ditches?
So right now it's being maintained by Kiewit as they're doing the construction. They have to maintain the area as it goes. Once the construction is over, we'll have a commissioning period where we'll monitor, you know, how the berms are holding up, how the pumps are working well, is everything is filling up, there's not too much seepage. You think about any issues you may have, you know, involved in the project. And then this whole project will be transferred to the state. And as far as the interception ditch, it will be transferred to IID. Anyway, that's a plan as of right now for the interception ditch to be part, because it's part technically of the IID drain complex. And we're working with IID right now on how to work out this transfer.
Looks like we have another question.
Yeah, I was wondering who might be a resource to talk to if we're creating some habitat that would be probably habitat for the pupfish as part of a project. Independent project, nothing that's on your scale, or I mean that's on your radar. We're going to have some wetland, and we'd like to know if it's dry right now, if we create the wetland, who we would talk to introduce a species to create some habitat for them.
So depending on where it is and the location, you of course have your regulatory agencies. It could fall, if it's water of the United States, then it would probably fall under court jurisdictions or the Department of Fish and Wildlife jurisdictions. Now, if you're looking for technical assistance, is that what you're looking for, or some advice, or what exactly?
Yeah, some advice, just where, you know, who the people would be that you would talk to find the fish to introduce. It's a private property, but it's going to be a permanent wetland.
Well, I mean, just in this room, you have a lot of experts already. I'll turn around to one of our DWR employee, Nasir Idrisi, Dr. Nasir Idrisi in the back over there. If you have questions for him, that could be someone to talk to. But we also have the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and again, it really depends on what you're looking to do, and so it's a complex, loaded question.
You can also email Salton Sea at resources.ca.gov. If you want to get that, I'll say it again here. Salton Sea at resources.ca.gov. And we can get your question to maybe someone at CDFW to help out with that. So we'll take one more question.
With the IID air monitoring, have you been able to show with your data the benefits of the surface roughening projects?
Yes, so each year we do produce an annual, well, we produce two reports. We produce an annual emissions estimate report. That one for this, we call 2021, 2022, will be coming out in June. We'll also have a proactive dust control plan that'll be coming out again in June. And so it shows that not only the projects we've implemented, but what the monitoring is showing and how effective those projects are, and then recommendations for operation and maintenance and how we might augment or change those projects to work better in the future. And all of that's available on our website as well.
So it looks like we're at our time. I know there's a few questions. I think someone will catalog that and can maybe get back to you. But I want to thank the panel for a great discussion and for sharing your projects. And everybody, please give them a round of applause.
So the downside is Doug Ordonez was unable to make it at the last minute. So we're going to hear a little bit about the North Lake Pilot Project, which is another exciting project moving forward on the north end of the Salton Sea, a little bit in the next panel. The upside is you guys actually get a break. So if you could all come back in 20 minutes, we'll start our last panel of the day. Thanks.
Check, 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 1, 2. Check, check. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2.
So we're going to get started in just about 1 minute. Back on schedule to everybody's amazement. Come on back.
The leadership committee or council about what is your agency doing to kind of implement what I'll call the no harm clause, right, with regards to what's happening at the Salton Sea. No harm clause. And she said, you know, your programs and your policies can't create harm. What's that? What? That what? Okay, well, I mean, that could be it, because I mean, that was a statement, and I thought, you know, people say, yeah, we don't want harm, so what do we mean by that, and how do you define it then? What, I mean, I know that you're not controlling for everything, but is there something that you're doing that you think reduces the potential negative externalities or information asymmetries? I mean, you get more specific, you could. See, I'm going to my economist mode.
Hey, Genevieve, I just wanted to say hi. I'm Kathy Eiler from UC Riverside. We spoke virtually a while ago, and since then we received $2.5 million from Congress Vargas to
Close
do
to.
research on Salton Sea air
Oh, yeah.
quality.
Let's go.
So we're submitting another request.
Excellent. So we're going to get started on our last panel. Kudos to everybody who's stuck around. It's been a lot of panels, a lot of information. Actually, a lot of time with people for the first time in 2 years. So I've had the pleasure of working with Kurt for many years, and my hazards toll report back in 2014, or whatever that was, 2014, I guess, lifted generously from some of his previous work. So it's been great organizing this conference with him and the previous conference, and I have the pleasure of wrapping this up and sitting on this last panel. So Kurt is the Associate Dean and Professor of Environmental Economics and Policy at the School of Public Policy at UC Riverside, where his research focuses on economic issues associated with water use and water affordability, agricultural production, urban water conservation, ecosystem services, and environmental regulation. He received a BA in Mathematics and Economics at Macalester College and MS in Economics at Duke, and to balance out his basketball preferences, a PhD in Economics at North Carolina State. Nobody likes Kansas. Kurt.
And we won't be talking about the Tar Heels, okay? So, thank you, Mike. Thank you, everyone, for staying around and for this last panel. And then after this, we're going to have our final closing remarks by Assemblymember Eduardo Garcia. So we have a distinguished group of panelists. Each panelist, how the session will work, each panelist will give a kind of a brief introduction, and then we'll quickly go to Q&A. And so, and see what we have from you in terms of what's still questions that you have for these distinguished panelists here. And then after that, once the questions stop or we hit the 4:55 mark, we'll end. So on our panel here, our first speaker, and I'll go through all the speakers right now briefly, and then I'll probably ask them the first, I'll lob them the first question, okay? And then you can ask the hard questions. The first speaker we'll have today is Dr. Keith Celano. Celano is a senior consultant for the California State Assembly with expertise in crafting science-informed public policy, public outreach, sustainability, water quality, and environmental management. He received his PhD in the School of the Environment at the University of Massachusetts, Boston. Mario Llanos is the new Deputy Assistant Secretary for the California Natural Resources Agency, the Salton Sea Management Program. Llanos is originally from Imperial County, and in his leadership role, he interfaces with stakeholders and local leaders to advance projects that improve ecosystem health and protect air quality. G. Patrick O'Dowd is the Executive Director and General Manager of the Salton Sea Authority, where he oversees the agency's vital efforts to protect human health and revitalize the environment and economy of the sea and the region. Prior to joining the SSA, Patrick served as a water board member for the Coachella Valley Water District. He also serves on the International Boundary and Water Commission Colorado River Forum. Then we have Genevieve Johnson. She is the Salton Sea Program Manager for the Bureau of Reclamation. In her role, she helps coordinate federal activities at the sea and collaborate with state and local governments to fund and implement projects that address air quality, economic development opportunities, habitat conservation, and secure Colorado River supplies. And rounding out the panel is Michael Cohn. He's a senior researcher with the Pacific Institute and is focused on water use in the Colorado River Basin and Delta region and the management and revitalization of the Salton Sea ecosystem for over 20 years. And to repay the compliment to Michael, when I moved here in 1999 and started working in this region on economics and ag and water use and the environment, it was Michael's work that really introduced me to these issues. It was really well done, very science-based, and I appreciate all the work and efforts and coordination and cooperation and support he's given me through the years. So thank you. Okay, so in terms of my first question, I'll start it out. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm already jumping the gun to get to my grapefruit of a question. Why don't we go with Keith? Do you want to introduce yourself and briefly address the audience?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Keith Cellino. I'm a staffer for the Assembly Committee on Water, Parks, and Wildlife. So based in Sacramento, and that is a committee within the state legislature. I will, my disclaimer is that I'm not speaking on behalf of any specific elected officials. I will say that I started working on Salton Sea issues in 2018 when I began working with the committee. And at the time, the chair was Assemblymember Eduardo Garcia. And so my background is in science, and I started working for the committee, and Eduardo said to me, you know about these things, you should help us work on the Salton Sea. And so that was kind of my introduction, and I've had a great opportunity to meet many of you, to get down here and to learn from you about the issues that are happening here at the sea. I just want to talk briefly about kind of what is the role of the legislature at the Salton Sea. And I thought of kind of four main things. I'm sure there's more than the four that I'll talk briefly about. And these were kind of the four that popped to mind for me. The first is, of course, legislation, right? Bills that might be related to the sea, to governance here, to things that the different state agencies are working on. Legislation would, of course, go through the legislative process to enact those types of things. The second is oversight of state agencies. So the committee that I work for has oversight over state agencies like the Department of Water Resources, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and some things that the State Water Board works on. And there's probably others that we also interface with, including Department of Parks and Recreation. But those are kind of the three major state agencies that are doing a lot of work here at the sea. And so part of our responsibility is to ensure that those agencies are being good shepherds of the taxpayers' dollars, because it's your money, your tax dollars that are being utilized to pay for a lot of the projects at the sea. So that kind of leads into funding. So I encourage you to pick up the Natural Resource Agency's annual report. There's an appendix at the back that has a lot of details about funding for Salton Sea projects, particularly the 10-year management plan. And a lot of that funding has either come from the legislature through general fund appropriations that happen in the budget every year, or through voter-approved initiatives, so bonds, right? And bonds are just the voters saying to the legislature, it's okay to take out some debt to pay for different infrastructure projects. And then that debt is paid off over time because those infrastructure projects have a longer life than just a 1 year, 2 year kind of thing, that will hopefully last 30, 40, 50 years. So again, that is being paid with the tax dollars of Californians. So to date, there's been almost $400 million dedicated for Salton Sea projects. The majority of that is from the state. There's also some federal funding. And the majority of that money has come since 2018. Once the 10-year plan was in place, then the funding had to be secured to start to implement those projects. The legislature also committed last year, so in addition to that total, another $180 million this year and next. So total of another $180 million this year and next. And that funding, will pay for things like the projects, staffing, many different aspects of projects at the Salton Sea. And I guess the last big thing I thought of was the legislature is a source of a facilitator, right? A information source, a convener. What we've encountered a lot of times is people will be meeting separately with either state agencies or with constituents, and people come back to us and say they heard different things. And so often what we'll try to do is ensure that we get everyone in the room at the same time, so we're all hearing the same thing, we're all on the same page, and there is accountability because of that. And then very briefly, I think some of the challenges that the legislature is paying attention to are funding, of course. There's probably going to need to be more funding for additional projects. There needs to be funding for staffing, funding for operations and maintenance of these projects once they are built, and that's always a difficult thing to find funding for. And then working with locals, working with the Salton Sea Authority to unlock additional funds, potentially from the federal government. And I'm sure Patrick will touch on some of the work that the Salton Sea Authority has been doing in that respect. And Mr. Garcia is a great advocate for the region and for the sea. And one of the difficulties in Sacramento is getting everyone to understand what the issues are and that this is a state obligation. It's not just a regional issue. It's something that the legislature committed to back in 2003 when the quantification settlement agreement was signed. So, those are things that the legislature is involved in and paying attention to. And I'm happy to be a resource for you. I might not know the answer, but hopefully I can be that connector and find the people that do know the answer and connect you with them. Thank you.
Patrick?
So I guess that's me. So my name is Patrick O'Dowd, and they gave you a brief introduction. A more full introduction would take about 3 hours because I've spent my entire life doing a lot of different things, and as a result of that, I'm a specialist at particularly nothing. But I do rely very heavily on all of the experts in the room and all the experts that are involved in informing the decision-making process. And I've used that experience to help me in my past roles as an elected director of the Coachella Valley Water District and working with our partners and stakeholders at the Salton Sea. The Salton Sea Authority was formed in 1993 by 4 agencies: Riverside County, Imperial County, the Imperial Irrigation District, and the Coachella Valley Water District. Those 4 agencies represented the land use agencies, the water use providers, and the power agencies for all of the residents at and around the sea. At that time, they recognized that they needed to come together to address the historical changes occurring at the sea, and at the same time protecting the preserved use of the sea for agricultural return flows. In 2003, the Torres-Martinez joined the tribe, and so at present, my board consists of 2 elected directors from CVWD and IID, 2 elected supervisors, each from Imperial and Riverside County, and 2 tribal leaders from the Torres-Martinez tribe. And between my 10 bosses, they serve as elected representatives of every individual in the Riverside and Imperial County. So as we come together to address the challenges at the sea, each person in the room and each organization around the sea has their own special interest that they bring to the conversation. And each interest is elevated by each concerned individual or entity. But through the authority, we try to wrestle through all of those challenges and come together to identify those things that we can agree on, to advocate for, to facilitate, and to ultimately find funding and implement projects around the sea in conjunction with the state, our most significant partner, and the federal government to what I call transition the sea from what it once was to what it sustainably can be. I don't want to belabor. I appreciate the opportunity to share some thoughts with you today, and thank you all for coming.
Hi, everyone. Mario Llanos, the Deputy Assistant Secretary. I always get that mixed up. I want to say like Secretary, Assistant Deputy. It's Deputy Assistant Secretary for CNRA, and it's a pleasure to be here today. And I won't go into just a lot of detail on my background because I was just moderating the panel before, but I just want to say what an honor it is to be here and to jump in. Like I said, I've been here about 5 months now, and to jump in at a time where there's just so much going on, and really working with colleagues at this table and learning from, their many years working at the Salton Sea. And right now, as my colleagues have mentioned, Moisés earlier and Vivian, right now we're just laser focused on implementing as many projects as we can out at the sea and fulfilling our 10-year plan to get 30,000 acres completed by 2028. And we have a very ambitious plan to do that. And we're really just laser focused on that. And at the same time, as my colleague James from DWR had mentioned, develop that long-term plan to submit to the State Water Board by the end of this year. That's going to factor into this 10-year plan and come after that and really determine a long-term solution at the sea. And with that, really just stepping up our game as far as meaningful engagement and, working with our partners, working in the communities to get feedback on not only our projects, but just everything we have going on. This year, or this past year, as you'll see, like in our annual report, we've done tons of engagement and kind of stepped that up and offered interpretation, and everything that we're putting out now is in English and Spanish, and we're really just trying to engage the communities out there. And so not only that, but really work with our partners around the sea, and as you can see with some of the collaborations with Audubon and Imperial County with the Desert Shores Project, and Riverside County and Salton Sea Authority over at the North Lake Demonstration Project. We really want to create a lot more of those partnerships with partners around the sea. And like I said, we're just laser focused on that and implementing our priorities at the sea. So a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay. I'm Genevieve Johnson. I am the Salton Sea Program Manager for the Bureau of Reclamation. I started this position 2017 out of our Lower Colorado Regional Office, which is located in Boulder City, Nevada. Bureau of Reclamation's interest and involvement at the Salton Sea. We are a major landowner. Most of our lands are still submerged under the sea, as it was designated an agricultural sump, and Colorado River water is delivered to Imperial Irrigation District and others as that drainage area. Where many of our lands now are some of the areas that we're talking about that are currently being exposed as the sea declines. And so our role acts as a land manager, but also mostly a facilitator, similar to what others have said. The issues out of the Salton Sea require a huge amount of coordination, collaboration, discussion, and agreement on what we're going to do moving forward. And so my role is to help those coordination and facilitation, especially on the federal side. Reclamation brings some money to the table. It's usually not a huge amount of money, but we try to fill gaps. So In other words, as partners come forward and say that there are projects that they're interested in, but maybe they need a little bit of seed money, maybe they have partial funding, we try to fill that gap to make sure that projects are implemented and can be used to inform management going forward. So thank you all for sticking around.
Thanks, Genevieve. I've been working on the Salton Sea since the late 1990s. In fact, camped out at Obsidian Butte in early 1997. Despite growing up in Southern California, I never really spent much time at the Salton Sea, so it was definitely an eye-opener, but the confluence of the politics and the water and the ecology and the opportunities there, particularly since there weren't a lot of other groups or people very interested in the Salton Sea at the time, has maintained my interest, sometimes for better or worse. But as I was thinking about this, there's been a lot of, I guess, cycles of interest in the Salton Sea since I've been working on this, a lot of ebb and flow. And what I'm seeing right now is a real convergence between the science, the funding, and finally the political will from the state, which has been sorely lacking for the past quarter century. But what we have right now is this convergence. So in the late 90s, there was a massive federally funded science effort providing a really good baseline. But at the time, there wasn't much interest at the state of California. There was some focus on moving water from from Imperial Valley to San Diego, but not really that connection to what would happen at the Salton Sea. But what we're seeing now is a tremendous amount of money. So Mario just mentioned, and Keith just mentioned, some $400 million in state funding currently available. We just heard recently from Congressman Ruiz and others sent a letter, the California delegation sent a letter to the Department of the Interior, Department of Agriculture, talking about $322 million in federal funding to address this land ownership that Reclamation and other federal agencies have along and underneath the Salton Sea. So there's this real funding opportunity now to start building some projects. What we've really seen under the leadership of the legislature and Secretary Crowfoot, and with strong push from the legislatures, is building up staff capacity. So when Bruce Wilcox was the assistant secretary, he had tremendous enthusiasm, but not the staff to convert that enthusiasm into action. And what we're seeing now, and very fortunate to have, tremendous build out of staff capacity, which is really a limiting factor for the state of California. So that staff build out really helps that ability to implement projects, get projects on the ground. And I've been really excited to see yesterday and today how much science is going on at the Salton Sea. So there's a real lull in science. There was this big effort in '99, a couple little fits and starts since then, but particularly here at UC Riverside, tremendous building of knowledge about a number of unknown factors at the Salton Sea. Some of that's been pretty disturbing to me and others who've been working on this for a while, but the fact that there's new understanding of what's happening in the Salton Sea, what some of those new risk factors are, and I think that really helps it focus attention on not only what those threats are, but what potential remedial actions can be at the Salton Sea. I would say another real benefit, this idea of convergence, is there's been a real focus on local communities, this integrating environmental justice, and we've really seen that with the new assistant secretary. We were, I think, privileged to have Moisés with us for most of these 2 days. And I think that, again, shows this new interest both at the state level, and there's this a lot of additional capacity building at the local level to bring community ideas to the table, to ensure that these community ideas are starting to be more addressed as they're building these projects out. So this idea of leadership and political will at the state and increasingly at the federal level to address problems at the Salton Sea. And I think this political will, it's long overdue at the federal level, is directly related to this crisis we heard about yesterday. The Colorado River is in real crisis. So it's 23 years of drought in the Colorado River Basin. So we saw this very sobering graphs shown yesterday from Reclamation, from Peter Nelson, that there's a real danger that Lake Mead is going to continue to crash, falling below critical elevations, even potentially reaching dead pool. So Southern Nevada Water Authority is starting to, as a part of their planning process, instead of saying that the average yield of the Colorado River is 15 million acre feet, which is what the old assumption was, or even this 12.7, which is what we've been seeing in recent years, that it could go down to 11 million acre feet. And 11 million acre feet, Lake Mead is dead pool. So there's run of the river flows through there. It doesn't mean everybody in the lower basin's cut off, that you guys better go home and fill your bathtubs. But it does mean that it's not a reliable supply of water. And that's a real threat. And that's really focused the attention of the federal government, the Secretary of the Interior, and the other basin states on the critical role that the Salton Sea plays in this broader picture. So many people have been talking about the Salton Sea as the linchpin for water supply reliability, but these other basin states are finally starting to recognize that the concerns of Imperial County and concerns of Imperial Irrigation District need to be addressed if they're going to be real participants in shoring up Lake Mead. And that means providing staff capacity. That means providing capacity for Genevieve and Reclamation to have really the staff and the long-term funding they need to move forward, but also to build additional projects to mitigate what other impacts might occur due to the short-term shoring of the elevations at Lake Mead. So there's this old cliche about don't waste a good crisis or any crisis. Here's a crisis, and we in this community are concerned about the Salton Sea. You need to pay attention to what's happening in these conversations that are ongoing to ensure that the Salton Sea is protected, the people who live near the Salton Sea are protected, and that the species don't just get thrown aside as we protect swimming pools in Los Angeles or in Arizona. And the other thing that I would say has really changed. There was this interest in getting the two commissioners that we saw from the IBWC to participate in this, and unfortunately the technology still isn't quite there yet. But you may have seen this, that there's really good communication between the two commissioners. They were both sitting together, right? This is from the United States and Mexico. For the first time ever, we have women commissioners from both countries, which is a huge step forward. And there's really strong cooperation at the binational level. So we've seen deals done along the Colorado River, ensuring that Mexico can store water in Lake Mead, that water can flow down the Colorado River over a dry channel to help restore the Colorado River Delta. And that's because of this stronger international cooperation. So in 2007, right before the preferred alternative came, or right in the same year the preferred alternative came out from the state of California, there was a lawsuit because we lined the All-American Canal and did not consult with Mexico. So Mexico sued, and that was really a low point for binational relations. We've come a long way from there, and that provides, I guess, another convergence, another opportunity for countries to come together and figure out this broad opportunity at the Salton Sea. So I would never say I'm really optimistic, but I see a lot of opportunities here. I think we can't really miss this opportunity, because my concern is that we're really at the peak end of all these different factors coming together, and we're going to lose that window pretty soon. So I'm hopeful that with the federal, state, and local cooperation, we can get some real momentum going, get some projects on the ground. And once we get those projects on the ground, the species conservation, habitat, and others, we can demonstrate really it's not that difficult to build projects out there. There are a number of logistical challenges, but we can do it, and it's being done right now. And once we demonstrate success, that'll breed additional success. So I'm hopeful, perhaps tied to the end of the conference and the relief of being done, but thanks.
Thank you, panelists. Yes, so my first question would be then, there does seem to be a lot of reason for hope in terms of much more inclusion and engagement, much more starting to listen to the science a bit more, much more staffing in the right places. People are coming to these meetings more on equal footing, which is great. But I kind of sense that we're still playing catch up. And I think about playing catch up now because we got a late start. And then I think about that first day when I was in the hydrology session and listening to what's happening with the river. And with runoff predicted to decrease by anywhere from 15 to 45% in the Colorado River under climate change in the next 25 to 50 years, it requires a lot of planning. And I'm just wondering if building upon Michael Cohen's concerns, to the panelists then, what kind of investments has your agency or programs or policy making have you been considering to deal with climate change in the future and this reduction in inflows into California? Or is it just we expect the same amount of inflows that are going to be occurring right now in 20 years? We're still going to get that many acre feet coming into California? Or are you thinking about policies to mitigate potentially reductions in inflows coming into California?
So I think yesterday folks saw a lot of the predictions that Reclamation's making for the basin. And yes, there are significant policy discussions going on about how to address climate change and reduced inflows throughout the basin. In terms of what we're thinking about and doing at the Salton Sea, the real focus has to be on getting projects on the ground now. That's what's going to help mitigate effects moving forward. And we can look at those projects in terms of trying to make sure that they are adaptable. So the Bombay Beach West project that Frank Ruiz and Autobahn described today is meant to be adaptable. We're working with IID on a similar type of project design around Poe Road that is meant to be adaptable to make the most efficient use of different water sources that we do have, not just inflows from the Colorado and the outflows from ag land, but also how can we potentially capture and manage and spread stormwater as it comes through in events on the playa. How can we make use of maybe shallow groundwater for projects? And how can we combine all of those water resources in order to make sure that we're doing the things that we've said that we're going to do, which is to reduce dust emissions, create habitat, and develop community opportunities. So climate change is a part of that. And I think the way that we most likely address it is by being as adaptable and as efficient and as fast as we can, because these situations are only going to get worse over time. And so if we can get stuff on the ground now, we can learn from that. As Mike mentioned, we can research and monitor that, and then we can adapt as we move forward.
So before I came on board as the executive director of the Salton Sea Authority, I was a director. I was a director of the Salton Sea Authority, and for 6 years, I wondered, why we don't have answers to these questions already. I know the Salton Sea Authority has been in existence since '93. These challenges. The sump was created in 1924, right? In 1950, they knew the direction that the sea was headed. In 1974, the federal government was developing projects. This is a very important and informing gathering of intelligent people doing important research. But I think what we need is specific questions. We need specific answers to specific questions so that we can make these types of long-term decisions. Dr. Brownlee I think he represented that right now there's 800,000 acre feet or some greater number than that flows into the sea. Those things need to be known and they need to be codified so that these long-term projects can be developed in a way that they can be resilient and sustainable. So we need the broad-based science, but we also need very discrete and specific science so that the people who are developing the projects can get them in the ground, like Genevieve said yesterday, because this needs to get done.
We do have a question online really quickly, asking about the new proposed Cal Poly Brawley and if that's actually being considered by the legislature.
I think Mario wanted to respond to that first question. Sorry about that. Did you?
I was just going to add on exactly what Genevieve said, but just in our veg enhancement project now, we're looking at different ways and doing some trials on stormwater spreading and different ways to irrigate from drip and furrow watering and just different trials so that when we do the much larger planting, we can be informed for our future veg enhancement projects and really take advantage of using the minimal amount of water to either germinate seed or get establishment of seedlings there. So I just wanted to add that on there.
Yeah, so again, the question online is, I think it's asking anyone who has expertise on this to expand on the newly proposed Cal Poly Brawley and whether that's being considered by the legislature at the moment.
I don't know the answer to that, but I know it is in discussion, but I don't know where it's at in terms of the legislature's discussion.
Question, let's see, we need a runner. Thanks.
Thank you. This question is for Michael. What are your thoughts on
ocean water importation? And have they changed over the last few years?
So maybe it was Mario or maybe it was Patrick was talking about how many years they've been looking at ocean water importation. So I think George Brown had a proposal maybe early 90s, and actually there's been proposals for ocean water importation, or the early proposals are really about exporting salts to the ocean, going back 40, 50 plus years. Tom Sefton had a slide, which I unfortunately rushed him through towards the end there, but showing the time required to actually get a project constructed and getting a project functional, and then ultimately getting achieving the goal for whatever your target elevation and salinity might be at the Salton Sea. And it depends on the size of and the scale of the projects to reach that. I think his projections were a little optimistic. Tetra Tech and others have estimated it could be 20 to 30 years to actually get to achieve project objectives. We heard a little bit from the commissioners that it requires some years to get these binational projects through the binational process. So I guess also in response to Kurt's question, I'm not sure how much time we have. So if we're 30 years out from a solution, I would argue if we needed to do that, we needed to start in 1980, and we didn't. And frankly, I just don't think we have the time. Time alone, I think, is kind of a fatal flaw for some of these projects, because we need projects in the ground. We needed projects in the ground 10 years ago. And to get a large-scale project through this binational process, not to mention land acquisition, running some projects through farmland in cities in Mexico, and then potentially condemning land within the United States, that's a long process and could well be litigated. So I just don't think we have time for that.
While we're waiting there, I'm going to go another one online. I'd like each panelist, what's your idea of the ideal lake elevation to fit the Duchovny and Fish and Game 2003 QSA responsibilities? People, who's ever familiar with that?
I don't know if I have a particular elevation in mind, but I think the fact that there is a 10-year plan that's being implemented is really like the thing that is happening now and that needs to happen. And I think the legislature has been fairly agnostic on what the long-term plan is, and kind of deferring to the process that's ongoing to develop a long-term plan that may or may not include water importation. I think the 10-year plan was designed to, all those projects are meant to be compatible with whatever comes next, whether that includes water importation or not. But I think the impetus is to get the projects on the ground, as Michael was saying, and to ensure that there's something to fill that middle term too, right? So between now and whenever sort of a larger potential project might come online, we need to be working to ensure that there's still work being done in the in-between times.
So I want to take a slightly different tack to that question in particular, but similar ones where we think that there's going to be a numerical answer. You're going to have a lake level number, a certain number of acres. You're going to have these things that we can quantify and count, and it's going to be quote unquote the answer. And I think to build on what Mike was mentioning about this convergence of issues that are coming to the forefront and leadership behind that is to start talking more about those values. So what do we want to see out there? And most people don't know what that means when you talk about a elevation line, right? It's getting to what is at the heart of what we value in our communities. And if we can start talking about that, and we can start talking about how to design projects that can help meet those values, we're going to get a lot farther. And we can bring science and technology and engineering to bear to reach those objectives, but we have to be really clear on what those objectives are.
And I along those same lines, I would say that the question really begs a definition of restoration. So what are we thinking about that the Salton Sea should be? And the problem is, we've heard over multiple presentations, that the Salton Sea is or used to be a very dynamic resource. Colorado River flooded and meandered over time and would fill the Lake Cahuilla and then strand it. So the concept of restoration, what elevation should the Salton Sea be, essentially is a human imposition of some arbitrary elevation that we're going to impose on this lake. And if we're going to take the step of saying we're going to fix it at some particular point in time, then we've already taken the step of saying we're managing this system. And I think that's the big challenge. I think that's a challenge with people's efforts in any number of things, is that we see the lake, and we think maybe it should be back in the 1950s heyday or some other elevation, and that's what we want to fix it at. But the past is gone, right? And with climate change, the future is extraordinarily different than anything that people were thinking about 10, 20, 30 years ago. So my approach is really to think about, how do we optimize these values that Genevieve was talking about? How do we incorporate community values to whatever the Salton Sea is going to be? And maybe we don't even think about it as the Salton Sea, but as the Salton Sea ecosystem, which could be a host of different types of bodies of water, of recreational areas, of dust suppression, meeting a number of different community needs, meeting a number of statewide ecosystem needs, and providing the water supply reliability for the state of California and the Colorado River Basin as a whole. So it's a very different approach. It's not saying we're going to fix it at this thing, but it could be a very different looking lake where you have a host of different habitat cells, which we know work because Bureau of Reclamation, the USGS, did it back in 2006. And the state is doing it right now with species conservation habitat. And then you can have these different habitat cells. You can have a bigger lake in the north fed by Coachella Valley water, providing recreational amenities. And then maybe there's other renewable resources out there as well. So it's a different picture, and this broader concept is something I think we still struggle with a little. And I'm maybe to push back on Mario, and really Arturo talks about all the time about laser focus. And I think we need a broader focus. We need to look at all these different pictures, all these different amenities and different things we want to see at the Salton Sea, and not focus so much specifically on building 15,000 acres of habitat and 15,000 acres of dust suppression projects by date certain, but saying, what is it that we need at the Salton Sea to meet all these different objectives from statute, from contract, and ensure that these are all available going forward and don't preclude other opportunities.
Yeah, hello. I just had a follow-up to what Mike was saying in the previous question, as far as the projects and the timelines, and I was wondering, how much does regulation and oversight affect the timely execution of those projects, and would they succeed if you could find your way through some of that?
It's probably best positioned to talk about how long it takes to get a project permitted. But land access issues is something that's the state's been struggling with for years. And then we're still waiting for the Army Corps to come out with the draft environmental assessment. So these projects, even for projects that are prioritized by the state of California, take a long time. And I think you're exactly right, too long to get these projects approved, to get all the land access agreements in place to move them forward. But it does take a long time. And then part of the thought with having the commissioners on there is really to talk about the timeline. And Pete Silva talked about this a little bit, about how long it takes to get these binational projects stood up. So unfortunately, I think if we just said go and they could construct it, some of these things can be constructed relatively quickly. But as we've been hearing over the past 2 days, we need to think about, how does this impact communities? How do people have the information to process and to understand what the impacts of these projects could be? And that's a public process. And there's this tension between getting something done quickly and getting something done right. We need to ensure that these projects are done correctly and involve the community, and that takes time.
Yeah, exactly. I was blown away when I first got here, just, how long it's taken. And, it's understandable. I mean, we need to know all the environmental factors. And to answer Mike's question, I'm really hoping by the end of this month, we do release that draft EA, and hopefully by the end of summer, we can really have a final document that's going to allow us to kind of push these projects forward. Having the NEPA environmental clearance or permits to, move these projects that have been identified in the 10-year plan forward and really, because we do have funding. I mean, we have funding for these projects and we really just need to spend it. And we have, roughly 220 million that are, is allotted for these projects over the next couple of years to start moving them forward. And so we're eager and but there is, a set of hurdles and we definitely have to go through all of them, and we definitely have to study the environmental impacts of what we're building out there. So, it is time consuming, but hopefully we can get through there. Like I said, we are laser focused and we will continue to be laser focused to push these projects. But yeah, we do need to kind of look around and bring everything together. And but we do want to get projects in the ground as quick as possible.
So the permitting is one aspect of it, the funding is the other. And although $220 million sounds like a lot of money, SCH costs that much. So it's another SCH, and the mandate is 30,000 acres, so SCH is 4,000. That'll give us, if you use the same numbers, and I think that they're doing things more cost effectively, more. But this is a decadal, if not generational effort that's going to take billions of dollars. And every time there's an election, the political will changes. So this is a constant effort to continue to inform our decision makers in Sacramento and in DC. And Keith mentioned in his opening comment that they're probably going to need more funding. I think, Keith, we are definitely going to need more funding.
As I've understood it, if the worst case scenario comes true over the next 4 to 5 years and Lake Mead and the Colorado system ceases to supply water, there's a possibility that 10 to 20 million people may be forced to locate to the East Coast that has no housing, infrastructure, or anything to support them. And don't you think that'll create a national state of emergency that'll kind of override some of this timeline crunch that Michael was talking about, 10 to 20 or 30 years? Just a general question, because that is what's on the horizon.
The Colorado River system is crashing, but I don't think anybody's projecting that the river itself is going to dry up completely. So given politics and power, my expectations is that, like we saw with the San Diego County Water Authority transfer and the 1988 transfer to Metropolitan, and the old Mark Reisner adage that water runs uphill toward money, the cities are not going to go dry. But I think, as we heard from Ryan Kelley earlier, and IID and Tina talks about all the time, they feel like they have a target on their backs, because they do have a target on their backs, and there's going to be considerable and increasing pressure on agriculture throughout the West to become more efficient. But if the hydrology gets as bad as some of these climate forecasts are projecting, there's going to be less food and fiber, and that's going to be a challenge. And we're already seeing prices go up. That will continue to increase. But I guess I want to caution a little bit about cities drying up and blowing away, because there will still be water, and the cities have money, and the cities will win. There'll be a lot of litigation, and a lot of lawyers will make a lot of money. But there will be continued fights, and there's going to be all these environmental impacts, and that's part of what's interested me in the San Diego water transfer from a long time ago, was how do these impacts get mitigated? How do we ensure that species don't go extinct, that the people who live around these areas are protected? And that's the continuing challenge. And there's an opportunity for the Salton Sea to demonstrate that it's possible to meet agricultural needs by becoming more efficient, by meeting environmental needs and protecting local communities. So far, we've not done a good job at the Salton Sea, but there's still, like I said, this convergence now, and there's an opportunity to demonstrate that.
So I say that the Salton Sea is the beating heart of the Colorado River Delta and a linchpin to water security in the West. And the San Diego transfer, the QSA transfer, was negotiated and intended to address that water security issue. And one of the concerns and frustrations for the first 15 years of that transfer is certain of the promises made under that agreement were not being timely addressed. And I think that to address these things on a continuing basis here or elsewhere, I think the parties to the agreement have to demonstrate good faith and execute on them as promised. And I think that the state has done an enormous job in stepping up and catching up on their commitments to the sea and the region. And I think that that's how the future is going to be addressed, through integrity and relationships and opportunities to provide water security to people in the region and throughout.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, Steve Baker, Operation Unite. I've become quite familiar with a lot of Western water issues, and the Salton Sea seems to be quite a unique situation because of the sole source nature of our water supply down here. What I'm asking for the entire, your thoughts and your insights regarding how you distill the many competing water uses, both local and regional communities, when there is this sole source water supply that's suggesting that hard decisions are going to have to be made. You know, there may not be an enormous amount of water for everybody to use to their level. So the crisis is knocking at the door. And as I listen to all of you make your statements, it sounds like, Heath, you're recognizing strengths of government is an important component. And Genevieve, visualize your goal. I mean, that goes beyond every 4 years when we get new leaders. Arturo, 10-year engagement plans and more, right? We need to expand our vision. Patrick, you're a generalist. You told me that earlier yesterday also. You orchestrate cooperative spirit, okay, with specificity. And then Mike, women are representing right now US and Mexico. Maybe there's something to that. That's very good. Broader creative approaches. If you could think of maybe you have some insights as to how we deal with the hard questions when the pond of water may not be always as big as what we actually need. Thank you.
Well, I'll just speak in general to Southern California. You know, I think Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, you know, serves the LA area, San Diego County Water Authority serving San Diego County. They're diversifying their water supplies because they know that they can't continue to rely on the Colorado River because of the issues that we're seeing, right? Where we are in this climate crisis, and it's scary, but I try to be optimistic that with planning and foresight, that some of these agencies, and I guess maybe it is my belief in the power of government, and I know not everybody feels the same, but I guess I'm working on the inside and trying to help things along. But you know, I think with planning and foresight, and I know that the timeline is short, but changes can happen. And there's been a focus in some communities, including in the Bay Area, is desal something that we should start relying on more? And San Diego has a plant. It's extremely expensive water. So it only makes up like 10% of San Diego's need, but it may be the future. And maybe not ocean desal, maybe it's more, you know, brackish inland water. Maybe that's becomes a bigger part of the California water picture. I think there's a lot of good ideas out there. Water recycling is another that a lot of communities are trying to do. And I've heard ideas of like, well, the water that's coming from the Colorado, we know it has some additional salts in it. So should we be taking that salt out before it goes into the system? So then there's less salts to kind of remove as it becomes more concentrated, as it gets recycled. So yeah, I think there's innovative ideas out there, and I think we'll get there. But yeah, I think there are these hard decisions that will have to get made, and you know that we're hearing in the geothermal and lithium conversation that, well, IID's, you know, water use is primarily agricultural, which is true, but any additional use for any of the other percentages is likely going to come from agriculture. And so, you know, that's a difficult trade-off that will have to get made.
I'll just add to that as far as projects being built. Just like Vivian talked about earlier in the larger North Lake project that we're looking at, I think it's just imperative to have a good hydrology report so that you're building projects out where you have water, where you have multiple sources of water, and where you can put in production wells to tap into water. And I just think it's critical. It's just one of those hurdles and one of those steps, but it's very informative and it helps us really identify where projects get built along the Salton Sea is the availability of water. And so I just wanted to add that.
For all of its challenges, I think California's a pretty great state. And it's full of really smart people, especially in the water space. And 20th century water was in my observation, pretty much siloed. And it was like Clint Eastwood, stay off my grass. I think 21st century water is going to be more integrated and more strategic, people working together to find long-term sustainable solutions to address those needs. I think that this area has some keen leadership in both the Imperial and the Coachella valleys that can contribute not only locally, but throughout the state and the West. And I expect that to happen.
I'm going to weigh in on that one as well as a water economist, sorry. When I moved here, I was always thinking, I kind of thought, wow, they have a water supply issue. And actually, it is to some extent, but it's about scarcity. There's plenty of water in California. It's just, how demand matches up against that supply and how it's used and how it's moved around and how it's stored. So, since 1990, actual municipal water use in California has actually gone down, even though population has gone up by 30%, right? We have 13 times more storage in Southern California now than we did in 1990. So we're getting better at kind of capturing, we were getting better at capturing those wet years and storing the water for dry years. The problem is that transition is occurring much more quickly than the infrastructure we have it can collect it. So one of the big things we need to do is rethink our infrastructure, because the snowpack in this areas doesn't store as much water anymore. It comes down as precipitation and it runs off too quickly. So we've got to think about more storage. We've got to think about better conveyance. But the agencies and the water leaders in California, they're actually doing a pretty amazing job in terms of, in Southern California, you've got 3 sources of water, really. You've got Sierra Delta water, Sierra water, you've got Colorado water, and you've got local water. And they're engaging in recycling. Both Met and LADWP are planning to recycle all their wastewater. They're doing conjunctive use, recharging groundwater. They're engaged in a lot of demand management. So there's a lot of reason to be optimistic, but we got to think about this future where we're losing that much water. And I know agencies are working on it, but there's a lot more that needs to be done in that sense. But I think it was a great question. Thanks for asking it. Does anyone else want to comment on that?
So I'll comment on it from the relationship standpoint. I think, things are we work in a different environment now. Our decisions are more transparent. Project implementation is more transparent. It's a smaller world, and every water agency in the entire basin, not just Lower Colorado, not just California, also Upper Colorado, and in other basins across the US are feeling the brunt of these kind of changes. And so there's a lot more, we would just work in an environment now that's a lot more collaborative. It doesn't mean you always get along. It doesn't mean there's not conflict. It doesn't mean they don't have lawsuits or argue. But again, when everybody is in the same crisis, it's a lot harder to not share that crisis, and it's a lot harder to not compromise. And when everybody kind of, for better or worse, when everybody kind of feels the pain, people are more willing to come to the table and say, I'll give up this because I see you are giving up that. And we're working in that environment now. And I do think it is potentially a small window. The administration right now is really supportive of these kind of conversations, of supporting these relationships. That's not always the case, right? Sometimes we're more focused on what the money or the project or the widget at the end is. And I think we're just in a different environment right now where we can really take advantage of that.
So it's just more of a comment. I just want to mention that anything that's complicated needs to be break down to the simplest possible way, and then so that we can understand what the main issue is. And I can tell you from a project implementation standpoint is the access. That's for us really what the issue is. If we don't know where you're going, if you don't know the environment, then you will not be able to implement your project. We have a really world-class team that's working on our permitting and is doing a great job. So it is difficult for sure, absolutely. Are we having issues with engineering? Absolutely, but again, we have amazing engineering happening and we can solve those problems. We've proven it, and it's gonna be a success. But we had for the SCH, as soon as we got the access, a year later, we were under contract. We were able to get new authority for delivering this project, and it's moving forward, and we're able to save some time. So when the states wants, we can pull up the stops and things move faster. And like we say, we have a conjuncture, like you said, Mike, and it is really important to jump on it. But again, number one, is it going to cost more money to implement the 10-year plan that we have now? Absolutely. But number one, access. This is it.
I would just say to that too is lessons learned, right? And then, now that we have the SCH, full board and moving forward, we're learning a lot of lessons that we're now plotting out, the next set of projects and looking at efficiencies that can be gained, lessons learned. And that's what's happening right now. I mean, that we're putting worksheets together on just lessons learned from SCH and even our newest veg enhancement. So I just wanted to throw that out, is that now that we're actually getting projects done, we can learn from those projects and kind of use them as a template moving forward, although they're not all the same. So there's the different unique challenges with each project.
I have a question just kind of following up on talking about the diversification of water supplies for Southern California, and just kind of wanted to go a little more into that. With the development of the draft direct potable reuse regulations in California, there is going to be a huge influx of potable reuse going on in Southern California. Orange County is already injecting 100 million gallons per day into their groundwater basin. That's going to increase to 130 million gallons per day. Pure Water San Diego is going from 25 million gallons per day soon to much higher amounts. Hyperion in LA is they're shooting for, by 2035, to reuse all of their 280 million gallons per day. That will provide drinking water for 30% of Los Angeles. With all of this influx of a new water supply in Southern California, do you think that the QSA will ever be cracked open and changed, leaving more water in the region here? Thank you.
I will say the other thing that's great. The other thing that's concerning is streams and rivers that are dependent on wastewater flows, and there are a lot of those. And so once you start recycling that water, it's not getting back out into the environment. So that's something we're also keeping an eye on. Although putting it back into the ground, there's a lot of streams that are groundwater fed, so you could have that beneficial use still happening. I know that's not an answer to your question, but just another thing to think about in terms of when we start recycling water, what impacts that might have on the environment as well. And of course, the species that depend on those water sources.
But we have such a diverse source throughout the state. And I think that the least expensive bucket is as important as the most expensive bucket in the overall supply of water. So that's why I think that, I didn't mean to be, well, I guess I didn't mean to be funny, but when I said, no, I really believe that it's a long-term strategic relationship between two agencies. And I think that they both value the relationship. And I don't see that being disrupted. The likelihood of it being disrupted is de minimis, in my opinion.
So I would note that these new projects are occurring within the context of climate change. So the State Water Project, we had a really nice December, and then the system crashed. So the State Water Project allocation went from 15% to 5% this year. We heard again about the Colorado River. So these local agencies are looking at their imported water supply options and are realizing they're not very reliable anymore. So we're focusing and are transitioning to looking at local supply or reusing that local supply to exhaustion. I think that's happening within the context of a less reliable imported supply. And I just don't see the likelihood that the QSA will go away. Whether it gets renewed is an open question, but trying to predict the future is pretty hard, as we heard. Whether it gets renewed in 2047 is an open question, but I can't imagine what the world's going to look like in 2047. So to try to estimate what that water supply picture is going to look like then is something I'm not willing to do. But I think these local projects are trying to build stability and reliability in a system that's increasingly volatile and uncertain.
I'd like to hear some comment from our state and federal representatives on this. We just heard a very clear answer from Patrick O'Dowd that will the QSA ever be broken open? And the answer was a very simple no. And we've heard that essentially backed up by a couple other folks on the panel. So the QSA being the reality and having been litigated, and the fact that a lot of pressure was put on IID and local agencies to agree to the QSA, and the fact that the diversion of that water out of the area and away from the Salton Sea has caused a substantial reduction in level, exposure of playa, and increase in the rate of salinity rise. Michael Cohen estimated the damage to the local community at between $29 and $70 billion in health damage, environmental damage, and economic damage. Certain water agencies are benefiting, $6 billion to IID over the life of the agreement, a lot of money saved by the Coachella Valley Water District, probably a lot of money saved by the San Diego County Water District, probably, and definitely significant money saved by MWD. I think this can be characterized as one of, and the people that lose are the people here. So I think this can be characterized as one of the largest environmental injustices perpetrated in recent California history. So I'd just like to hear if the state and federal representatives and anybody on the panel feels that the state and federal government that pushed the QSA on the people of this region, is there a moral responsibility to make it right?
I cannot speak for the entire federal government, nor can I speak to relationships or issues that were involved behind the scenes for the QSA. But I do think that there is, especially again right now, this administration is focused on environmental justice issues. And actually under the infrastructure bill, there's a lot of funding where criteria to address environmental justice issues is an important consideration where that funding goes. And not that means that funding is going to necessarily all come to the Salton Sea, but I think it's an indicator, right, again, of how things are changing and how we are starting to be more responsible as a federal government as a whole in understanding past impacts that are continuing into the future, and how we can not just address environmental concerns or economic concerns, but integrate that with environmental justice and being able to focus more attention on underserved communities.
Yeah, I don't really want to touch that, but as far as like I said, I can't control what, previous administrations, but I do know, like Genevieve said, this administration is focused on, I guess we have to strike while the iron's hot, and it's kind of the theme of what we've been talking about, is that we just have to start while we have, the leaders in place to start to, make a change and implement projects out at sea. But like I said, I can't speak for, what's been done in the past, what previous state leaders or federal leaders have done. So, yeah.
I guess I would say that, I've been pretty bitter. I'm surprised to most of you probably, but I've been pretty bitter over the years. But focusing, I guess, on past injustices can help us learn lessons. But I think what we really need to do is seek out the opportunities. And I think there's a lot of opportunities right now to move forward. And then to learn some lessons from past mistakes. I think the environmental community made a real mistake in assuming that the promises of the state of California back in 2003 to undertake the restoration of the Salton Sea was actually going to move forward. So the next time there's a water deal, and there will continue to be water deals, we need to ensure that there's enforceable commitments to see real action, that there's real oversight. So the State Water Resources Control Board was charged with oversight, but we didn't go back to them soon enough to force that. It really took Kevin Kelley to go in there and to say, we're going to stop transferring water to get the attention of the state of California. We should have, Metropolitan walked away scot-free. And we should have, back in 2003, insisted that Metropolitan at least pay an annual unit charge to cover operations and maintenance and nothing else, because they got their water for so little. So there's a lot of lessons learned, but I think by focusing on opportunities right now to say, look at all these things that are coming together, there's an opportunity to really move forward. Otherwise, the agencies get defensive, and if they go into litigation mode, nothing gets done. So I'm hoping we can avoid that and actually focus on getting projects on the ground, integrating community needs into building those projects, and to think broadly about how we can move forward.
Okay, I was going to go to one question online first, and then we can go to you. Okay. So the question is, Tom Sefton discussed greenhouse gas emissions coming from dry ply and other aspects of possible projects, and the fact that the C2C will avoid that problem. Have the carbon emissions been considered regarding the futures of the 10-year plan or the long-term plan?
I do know that we have someone at Department of Water Resources, a climate change expert, who's looking at that. And so, and I think that refers to Jenny Ross's submission, and that is being currently looked at for the 10-year plan. And so I just wanted to answer that.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, the long-term plan. Did I say 10-year plan? Long-term plan.
The question was both the 10-year and the long-term plan, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to check on the 10-year plan, but I know it's being looked at now, and that submission is being analyzed by our climate change specialist. So, yeah.
Keith, you had mentioned about the desalination plants, and I believe that technology is very important, especially once we look to the future with climate change and see our ocean levels rising and our freshwater resources depleting. And so I guess this question is just for anyone. So I guess I want more details about the specific desalination techniques that are going to be implemented for the Salton Sea. And also, do we see this technology improving to becoming more cost efficient? Because I know it's very expensive, obviously, but I think it's going to be crucial going forward.
I could just speak in general. So I'm currently, the chair of our committee is Rebecca Bauer-Cahan from the East Bay area in Alameda and Contra Costa counties in Northern California. And she has a bill this year, I believe it's AB 2016, but I can get back to you on that. But for the state to study desalination options, and it's kind of amazing in looking back at what the state has talked about. In the 1960s, there was legislation that stated that desalination should be an option for California's water supply. And then there was a study in the early 2000s that also was looking at options, and it kind of found that things were too expensive. And I think the thing now is getting the cost down, and then also figuring, and part of the cost, right, a majority of the cost is the energy use. And so is there a way that we can couple desalination with renewable energy so that we're not using fossil fuels in order to get that drinking water supply? So it needs more study statewide on as to what those options will be. And I don't know if you can speak to any of the sort of long-term potential desal options at the sea in particular.
That's still to be determined by the independent review panel, and I think there's, I think they're looking at that, and we'll probably be hearing something soon. But I know I don't think that we are looking at that right now.
So unfortunately, it's we've got 4 minutes left before the assembly member is supposed to be on, but I would like to give the panelists one last chance for 30 seconds or 45 seconds each to address the community, and with any last reasons for optimism or what have you, and they can think about engagement, community, this information asymmetry, as we say in economics, or the lack of information that's flowing to communities about what's happening, or the externalities, the environmental externalities that they're concerned with. So maybe I'll start with you, Keith. Reason to be optimism. What do you want to say to the local community about what you and your agency are doing? 35 seconds. 45 seconds.
Oh, great. That's a short amount of time. I think that I'm a naturally optimistic person, and it's easy to get frustrated about these issues. But it's also amazing to be in a room with all of you and to learn from you, and to understand that we're not alone in this, right? That we are all trying to push in the same direction. We may have different ideas on what the best method is to get to the end point that we're all looking for, which I think is the restoration of the sea and better health for the folks that live here. But we're not alone in that, and we're all pushing together. And to Michael's point, like, this is a very engaged state administration. The federal administration is also engaged, and so I think we do need to strike while the iron's hot, and we're trying to do that in the legislature, in partnership with the state, in partnership with the federal government, in partnership with the Salton Sea Authority, and in partnership with all the local community-based organizations that are doing the work here and really doing a great job representing the people that live here that are affected by these issues.
So sometimes I feel like I'm the luckiest guy in the world to have this job. And people think I'm crazy when I say that, but Genevieve said earlier that the money that the Bureau brings to these projects at the sea is not a huge amount of money. But I can tell you that SCH costs $200 million, but the $1.25 million that the Bureau is investing in the community of Desert Shores is going to have an enormous impact on the lives and livelihoods of the people in that community. The $19.25 million that the state is investing in the North Shore pilot demonstration project is going to be transformative to that community. And if we can do more projects like that, it's not going to be the big dollar projects, but it's going to be community specific, addressing the needs, working with our partners at the state and their contractors, addressing these localized concerns all around the sea, because each community is different. Each community has their own specific needs, their own specific culture, their own specific risk factors, and addressing each one of those at the community level, we're going to change the conversation. We're going to change the narrative. If we can slay the boogeyman, we can tell people, you can come down here and you're not going to die because you breathe the air, and we can start transforming these communities. This place will be a radically different place for our grandkids.
Yeah, I think it's, I'm very optimistic, and like, I'm new to this role, but when researching this role and coming on, I was just, having grown up in Imperial Valley, and I believe I left like late 90s. and just seeing really nothing happen. And then when I started doing research on this position and looking at just all the collaborative efforts that were happening, and then now we're kind of being in it and talking to the various entities and partners around the sea and collaborating on these projects. I mean, just the last 2 days, how can you not be optimistic at what's going on? I mean, the hydrology report was a little bit of a downer, with a little bit of a silver lining from Sujoy's report about maybe the sea's not receding as fast as Salsa model had projected, but it's and then the discussion with just the administration and all the funding and the organizational capacity to implement projects and striking while the iron's hot, right? And so I'm very optimistic, and at this time that we can start moving forward on projects and just kind of being in it and newly in it. I'm very optimistic. So thank you all for your questions, and thank you for allowing me to be on this panel.
I think that, as other panelist members have mentioned, right now there's an opportunity for a call for collective action and impact at the sea. And what you see is each agency, organization, community member having the opportunity to come to the table, no matter how big or small that contribution might be, and pull together behind a common vision. And we don't know exactly all the details of what that short-term vision might be, other than maybe a number of acres, or what the long-term vision might be yet. But with the state's leadership in the last couple of years, it's really galvanized everybody to, whether we disagree about the details, at least we all agree that we're headed in the same direction. And that's, I think, the first time that we've seen that in a long time. We can bring science, and we can bring engineering, and we can bring technology, but if we're not all going in the same direction, none of that will matter. And so I really do appreciate being able to work with the state and local leadership here, who are the ones who are working with folks on the ground and coming forward with what projects can be implemented, and what do we then need to do to address land use access and compliance. And on the federal side, we can prioritize those actions. I can work within reclamation and prioritize, make sure that we're getting our compliance done faster, that we're getting our land use access agreements done maybe before other projects in our region. But I can't do that. I can't explain that to leadership unless I have the collaboration and the partnership and the vision from everybody else. And so that's just been huge, and I think that's a huge opportunity that we should continue to take advantage of.
So there's a famous quote by Wallace Stegner that the West is the native home of hope. And I really think over the past couple of days that there's a lot more reason for hope. So the community forum, hearing from Cecilia and Consuelo and Conchita, and seeing the capacity that's been built up in these local organizations, Alianza, and with Silvia and Sahara and Nilda and others, and the Leadership Council, and then from Eric and others down in the Imperial County, there's a lot of growing capacity and passion from community members about moving forward. And I think that's starting to be captured and reflected by the very fortunate moment we have right now, where we have an assistant secretary from the region, right? So we heard from Moisés that this is home for him, and it's of particular importance. And the chair of the State Water Resources Control Board is also from here. So this is, again, this idea of convergence, that all these different variables are coming together. So that gives me some hope. I'll end there. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. We'll transition to a closing remarks by Assemblymember Garcia. Let's try to pull those up.
Go ahead and start.
Hello, everyone. I'm hoping everyone can hear us loud and clear. Thank you so much for allowing me to say a few words as you close out this very important conversation that's taken place over the last few days. As I look at the list of those who participated on panels, attended via Zoom, you had a very broad and comprehensive group of professionals, as well as community residents who had the opportunity to voice their concerns, ask their questions, but more importantly, have their say, their input to allow us to put forward a pathway of ensuring that the Salton Sea restoration and mitigation efforts are truly directed to benefit the people who live in and around the Salton Sea. I'm really happy to see the conversations that have taken place, given that there's so much complexity to the problem that's before us. I'm also really happy to hear the last few comments from the presenters, where everyone seemed to feel optimistic about the work that's taking place. More specifically, the responsibility that the state of California has assumed and has begun investing. I'm excited that in this budget, we will see additional resources for the 10-year management plan implementation. And when we actually sum up the amount of investments that the state of California has put forward in the last few years, we're talking over $500+ million of commitments, with the first project under construction on the southwest part of the sea. That really is the beginning of much work to be done. I heard Patrick O'Dowd talk about the two projects that are also on the list of things to do for us: the North Shore pilot project that Riverside County and the Salton Sea Authority are spearheading, as well as the project that is taking place in Desert Shores, all leading to ensuring that every corner of the Salton Sea will be able to visually see some construction activity to mitigate the public health issues that have been plaguing our region for quite some time. Excited to learn about the project that Audubon is spearheading in the Bombay Beach area, which is how I describe the four corners of the sea. Will have some activity going on that will directly benefit the people who live in and around those populated parts of the Salton Sea. That's the one piece that's missing. I know that when we tell people there's a project under construction on the southwest side, it's in a place where people can't see. It's in a place where people probably up until the last few days weren't aware that there's a $200+ million project that is being spearheaded by the natural resources agencies in conjunction with our many partners here locally. But that's just the beginning. And I'm hopeful that with the over $550+ million of commitments that the state of California has made, that our federal partners will come in and match it. But it's going to require for us to have a unified front, a strategic plan that we can all have some consensus around, and ask for that money for additional implementation of these public health mitigation projects that will hopefully lead to the restoration and mitigation of the long-term challenges that we've talked about in the last few days here with all of the experts and the members of our community. I'm excited to hear some of the conversations that have taken place in and around the opportunities to provide what is now a global conversation as well as a national, and that is the opportunity to have Imperial County spearhead one of the most important efforts that I think could come to this area at the right time, and that is the opportunity to provide in an environmentally safe and sound manner, in a responsible way, that the residents of Imperial County and those who live around the Salton Sea can be the direct beneficiaries. And I'm talking about the recovery of lithium. Now, I know there's some concerns. I know that we heard from community residents who have said no one in the community wants to see that happen. But I would beg to differ that there are a lot of people who want to see that happen, and they want to see it happen in the most responsible way that it can. And that's why the Lithium Valley Commission was established, to ensure that the community could drive a conversation along with the appropriate agencies and the private sector community to make sure that if we do move in that path, that it's done in the safest and most responsible and environmentally safe manner. And I think we can get there. We're California. That's what we're known for. Doing things right, doing things better, and always keeping in mind public health, the environment, workers, and community. And so I'm excited to see what's happening around the Salton Sea, the collaboration that's taking place with all of the stakeholders. And I'm more excited that the state of California, under the administration of Gavin Newsom and the good folks that he's put in very critical positions, from the Natural Resources Secretary to Cal EPA and other very important agencies, they're all in, all hands on deck. We've seen that. And we're going to continue to see that level of commitment, because these are folks that understand what the needs of our community are. They've been to the community. They've been working in various capacities in prior professional positions on issues related to the environment, Salton Sea specifically, the issue of clean water in our region and clean air. And so all of these things seem to now be coming together, as one would say the stars, the moons, and the planets seem to be lining up. But the one thing that we cannot lose focus on is that the people that live in and around the Salton Sea need to be at the table. And we need to be not afraid of hearing what's on their mind. Have you ever asked someone, how are you doing? And, without expecting a response, that person or persons are having the worst day of their life, and they just kind of dump it all on you. And sometimes you're afraid to even ask folks, how are you? How are things going? Because of that reason, we can't be afraid to ask the community, how do you feel about what's going on out there? Because the community is going to be honest with us, and they're going to tell us everything that's wrong before they tell us everything that's right. And we can't be afraid of hearing that type of feedback, because hopefully what we will agree on is that there is work to be done, and that there are some things that bring us all together, and ultimately that we can execute for the betterment of the people who live in and around the Salton Sea. But, the opportunities are really larger than I think we've ever expected for the region and for improving the Salton Sea. But this partnership of all of the folks that presented today, from residents to nonprofit organizations, and a big thank you to UC Riverside and the Pacific Institute for bringing all this together. What an amazing accomplishment. Like I said, I'm looking at the list of presenters and participants, and it's long and deep and thorough. People with a lot of substance to provide information on what's happening at the Salton Sea. I see my job as kind of twofold: passing the policies that are reflective of what needs to happen in our region, and bringing home the money. And I hope that in the last few years, in collaboration with our partners, whether it be the governor's office or the agencies, the nonprofit organizations, and those stakeholders like the Salton Sea Authority representatives who represent Imperial County, Riverside County, our tribes, and our water agencies, hope that you feel that we've been able to at least get this ball rolling for once, and feel like there is some light at the end of the tunnel. I'll share this with you. I get to fly out of the Palm Springs Airport now. And I'm still in Sacramento. We got to catch the later flight to get back home. There's a statue of Sonny Bono tucked away at the airport that I kind of caught my attention on the way up here on Monday. And it was all full of dust. And I'll tell you what, for what it's worth, that person, did everything that he could to put the Salton Sea on the radar while he was in Congress. And it just reminded me of that there have been a lot of champions, whether we agree or disagree with the politics of certain folks, but there have been a lot of champions behind this effort around the Salton Sea. And I believe that today there are dozens, if not hundreds, and we saw many of them today here, talking about the importance of this issue. And I just want to share with you that as long as I'm in the State Assembly, we're going to continue to push on making sure that the state is held responsible and accountable to what it signed many, many years ago, and that is to mitigate the impacts of those water transfers, but take it a step further and put public health at the center of the conversation as it relates to the Salton Sea restoration and mitigation. And the goal is to continue to bring home the money so that these projects can continue to get off the ground. I'm grateful for the accommodation that you've made for me to say a few words this afternoon to close out this amazing conversation that's taken place the last few days. And I'm going to stop there and seek and look for any questions, comments, concerns, complaints that anyone may have for us as we wrap up this session. So thank you again for the invitation. And I'm all ears to those who may want to ask some questions of us and the work that we're doing here in the California State Legislature related to the Salton Sea. Thank you. So I just got a question. And the question is there a reason why there's no report of mortality and asthma in the area? Well, I'm sure that that data is available. I'm sure that data is available through our public health departments and our hospitals. And whether or not there is a report that is specifically focused on the Salton Sea, the impacts of air quality, and the correlation to asthma and mortality, I'm not aware that there is one, but that data is out there. Utilizing our public health departments, our county departments that keep track of deaths in our region, and I would imagine that our hospitals might even have that information. Whether or not it may be public there, I'm not sure, but it's certainly a good question, and thank you for raising that. So another question has come in. Is there any movement to make this a state issue? And that is to require Los Angeles and San Diego to get water from the ocean instead of here. I don't know that that's an issue that's been raised at the legislative level. And I don't know if that issue intersects with all of the decisions that the courts have already decided on as it relates to the water transfers. So in other words, this may be an issue that no longer is an issue. We probably have already lost that battle, if I could refer to it as that, in terms of the courts agreeing that the water transfers are legal and that they stand. Should we look at other alternatives for the potential importation of water? Absolutely. And I wholeheartedly support that as it relates to the long-term work that needs to happen at the Salton Sea. Thank you for the question. So I'll ask again if there are any other questions from members of the audience or any of the participants on the panels that they may have. The only question that I've gotten in is from my 7-year-old and wants to know if I can take her to Wingstop later today. That's not relevant to this conversation, but just thought I'd share that. We've got a question. Assemblymember, you've done more than anyone in the state legislature to bring money and focus to the sea. I promise you I didn't plant this person. I don't know who's asking these questions. We have $400 million coming for the Salton Sea Conservation Habitat Project and more going to dust control. But after that money is spent, what is next? Where else are we going to get money? Well, historically, the money that's gone to Salton Sea efforts have come through bonds. And last year, the governor and his administration committed over $200 million that were not related to bonds. This year, 100 million of that money will move forward. Last year, part of about 40 million went to the budget. And so I think what we need to get to is finding a sustainable source of revenue that is not dependent on just geo bonds. And we see a unique opportunity, and not so much as the sole source, but a source to augment what the state can do. And that is the lithium conversation. And I know there may be a difference of opinions on whether or not that should happen. I know there may be a difference of opinions on whether or not the state should dip into what could be a potential fund of lithium recovery. But I think that we have to put all this on the table and find a sustainable mechanism of funding so that we can continue the progress on the Salton Sea mitigation 10-year plan. But look, I love our congressmen. We love working with our federal partners, but we got to ask them to do more. We got to ask them to match what the state of California has done over the last few years, and then some. They're the federal government. They own half of the land out there. And today, there's a lot of money coming from the federal government. And we're hopeful that our leaders are able to secure some of that to make its way to the Salton Sea in our region. There are rumblings that there might be some money coming our way. And I want to acknowledge the advocacy work from all of our locals, the Salton Sea Authority in particular, who's been working really hard at the federal government level to align things for purposes of funding to make its way this way. But ultimately, we need other folks to step up. But I can assure you that as long as we're in the Assembly, we're going to keep pushing to make sure that the state of California keeps investing on this very important issue that is a public health crisis for the people who live in and around the Salton Sea. Thank you for the question. So I know I may be in the middle of the wrapping up of the session and happy hour. I don't want to keep anyone from those two very important things to happen. I don't know if there are any other questions, any other comments, any other concerns or complaints. Happy to take a few more questions. A question about epidemiology, and why don't we have state-sponsored epidemiology? There's some work being done on the New River, and I believe it is work that could very easily be expanded to the Salton Sea area as it relates to air quality and even a tie-in to the question about mortality. I also know that there is a border asthma study, asthma assessment, respiratory health assessment, that I believe our friends from Comité Cívico del Valle could provide more details about, that also ties into the first question that was asked as it relates to mortality. Thank you for the question. Thank you for allowing me to say a few words. Thank you all who put this event together. Let's keep working hard. People of Imperial County, Eastern Riverside County, the Salton Sea region deserve better, deserve more, and let's give them that. Thank you again, everyone. Hope to see you all soon. Stay safe, stay healthy. God bless you all.
I want to say first, thank you all for your patience and all your questions and your engagement. It The Bureau and the Salton Sea Action Committee in particular, thank you. Environmental Formation and IID for helping to put on and recognize Bruce Wilcox in the memorial. And the City of Palm Desert for bringing us here. Thank you very much.